I'd been losing really bad all through the season and playoffs, but I thought the big game would turn my luck around. I was wrong.
If you or someone you know has tried but can't stop gambling, you should know that problem gambling could be an addiction.
Sports gambling is a big problem for gambling addicts. Often, they'll go for broke, just trying to get even.
Are you at risk? Call the Maryland Center on Problem Gambling Helpline, 1-800-GAMBLER, or go to mdproblemgambling.com. We can help.
Problem Gambling Helpline.
It's my husband. I think he has a problem gambling. He can't stop. I can't see a way out.
While gambling is entertainment for some people, for over 150,000 people in Maryland, it's a devastating medical condition.
We're getting calls. He's stealing money from the kids. We've lost everything. Is it possible that my husband has a gambling addiction?
Are you at risk? Call the Maryland Center on Problem Gambling Helpline, 1-800-GAMBLER. We can help. I bet you didn't know that gambling is an addiction for some people. In fact, over 150,000 in Maryland are problem gamblers. They really need help because with this devastating gambling addiction, they could lose their families, homes, everything. With more casinos and table games, the risk of this addiction increases. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call the Maryland Center on Problem Gambling Helpline, 1-800-GAMBLER, or go to mdproblemgambling.com. We can help.
Problem Gambling Helpline.
I just can't seem to stop this thing. I owe money to everyone. It's taken over my whole life, and I just can't see a way out.
While gambling is entertainment for some people, for over 150,000 people in Maryland, it's a devastating medical condition.
Is there such a thing as a gambling addiction?
Are you at risk? Call the Maryland Center on Problem Gambling Helpline, 1-800-GAMBLER, or go to mdproblemgambling.com. We can help.
I can't believe it. I lost my house, my wife, my family, and my job. Everything.
If you or someone you know has tried but can't stop gambling, you should know that problem gambling could be an addiction.
While gambling is entertainment for some people, for over 150,000 people in Maryland, it's a devastating medical condition.
Are you at risk? Call the Maryland Center on Problem Gambling Helpline, 1-800-GAMBLER, or go to mdproblemgambling.com. We can help.
Nicotine, cadmium, benzene, ammonia, arsenic, formaldehyde, hydrogen cyanide, carbon monoxide. These are just a few of the 7,000 chemicals that can be traced from cigarettes. Tobacco-related deaths are expected to rise to around 8 million annual deaths worldwide by the year 2030. Put down the cigarette and don't be one of those people.
I was just driving around minding my own business when it came out of nowhere. Suddenly, there were lights all around me. I'm like, they're coming for me. Yeah, it was crazy. I just never thought they'd find me, not out here. Next thing I know, a cop's giving me a ticket for not wearing a seatbelt. I couldn't believe it.
It doesn't matter who you are or where you drive. If you don't buckle up, you will get caught. Click it or ticket.
They're out there at night, watching, looking to make sure your seatbelt is buckled. Cops are cracking down on seatbelt violations like never before. It doesn't matter if it's broad daylight or in the dark of night. They're on the lookout. Buckle up every time you get into a vehicle, or you will get a ticket. Remember, they're out there watching. So buckle up day and night. Click it or ticket. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Transportation. From the crack of dawn to late at night, cops are on the lookout for seatbelt violations. It doesn't matter when or where you drive. Wear a seatbelt or you will get a ticket. Cops are cracking down like never before. So remember, always buckle up or you will get caught. Day and night. Click it or ticket.
on. Seatbelt on. Look, I can't put it on for you, and you know the cops are out there, right? If you don't wear your seatbelt, you get a ticket. Don't be an idiot. Who's a smart driver?
All across the country, cops are cracking down. Click it or ticket. Day and night. Paid for by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Hear that? That's the sound of a life being saved. And that's a whole carload of lives being saved. When you put on your seatbelt, you do more than obey the law. You increase your chances of surviving a crash by 50%, especially at night when you're 3 times more likely to crash. That's why Delaware police are cracking down on unbelted drivers and passengers with patrols and checkpoints both day and night. Are we serious about seatbelt safety? You bet we are. Click it or ticket.
Brought to you by the Delaware Office of Highway Safety.
Get this. Joey and me were supposed to go to this concert next week, right? But then something terrible happened. Joey was driving without a seatbelt. But he didn't wreck. No, he got pulled over. Now Joey has to pay for a seatbelt ticket instead of a concert ticket, and I have to go by myself. How lame is that? So Joey, if you're out there, you're an idiot. Wear your seatbelt or you'll get a ticket.
All across the country, cops are cracking down. Click it or ticket. Day and night. Paid for by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
In Louisiana, we love our pickup trucks, but for some reason, a lot of truck drivers aren't buckling up. Seatbelts save lives, especially in pickup trucks. Across the state, cops are cracking down like never before. If you don't wear your seatbelt in your truck, you will get caught. So buckle up in your truck and make sure all passengers buckle up too, front and back seats, day and night. It's the law. Brought to you by the Louisiana Highway Safety Commission and Destination Zero Deaths.
Drivers and bicyclists both have the right to be on the road and travel safely. And when we're on the road together, safety is a shared responsibility. State law requires drivers to maintain at least 3 feet of clearance when passing bicyclists. And bicyclists should always ride with the direction of traffic and follow all traffic signals. It's safer. It's courteous. It's the law. A message from the Regional Planning Commission Pedestrian and Bicycle Program. When vehicles and people collide, pedestrians lose. And since all drivers are pedestrians at some point in the day, we have to work together to stay safe. When driving, give pedestrians a break, respect crosswalks, and always yield to people crossing the street. When walking, avoid distractions like music and texting, and always cross at crosswalks and intersections where motorists can see you. It's safer. It's courteous. It's the law. A message from the Regional Planning Commission Pedestrian and Bicycle Program.
Put your seatbelt on, strap yourself in, buckle up tight, when you go for a spin. No matter where you drive, if it's near or far, buckle up all the riders in your car. 'Cause it's the law, and if you're in violation, an officer won't be right there to give you a citation. Yes, they're stepping up enforcement, sending out more police, 'cause Texas wants you in one piece. Put your seatbelt on, strap yourself in, buckle up tight, when you go for a spin.
Texas leads the nation in traffic deaths, and because of that, officers are out in force all over Texas issuing tickets for seatbelt violations. Seatbelts save lives, and they can also save you from a fine of up to $200. Click it or ticket. It's your choice. You pick it.
When you go for a spin.
Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
I'm like a vault. Secrets go in, they never come out. But I feel like I can trust you. You have kind eyes. Okay, I really shouldn't tell you this, but I know you won't tell anyone.
Save yourself from your drunk self. Switch to Dial Direct and you can get designated driver for only $20 a month. T's and C's apply. Dial Direct is an authorized financial services provider and supports responsible driving.
I'm not really much of a dancer, but this music is actually quite good.
I did do those 3 months of LA funk, modern dance, disco, hip-hop when I was 13. I bet I could still remember some of the moves.
Move over, people! Wash me warm! Now may be a good time to leave, but not a good time to drive. Save yourself from your drunk self. Switch to Dial Direct and you can get designated driver for only $20 a month. T's and C's apply. Dial Direct is an authorized financial services provider and supports responsible driving.
I can't believe I'm wearing a V-neck. I look like an immigrant. I look like a sexy tanned Italian immigrant. I can see you want to take a ride on the Italian stallion, baby. What ifs, baby? I don't need you because this stallion can ride himself, so hashtag yeah.
Now may be a good time to leave, but not a good time to drive. Save yourself from your drunk self. Switch to Dial Direct and you can get designated driver for only 20 Rand a month. T's and C's apply. Dial Direct is an authorized financial services provider and supports responsible driving.
Women scare me a little. But that redhead looks interesting. I think she's just winked at me. I'm in. Oh, so, baby, how about the red carpet treatment?
Now may be a good time to leave, but not a good time to drive. Save yourself from your drunk self. Switch to Dial Direct and you can get designated driver for only 20 Rand a month. T's and C's apply. Dial Direct is an authorized financial services provider and supports responsible driving.
If you and your friends are going out, don't forget to bring your decorated Dean of driving domination. You deserve a night of delicious dining, delightful dancing, or maybe even devilish drama. Just be sure to make one of your friends a DD. That's right, a designated driver. And when you choose your dependable delegate, remember to show your DD some love. Designated driver, because we all do deserve to arrive alive.
Brought to you by the Delaware Office of Highway Safety.
Before it happened, I trusted him. And now that's just out the window. I don't trust my dad anymore. Well, the first thing I knew was the fact that, you know, he was late in. That's what it started over. My mum was getting worried. And she made a point then of the fact that he took his car. So therefore, he can't be drinking. So where is he? Anyway, about 1 o'clock in the morning, she wakes me up. Says there's been an accident. So of course my first reaction was, you know, what's happened to my dad? Anyway, it turns out that he's alright. You don't go, I mean, what do I tell people, you know, they're all gonna know. All my friends at school, they're all gonna know about this. I've got a murdering dad, that's what they're gonna hear, that's what I'm gonna get. He's not the same man, I mean, I don't know what got into him that night. It's just not him.
Drinking and driving wrecks lives.
Debbie, it's me. I know it is. No, I'm not. I'm at the police station. Hang on, look. I knocked a man off his bike. Just listen, will ya? There was his thud. I looked in the mirror. I saw him on the ground. It was bad, Debs. I had to leave him to get an ambulance. Put the phone down and I just stood there. I didn't want to go back. Yeah, look, yeah, I've been at the Crown. Well, of course I did. I couldn't just leave him there. I'd only had a few. But it was enough. Can you come over? Please.
Drinking and driving wrecks lives.
The doctors won't even let me near her. All they'll say is her condition is stable. I don't even know what she looks like. She was just a blurred face in the windscreen. I've been out with the lads at lunchtime. You know, just for a few. All right, I didn't get much done that afternoon, but I was fine to drive home. That was hours later. I never saw her till she was right in front of me. She came out of nowhere. Oh, why won't they let me see her? I just want to help. Say I'm sorry. Do anything. I suppose they think I've done enough already.
Drinking and driving wrecks lives.
They were crossing the road again after getting off the bus, and this crazy car came from nowhere and just took Simon. And he was killed instantly, apparently. And I just knew when she said, "I'm sorry, will you come and sit down?" remember it so vividly. When the police came and told us that he had been charged, they just told us what an awful state he was in, and couldn't sleep and was having nightmares. He had a little boy of his own, aged 5. The best way I can describe it is that when I thought about what had happened, I preferred to be me than to be him, because I didn't think I could live myself with the idea that I'd killed a small child.
Drinking and driving wrecks lives.
He killed my son. It's true. I just wanted to answer yes to my boss. My son was sitting right beside me. I thought everything was fine. I didn't see it coming. I hit a truck while I was writing the letter E. E killed my son.
Every letter can kill. Don't text and drive. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
You killed me. I never thought it would end like this. I never thought it was dangerous. I just wanted to ask my friend, "How are you?" When I looked up, it was already too late. I crashed into a tree while I was writing the letter U. You killed me.
Every letter can kill. Don't text and drive. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Jay killed my brother. I still can't believe it. All I wanted was to tell my girlfriend, enjoy. My brother was with me. It all happened so fast. I lost control. I crashed into another car while I was writing the letter J. Jay killed my brother.
Every letter can kill. Don't text and drive. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Mark died last Tuesday. He died way too young. See, he was a passenger in a speeding car that went off the road. Just before Mark died, his last words were,
Keeping quiet can kill you. If they speed up, speak up. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Above a beautiful field, I'm flying with hundreds of birds. Before me stands a magnificent castle lit by 2 moons. I hear music from inside the castle and see a dragon breathing huge fireworks. I'm flying towards the castle when I swerve off the road and my car rolls several times before coming to a stop in a ditch.
The road is no place for dreams. Fatigue at the wheel is the 3rd cause of death on our roads. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
I'm at the seashore. I look up and see a sunset filled with shooting stars of every color. 2, 3, 5 zebras gallop along the beach. Before me, a radiant woman in a white dress emerges from the water. I walk slowly towards her. A horn blares and my car slams head-on into another car.
The road is no place for dreams. Fatigue at the wheel is the 3rd cause of death on our roads. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
David took his car to work. As he drove off, he just missed a backing up onto the street. A little further, he didn't see a sign and went straight through an intersection. Then he barely avoided it, riding along the bike path. And just as he was about to reach the office, David hit a young running across the street after his ball. When you're texting, you don't know what's on the road. Don't text and drive. A message from la Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Well, I mean, that's what he said.
Oh, all right.
Hi there, what can I get you?
I'll have a collapsed lung with a skull fracture.
Okay, and you?
A prison sentence?
2 years or 5?
5.
If you drink, don't drive. A message from la Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Hey!
Awesome, you guys made it! So what can I get you?
Oh, I'll have a 6-inch scar running down my cheek.
How about you?
A spinal fracture with paralysis.
If you drink, don't drive. A message from la Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Going out for a drink can be a good way to meet friends. It can be a good way to meet colleagues, or even to meet the love of your life. It can also be a good way to meet another driver, a police officer, a lawyer, a judge, a bailiff, and a prison guard. It's all tied to one decision. If you drink, don't drive. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
You still mad at me? Babe?
Slow down, you're driving too fast.
Oh, you're right. Hey, you spoke. Does that mean you're not mad anymore?
Sometimes you don't have the choice to speak.
Honey?
If they speed up, speak up. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Could you slow down, please?
Okay. You lose. You spoke first. You'll have to do the dishes for a month.
I know.
Sometimes you don't have the choice to speak. If they speed up, speak up. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
On January 30th, 1948, Gandhi died for his message of peace and nonviolence. On April 4th, 1968, Martin Luther King died for his message of desegregation. On November 27, 1978, Harvey Milk died for his message of respect for gay rights. On May 17, 2014, Julie Dubé died for her message, "Did you rent the movie?" Don't risk your life for a trivial message. Don't text and drive. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec. On May 30th, 1431, Joan of Arc died for her message of courage. On November 3rd, 1793, Olympe de Gouges died for her message of women's liberation. On April 15th, 1865, Abraham Lincoln died for his message against slavery. On June 2nd, 2014, David Boivin died for his message, "What are we eating tonight?" Don't risk your life for a trivial message. Don't text and drive. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Introducing the all-new 2015 Pedestrian, equipped with 6 airbags in the event of a collision. 2 on the forehead, 2 on the arms, and 2 on the legs for added peace of mind. And on top of its anti-collision system, the new Pedestrian is also equipped with dual side impact steel bars to ensure head-to-toe accident protection. Pedestrians aren't protected like cars and have no chance against one. Be careful. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
I was going to my friend's place when my car crashed into a lamppost. Now I'm blind dating a guy, and I hope he's the one.
Buckle up, stay alive. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
I was driving my sister home last night when another car smashed into mine. I turned around and saw my sister die, laughing at our father trying to breakdance at her prom.
Buckle up, stay alive. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
I was on my way back from downtown when an SUV hit my car. Now I'm paralyzed by fear at getting down on one knee and proposing to my girlfriend.
Buckle up, stay alive. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
A Grand Cru from the Bordeaux region, Chateau Tauillac combines Cabernet Franc and Merlot varieties. This full-bodied red has pleasing floral and spicy notes, a complex nose, and a long finish. Amateurs and connoisseurs alike will enjoy savoring this fine wine. Like my mom, who now has a criminal record and can't travel with us anymore.
If you drink, don't drive. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Brewed with passion for over 400 years, according to the traditional Irish method, McClittish beer has plenty of character and finesse, a perfect blend of bitterness and sweet caramel. Every drop of this irresistible red ale goes down so smooth that my dad lost his driver's license and can't pick me up at school anymore.
If you drink, don't drive. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
On the road, in my car, I'm on my way back home. Even though I'm exhausted and the path is long before I can kiss my wife and son. Behind the wheel, I think of them, and I keep going. I keep going.
Stop before fatigue stops you. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Riding my car to join my girls at the beach. I'm so tired, I can hardly drive, but I don't want to miss a second sun telling me head to toe. I'll be the queen of the coast, the sovereign of the shore. So I'm still rolling, roll back.
Stop before fatigue stops you. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Hey.
Hi.
Bad news.
What?
I called the store. The lamp's been sold.
You're kidding.
No.
What a drag.
I know. It was perfect.
Yeah.
Got another gift idea?
A nice tea set.
Excuse me, who are you?
The driver of the truck.
What truck?
The truck you'll hit in a second.
Don't let an accident interrupt your conversation. Don't text and drive. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Hey, sweetie.
Hi, hon.
How's it going?
Good, you?
Great. So, how was your day?
Not bad. You?
Okay. Want to watch a movie tonight?
Good idea.
What do you want to see?
A princess movie.
Huh? Who are you?
The little girl on the bike.
What little girl on the bike?
The little girl on the bike you're about to hit.
Don't let an accident interrupt your conversation. Don't text and drive. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
I've just been told that I'll never walk again.
LOL.
The impact on my spine was too brutal. There's nothing the doctors can do.
LOL.
I remember lying on the road. I couldn't feel my legs.
LOL.
I was hit by a car because the driver was texting
LOL.
to his friend.
When you text and drive, you just don't care about the consequences. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Scalpel.
My name is Emma. I'm 92 years old.
Clamp.
And today is my last day.
Hang on, Emma.
I've had a good life, full of joy and love. I'm now leaving peacefully in my home, surrounded by my loved ones.
We've lost her.
That's what I would have said if I wasn't killed today at the age of 7. Hit by a car driving just a little too fast.
You'll have a whole life on your conscience. No speeding, no remorse. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
If you've used marijuana, don't drive, because marijuana slows down your reaction time.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No way.
Yes way.
Does not.
Does too.
No.
Yes, marijuana slows down reaction time. A message from la Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
No.
Talking to you is hard. I can only do one thing at a time ever since I did 2 things at once. Text or drive. You decide. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Phone, can I drive and text at the same time?
Let me check. The time is now 11:48 a.m.
See? Even the phone thinks the question isn't worth answering. Text or drive. You decide. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Well, you have a fractured pelvis and a perforated lung, but you'll make it.
Doc, when my girlfriend gets here, can you say I did it skateboarding?
You won't want anyone to know, because everyone knows it's stupid to text and drive. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Hey, it's Jill. I can't come into the office for a while. I'm in the hospital. I had an accident while I was, on the trampoline.
You won't want anyone to know, because everyone knows it's stupid to text and drive. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Mike thinks that driving high is nowhere near as bad as driving drunk.
Obviously.
Okay, Mike. So is getting stopped by the police, being taken to the station, appearing in court, losing your license and getting a criminal record nowhere near as bad as getting stopped by the police, being taken to the station, appearing in court, losing your license and getting a criminal record?
What?
Alcohol or drugs at the wheel? Same deal. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Get out of the car, quick, do it to see if the kid you just hit while choosing this specific song is still alive or now is gone.
Your phone or the road, you decide. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Hey everyone, in today's story, I'm going to show you how to make your own headboard. First, cut out the wood frame in the shape you want. Attach the padding to the panel, then cut carefully along the shape of the board. After that, place the covering on top of the padding, just like that, and staple it to the back of the panel. Alright, thanks for watching my video. Make sure to remain conscious until the first responders arrive after your car crash.
Your phone or the road, you decide. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
This weekend, you'll probably be on the road. You'll be visiting friends and family or simply getting away for a few days. This weekend, you'll be one of over 1 million drivers on Quebec roads. And it's more important than ever that you reduce your speed. Don't let impatience or overconfidence wreck your life and the lives of others. Think about slowing down. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
If you take cannabis, you risk losing your inhibitions. If you take the wheel afterwards, you risk losing control, even losing your life. If you take drugs or drink alcohol, don't drive. It's not worth the risk. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
If you take cannabis, you risk being silly. If you drive afterwards, you risk being taken into police custody. If you take drugs or drink alcohol, don't drive. It's not worth the risk. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
If you drink with friends, you risk losing your inhibitions. If you take the wheel afterwards, you risk losing control, even losing your life. If you drink alcohol or take drugs, don't drive. It's not worth the risk. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
If you drink with friends, you risk being hungover. If you drive after drinking, you risk being taken into police custody. If you drink alcohol or take drugs, don't drive. It's not worth the risk. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Mon nom, c'est Élodie, j'ai 28 ans, je suis célibataire et je suis passionnée de plein air. Je travaille sur un chantier routier.
Mon nom, c'est Simon, j'ai 31 ans, je suis célibataire, j'aime vraiment la nature et je suis chirurgien à l'urgence.
Moi, c'est Lucie, j'ai 38 ans. Je suis souvent distraite au volant, puis je vais provoquer leur rencontre.
Parce que vous pourriez blesser ou tuer quelqu'un. Dans les zones de chantier routier, levez le pied, ouvrez l'œil. Un message de la Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Je m'appelle Rémi, j'ai 32 ans. Je suis célibataire, puis ma cuisine préférée, c'est l'italienne. Je travaille sur un chantier routier.
Je m'appelle Julie, j'ai 33 ans. Je suis célibataire, j'adore tout ce qui est italien et je suis ambulancière.
Moi, c'est Martin. J'ai 45 ans. Je suis bien pressé, puis je vais provoquer leur rencontre.
Parce que vous pourriez blesser ou tuer quelqu'un. Dans les zones de chantier routier, levez le pied, ouvrez l'œil. Un message de la Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Selon une étude récemment publiée dans le Journal of Consumer Behavior menée par le Dr Bobby McPherson du département des sciences psychologiques et comportementales de l'Université de Birmingham en Angleterre, il semblerait que le monde tripe sur les rabais. C'est pourquoi, chez Auberson, nous avons décidé de vous offrir 40% de rabais sur les équipements de ski et planches à neige de l'année dernière. La science a parlé. Auberson, les bons skis au meilleur prix. Au quartier 10-30 à Laval et en ligne.
T'as bien beau mettre le son dans le fond en tapant dans le front. T'as bien beau. T'as bien beau jouer des grosses tunes sales, même un peu de métal. T'as bien beau. T'as bien beau descendre toutes les vitres, marcher ta gomme vite, yeah! T'as bien beau. T'as bien beau.
T'as bien beau, mais ça te réveillera pas pour autant. Quelle que soit l'heure, au volant, méfie-toi de la fatigue. Un message de la Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Vous parlez... c'est difficile. Je peux seulement faire une chose à la fois. Depuis que j'en ai fait 2 en même temps. Texter ou conduire. Faut choisir. Un message de la Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Je suis un véhicule lourd.
Je suis une voiture.
Je pèse 40 000 kilos.
Je pèse 1200 kilos.
Je roule sur l'autoroute.
Je roule juste à côté de toi.
Je te vois pas.
Moi, je te vois.
Je vais changer de voie.
Ben non, je suis juste à côté.
Oui, mais je te vois pas.
Je suis juste à côté.
Je te vois vraiment pas.
Je suis juste à côté.
Vous ne faites pas le poids. Les véhicules lourds ont de nombreux angles morts. S'il vous plaît, gardez vos distances. Un message de la Société de l'assurance automobile du Québec.
Je suis sur la route du retour. Je suis un peu fatiguée, mais je suis encore capable de rouler sans problème. Je suis presque rendue, je vais continuer. Ils m'ont annoncé que je vais rester paralysée.
Avant d'en perdre des bouts, arrêtez-vous pour vous reposer. Un message de la Société de l'assurance automobile du Québec.
Même si je suis fatigué, je vais continuer de rouler C'est difficile, mais là, je pense que ça va être le cas. Mais j'arrive dans vraiment pas. J'ai frappé quelqu'un.
Avant d'en perdre des bouts, arrêtez-vous pour vous reposer. Un message de la Société de l'assurance automobile du Québec.
Allô? Salut. Mauvaise nouvelle.
Quoi?
J'ai appelé au magasin, la lampe est vendue.
Tu me niaises.
Non.
Ah, c'est poche.
Mais elle était parfaite.
Ouais.
Une autre idée de cadeau?
Un beau kit pour faire du thé.
Excusez, vous êtes qui, vous?
Le chauffeur du camion.
Quel camion?
Le camion que tu vas frapper dans une seconde.
Un accident, ça interrompt une conversation. Au volant, on ne texte pas. Un message de la Société de l'assurance automobile du Québec.
Allô, mon amour?
Salut, chérie.
Ça va?
Ça va. Toi?
Oui. Puis ta journée au travail?
Pas pire. Toi?
Correct. On regarde un film ce soir?
Bonne idée.
T'aimerais voir quoi?
Un film de princesse?
T'es qui, toi?
La petite fille à vélo.
Quelle petite fille à vélo?
La petite fille à vélo que tu vas frapper maintenant.
Un accident, ça interrompt une conversation. Au volant, on ne texte pas. Un message de la Société de l'assurance automobile du Québec.
Don't advertise your car to thieves. Keep it safe, keep it hidden, keep it locked. For more information, visit homeoffice.gov.uk. Let's keep crime down. Don't advertise your house to burglars. Keep it safe. Keep it locked. For more information, visit homeoffice.gov.uk. Let's keep crime down.
Banks? Well, they aren't what they were in the old days, are they? Air conditioning, cups of coffee, fancy leather sofas, and them cash points. Incredible. It's amazing what you can get from them. I don't even have a bank account, right, but the other day I got a mobile, a leather jacket and a brand new sports bag. Of course, the bloke at the cash point whose car I got them from won't have been too happy, but that's the difference with banks. They remember to lock them up.
Whenever you leave your car, lock your car. Don't give them an easy ride.
Advice from the Home Office.
People are so lazy, aren't they? Can't believe it. Can't be bothered to walk 500 yards when they can drive. Can't be bothered to use a steering wheel when they park. Funny. Anything for an easy life, I suppose. Certainly makes my life easier, I know that much.
Make your car more secure. Don't give them an easy ride. Crime. Let's bring it down.
Hey, have you seen those blokes driving around on a Saturday night in their clapped-out, souped-up motors? Alloy wheels, bit of a spoiler, and one of them massive stickers saying, "I've got a great big stereo, come and get me, ladies." Classy. Nah, I prefer something a bit more subtle, expensive yet understated. I mean, if you've got a decent sound system in your car, let it speak for itself. Just leave it on show. Then I can smash your window and have it.
Secure your stereo. Don't give them an easy ride.
Advice from the Home Office.
Sorry about the delay, ladies and gentlemen. We're just waiting for a signal, then we can leave the station.
While you wait, those of you in carriage 2 will notice the man falling asleep towards the front. He's got a brand new MP3 player sticking out of his top pocket, and I really don't think he'd notice if someone pinched it. Right, we're ready to go now. Stand clear of the doors. Don't advertise your MP3 player to thieves. Keep it safe. Keep it hidden. For more information, visit homeoffice.gov.uk. Let's keep crime down.
I'm the sort of bloke that likes to take pride in his appearance, not like the rest of the scumbags around here. Look at them, with their fake designer goods. George Armani, Timmy Holfinger. Look at the state of them. No, it's nothing but the real thing for me, mate. Like this jacket. I saw it in a window up at the high street. Couldn't help myself. I had to have it. So what if it was on the back seat of some bloke's car? No point spending money if you don't have to, is there?
Keep your stuff out of sight. Don't give them an easy ride.
Advice from the Home Office.
Hello? I know it's late and I'm sorry to wake everybody up, but I've just got home after a long day at work and I wanted to point out that I've left my mobile and jacket on the back seat of my car. You're all more than welcome to take them. Just keep the noise down.
Don't advertise your car to thieves. Keep it safe. Keep it hidden. Keep it locked. For more information, visit homeoffice.gov.uk. Let's keep crime down.
Hiya! Hey, I bet you're wondering what's in my brand new laptop bag. A brand new laptop! Me and my mates tend to avoid the student union on Monday because it's 70s night. So we drink here instead. And I always leave my bag under a chair, like a plonker, while we go off and play pool. Oh, and guess what? My phone's in the side pocket too. Just grab it while I'm in the bog.
Don't advertise your stuff to thieves. Keep it safe, keep it hidden. Visit homeoffice.gov.uk. Let's keep crime down.
Right, which one, Pet?
Pump 3, please, love.
I'm sorry.
Pump 3? Red Estate, you know, she'll be about 20 quid.
You're having a laugh, aren't you?
No, I just won't pay for my petrol.
I'm sorry, mate, but there's no car at Pump 3.
You what? Oh, fuck.
It only takes a few seconds to steal a car, if you leave it unlocked. Don't give them an easy ride. Crime. Let's bring it down.
OK, don't forget to leave your holiday projects at the front desk before you go. Not so fast, Sally. Where's yours?
It was nicked, sir.
Yes, very good, Sally. I suppose that was after your dog ate it and you were abducted by aliens, correct?
No, sir. I just left it in my bag, in the back of my mum's car.
Leave anything on display in your car, and a thief could think it's valuable. Don't give them an easy ride. Crime. Let's bring it down.
And it's ready with a shot. Listen, everybody. Listen, I'd like to say that I am much more concerned about being a goal down, right, than I am about my camera phone that I left on the bar 5 minutes ago. If you fancy taking it, be my guest.
Don't advertise your phone to thieves. Keep it safe. Keep it hidden. For more information, visit homeoffice.gov.uk. Let's keep crime down.
Hello! If anyone's interested in stealing my MP3 player and my mobile, check this out. I'll be larging it like always at the student union tonight. Afterwards, I'll stop for a kebab. I'll be the one making a right brat out of myself by paying with a check. Then instead of getting the night bus, I'll stagger back to the halls on me top. Come and help yourselves! I'll have my stereo on full blast, so I have a clue what's happening. Ta-ra!
Don't advertise your stuff to thieves. Keep it safe, keep it hidden. Visit homeoffice.gov.uk. Let's keep crime down.
Are you listening to this on your car radio? You know, one of those removable ones. Aren't they fantastic? Just push a button and hey presto, it's out and in your hand. Safe and sound. Makes life really easy. Of course, I've still got to smash the car window to get at them. But you can't have everything, can you?
Car stereos are stolen in nearly a quarter of all thefts from cars. Think about it. Don't give them an easy ride. Crime. Let's bring it down.
Are you looking to walk off with the best deals in town? Here at Dave's, I've gone balmy with unbeatable offers on everything from music and hi-fi to mobile phones and laptops. So hurry down to my blue hatchback. Yes, my blue hatchback. It's parked just outside my house on Gloucester Road, only 5 minutes from the town centre.
Leave valuables on display in your car, and you're asking for trouble. Don't give them an easy ride. Crime. Let's bring it down.
You and me, we have an opportunity, and we really cool. Don't call me baby. You got some number, baby.
Secure your car stereo.
Don't call me baby.
You'll miss it when it's gone. Don't give them an easy ride. Crime. Let's bring it down.
No, I'm not a big fan of shopping. It gets on my nerves. You know, too many people, too many crowds bumping you left, right and centre. Does me head in. It makes me nervous. Some days, I won't get much further than the car park. At least it's quieter there. Nah, shopping's a mug's game. Especially when there's enough people leaving stuff on the car seats. Bang, and I'm in. Yeah, it's much nicer to pick up things when there's nobody around.
Keep your stuff out of sight. Don't give them an easy ride.
Advice from the Home Office.
I love this car. I just got it. Decent stereo, spoiler, alloys, lots of grunts under the bonnet. Listen to that engine. 1.6 turbo. Could have been made for me. Well, with no immobiliser, I suppose you could say it was. See you around.
Make your car more secure. Don't give them an easy ride. Crime. Let's bring it down.
Pubs, I love them. Nice atmosphere, a few beers, and the women, I can't help myself. Take this bird last night. Classy dresser, keys to a flash motor poking out of her bag, very tidy. You see, it's easier to approach a lady when she's nice and relaxed, right? So I've waited till she's having a laugh and a joke and swiped her car keys. Sorted. There's nothing like letting a lady take me home.
Keep an eye on your keys. Don't give them an easy ride.
Advice from the Home Office.
Hiya! If you fancy a free TV and a CD player, get down to the Scruffy Student House at Keppel Road. The landlord's too cheap to fit proper locks, and I'm too dozy to remember to close my windows. I go home most weekends to get softly with my boyfriend, and I never leave a light on because we're in arrears on the letting. So that'd be a great time to break in. Have fun! Bye!
Don't advertise your house to burglars. Keep it safe, keep it hidden, keep it locked. Visit homeoffice.gov.uk. Let's keep crime down.
Hey, come here. Have a look at this. I got myself one of those new flash WAP phones, haven't I? Look, email, internet. It's even got some games. It's a lovely piece of kit. Picked it up in the high street, couldn't resist it. Well, the bloke shouldn't have left his car door open, should he?
10% of all thefts from cars happen when they're unlocked. Don't give them an easy ride. Crime. Let's bring it down.
Alan Jones, consultant.
When adults are hit by cars, they usually have damage to their legs. With a child, they will tend to have more pelvic injuries, but because they're fairly elastic, bones bend, they tend not to break. The energy from the impact is transmitted to organs like the liver and the spleen. They will rupture and bleed into the abdomen.
Always drive carefully. Think. Ian Busby, accident investigator.
Nothing upsets any of us more than seeing the impact on the inside of a vehicle, on the inside of a windscreen, where a child has come through from the back seat. And when you get to speak to the family afterwards, they say to you, well, he always screams when we put him in his child seat.
Rear seat passengers should always wear a seatbelt. Think.
John Webb, and I'm a police accident investigator. They were only travelling at 30 miles an hour. The car mounted the footpath and hit a lamppost. The rear passenger was not wearing his seatbelt. He hit the rear of her seat with such force that it squashed her into her front passenger footwell. The first people who attended the scene weren't aware that she was there. His inactions caused her death.
Does anyone in your car still travel without a seatbelt? Think.
Tony Price, I'm the Chief Inspector in West Mercia Police. A driver who was very tired, but was pushing on, drove down the hard shoulder thinking it was lane 1 and collided with the rear of a vehicle that was stopped. You don't often get people come along and say, well, I'm sorry, I was tired, I fell asleep. But I think after 2 hours driving, we all begin to feel the effects, and it's always wise then to stop somewhere safe and have a proper rest.
Tiredness can kill. Take a break. Think.
Tony Price, I'm the Chief Inspector in West Mercia Police. We all know the signs of tiredness in ourselves when we're driving. We find it very difficult to concentrate. Once you become tired and fatigued, your attention is not on the road and the car will begin to wander, and it's then quite a lethal weapon. The collision will be the first point at which they actually even become aware that things are going wrong, and by then, of course, it's too late.
Tiredness can kill. Take a break. Think.
Tony Price, I'm the Chief Inspector in West Mercia Police. It was as he was travelling along the motorway that he began to feel tired, there's no doubt about that. Drivers afterwards reported having seen his car weaving from lane to lane. He carried on over the embankment, the car flipped over and landed on its roof very heavily, and he was killed. It was simply tiredness. He thought he could get home and he couldn't.
Tiredness can kill. Take a break. Think.
Paul Bennett, PC 218, attached to Euston Traffic Garage. During the summer months, it's quite easy to get carried away, not realising how much alcohol you're actually drinking. You can sit outside in a nice pub garden and drink. You drink over a greater period of time, and you forget how much you've been drinking. And it's all that sort of thing that sort of all go into a mishmash and make a recipe for disaster.
Drink drivers kill more people in August than at Christmas. Think.
Paul Bennett, PC 218, attached to Euston Traffic Garage. They tend to be short journeys, just popping down the pub, just popping home. It was a Sunday afternoon. As they come down to the bottom of the hill, the car had lost control, mounted the pavement, hit the tree and turned over. The young man in the back was dead. Everything was taken over by the drink, and before they know it, something that affects the rest of their lives happened. Awful.
Drink drivers kill more people in August than at Christmas. Think.
I decided to travel overnight. I'd done a full day's work. There wasn't that much traffic about on the Friday night, and got to about 1 o'clock in the morning. And I remember entering the dual carriageway section, and the next thing I remember is landing on the other side of the roundabout. The fact of it landing woke me up, and I realised that but for a bit of good fortune, we could have all been dead.
Tiredness can kill. Take a break. Think.
Hi, this is Boy George, hoping someone loves you this Christmas and asking you please not to drink and drive.
Think. Think.
PC John Spencer, Senior Accident Investigator. At 35 miles an hour, a vehicle striking a pedestrian will cause some quite traumatic injuries. It's quite likely that person will die. At 30 miles an hour, a vehicle will obviously be able to stop in a lot shorter distance, and the accident may not have happened at all.
Driving too fast is one of the biggest factors behind accidents on our roads. How often do you check your speed? Think.
Do you ever leave your home without closing the door? Of course you don't. You make sure it's safe and secure. Isn't it just as important to make sure your child's seat is safe and secure every time you drive? Think about it. There's so much more at risk. So, at the start of every journey, take the time to check the seat is correctly and tightly fitted and that your child is safely strapped in. If you need advice, speak to your local authority road safety officer. Think.
You're probably not driving much faster than the speed limit, are you? Well, you are busy and you've got things to do. After all, You're only keeping up with the other traffic on the road, and that small bit of extra speed will help get that car behind you off your tail, or save a precious minute or two off your journey, or run someone over, possibly kill them. The average distance it takes to stop suddenly at 35 miles per hour is 21 feet further than at 30. Think, do you need to slow down? So many car accidents are caused by the driver falling asleep. When you start to turn the radio up, wind down the window for that gust of fresh air, feel your eyelids getting heavier or that drifting feeling, you're in danger. Recognize these symptoms. Think, take a break, and be safe.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?
Whatever speed you're travelling at, there should always be at least a 2-second gap between you and the car in front.
A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do.
How you time the 2 seconds is up to you. Simply watch the car in front pass a fixed point like a bridge or a tree.
Good things come to those who wait.
Recite a phrase that lasts 2 seconds and make sure you've finished before your car passes the same point. You'll need to say it twice in wet or icy conditions.
Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. Friends, Romans, countrymen.
Think. Always leave a 2-second gap.
3-point safety belts, ABS anti-lock braking, impact-absorbing airbags. There are some road users who don't have the advantage of this technology.
Easy.
A horse and its rider have less protection than other road users, so think. Slow down as you pass, give them plenty of room and be ready to stop. Remember, sounding your horn or revving your engine can scare a horse and could cause a serious accident. Think. Slow down for horses.
We learnt about the Egyptians. I like to do multiplication. We had to cut out some shapes. I like writing my book.
Your child learns a lot at school, but have they learned the difference between the road and the pavement?
We had to draw an alien.
Do they understand the dangers of traffic?
I made a house.
Do they know how to cross the road safely?
We can go on to the computer.
With over 3,000 children killed or seriously injured on our roads every year, there's one thing you can help your child learn, and that's basic road sense. Call 0870 1226 236 for a free leaflet. Think. Road sense should be part of growing up. Road sense should be part of growing up. Call 0870 1226 236 for a free leaflet. Think. Help keep children safe.
Ah, Christmas, a special time of year. A time for carol singers, roasted chestnuts and hot mince pies. A time for mistletoe and mulled wine. A time for enjoying a drink or two with friends. Then getting into the car and driving home. And just slightly misjudging that bend. And mounting the curb and killing a pedestrian. Such a special time of year.
Drinking and driving is one Christmas tradition we could all do without. Think.
Everyone knows the signs of tiredness when they're driving. Maybe you're starting to feel it now. It's hard to concentrate and your eyelids become heavy. But turning up the radio or winding down the window won't help you stay awake. You should take a break every 2 hours. And if you do become tired, the best thing is to stop somewhere safe, have a caffeinated drink, and if possible, take a 15-minute nap. Think. Take a break.
If you're in your car and a child ran out in front of you right now, could you stop? Think. Slow down. At only 5 miles an hour over the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, it takes another 21 feet to stop. Think. Slow down.
Are you still driving? Listen, have you tried opening the window to keep yourself awake? It doesn't work. Think. Tiredness kills. Take a proper break.
We've all got to die sometime. And what better way to go than to die in your sleep? Warm, comfortable, your favourite piece of music playing, your family by your side, the steering wheel slipping loosely through your fingers as your car veers gently across the lane at 70 miles an hour, onto the soft verge, and straight into a concrete bridge.
If you're driving long distances this holiday, plan ahead to allow enough time to take regular breaks. Think. Don't drive tired. I first realised that people couldn't see my brother when he was 16. And you'd think not being seen would be fun, you know, the things you could get away with, but basically it scares me and Mum to death every time he leaves the house. If people can't see him, he might get knocked down by a car or something. So if you're out there driving now, please watch out for him. He tries to make himself seen by wearing a yellow jacket. His name's John. He rides a motorbike. Think. Look out for bikes.
It's rush hour.
Oh, come on.
This is Tom. Tom is stuck in traffic and is late for work. And this is Mark. Mark never gets stuck in traffic. Tom has seen a gap in the other lane.
Here we go.
He looks in his mirrors, indicates and pulls out. Mark hasn't expected Tom to change lanes. Tom can't see Mark because he's in his blind spot. Tom didn't look over his shoulder.
I didn't see him. I didn't see him. I didn't see him. Came out of nowhere.
Drivers, riders, think. Look out for each other.
The World Cup may have an early start, but don't forget, 2,000 people are breathalyzed every day throughout the day. Think. Don't drink and drive. Anytime.
Good morning, sir. So, how many pints have you managed this morning?
About 70 or 80, so...
Right, if you'd like to step out of the float, please, sir.
What are you doing? Ow! The Rugby World Cup matches start early, but remember that 2,000 people are breathalyzed every day throughout the day. Think. Don't drink and drive. Anytime.
You're 4 times more likely to have a road accident when you're on a mobile phone. You're 4 times more likely to have a road accident when you're on a mobile phone. You're 4 times more likely to have a road accident when you're on a mobile phone. You're 4 times more likely to have a road accident when you're on a mobile phone. It's hard to concentrate on 2 things at the same time. Think. Switch your mobile off when you drive.
Dodgy and corrupt.
Have you been banned for drink driving? Are you getting your license back soon? Are you looking for motor insurance? Then look no further than Dodgy and Corrupt Unregulated. Call us now.
Dodgy and corrupt. Vicky speaking. How can I help?
Drinking and driving? You won't find a more expensive policy guaranteed.
Dodgy and corrupt. Think of us when you drive and drink.
If you've been convicted of drinking and driving, your insurance could triple. Think. Don't drink and drive.
Do you need to borrow a load of cash fast? Maybe you've got a huge credit card bill. Maybe you've got the mafia after you. Or perhaps you've been fined for drink driving and you've been turned down by every bank in the high street. Then simply call Fly-By-Night Finance. We've helped dozens of desperate people with previous credit problems. And if you pay us back in 2 weeks, we won't send the boys round. Fly-By-Night Finance, when you're really desperate. Typical example, borrow £5,000 over 14 days. APR 99% variable, 14 days at 353.57. Total payable £9,950. Unlicensed lenders and credit brokers.
If you drink and drive, you could be looking at a £5,000 fine. Think. Don't drink and drive.
I was a computer software salesman, doing 1,000 miles a week in my company car. When I lost my license, badjobs.co.uk sorted me out with a new job on a maggot farm.
I used to work for a fabric designers, driving between London and our nationwide suppliers. When I lost my license, badjobs.co.uk found me a new position. Now I'm a false teeth polisher.
For a career move in the wrong direction, log on to badjobs.co.uk.
It's
a terrible job.
But someone's got to do it.
If you're convicted of drink driving, you'll lose your license instantly for 12 months. Think. Don't drink and drive.
Funny Places motorway services, they sell some really odd things, like polo shirts. Well, it stands to reason, doesn't it? Why go to Bond Street when you could nip up the motorway to Effley Buckham Services? Another thing the services are good for is taking a break. Up to 20% of motorway crashes are caused by drivers falling asleep at the wheel, so it's a good idea to take a break at least every 2 hours. You could get me a polo shirt while you're there. Lilac, 44 chest. Think. Don't drive tired. The power nap. Remember that? From the 80s, like shoulder pads and red braces. But the power nap could be useful for all of us. Up to 20% of motorway crashes are caused by drivers falling asleep at the wheel. So, if you get drowsy while driving, the best thing to do is find somewhere safe to stop, have a coffee and a nap for 15 minutes while the caffeine kicks in. It won't turn you into an oil baron, but it might keep you alive, and that can't be bad. Think. Don't drive tired. Which song do you fancy at your funeral? Probably not something you want to think about yet. No reason why you should. Unless you're the kind of person who likes to drive long distances without taking a break. Up to 20% of motorway crashes are caused by drivers falling asleep at the wheel. So, it's a good idea to plan ahead and take a break every couple of hours. Of course, you may prefer not to plan to stop before you start, in which case I'd recommend my way for the funeral. Think. Don't drive tired.
Cash to hand, so to more. Love to joke, flirt too much. Lift to take, walk to car. Smile to laugh, look too long. Shout to wait, just too late. Lights to blue, pull to side. Breath to check, take a ride. Drink to drive, find £2 grand. Pay the man, it's cash to hand. What will it take to stop you drink driving? Think. Only had a couple. Only a small misjudgment. Only just got stopped. Only had a little over the limit. Only a day in court. Only his mind's turning to other things, see. He's only just lost his licence now, and he's got to live with that. Only he's wishing, if only he hadn't. Only had a couple. What will it take to stop you drink driving? Think. So you end up doing time, and now there's time to kill. There was time to kill and you ain't smiling. Still, you only had two, so you drink and drive, and then you hit that girl. Now she ain't alive, and now you're killing time. And it's time to kill. What will it take to stop you drink driving? Think.
How do you think the police spot a drink driver? Is it because they drive with a window wide open to sharpen up? Is it because they drive slower than normal to keep under the speed limit? Is it because the driver is taking a long route home via the back streets? Actually, it's all of these, plus many more. And during the World Cup, the police know when and where drivers are most likely to drink. So if you're drinking, don't drive. Think.
My name's Bonnie, I'm an ambulance driver, and this is a recording I made while driving to a real emergency. Let's see if anyone can see me coming through. Yep, they've made room down the middle. Lights are green, and they've all signalled and moved over. Thank you. When you're driving and you see an emergency vehicle with its blue lights flashing and the siren sounding, pull over somewhere safe and signal so we know what you're doing. Remember to leave us a big enough gap to get through, and watch out, there may be more on their way.
Think. Help the emergency services to get through.
This is the sound of a car crashing at 35 miles an hour. Here it is again in slow motion. That strange sound is the passenger hitting the windscreen. That weird sound is his head fracturing. That crack is a leg breaking. And that's the sound of a seatbelt being fastened. Think. Always wear a seatbelt.
How many children do you think are killed or seriously injured in road accidents every week due to cars going too fast? 5? 10? 15? 19? The answer is 20. 20 children are killed or seriously injured in road accidents every week due to cars going too fast. Think. Slow down.
If your car crashes at 30 miles per hour, your seatbelt will stop you hurtling forwards at 30 miles per hour. But if you'd rather not use a seatbelt, you could always use the windscreen. Or you may prefer the dashboard. Another passenger is always an option. Or if you're thrown clear of the car, you've still got the old failsafe, the road. Think, front or back, always wear a seatbelt.
This is what a double-decker bus sounds like to a toddler. An 81-year-old woman with a hearing aid would hear this. A 16-year-old girl talking to her boyfriend on a mobile hears it like this.
Alright then, so I'll see you at Dan's party tonight.
Yeah, don't be late, I'll see you there.
Right.
Teenagers are 3 times more likely to be knocked down than toddlers or the elderly. Think. This is what a 30-ton truck sounds like to a toddler. This is what the same truck sounds like to a 75-year-old man with a hearing aid. And this is how it sounds to a 16-year-old wearing a personal stereo. Teenagers are 3 times more likely to be knocked down than toddlers or the elderly. Think.
This one's for all the fit girls in the club tonight. Who's having a good time out here? Somebody make some noise.
What ruins a great night out? It's rarely the DJ.
Who's feeling this?
It's certainly not the fit boys and girls. Just a couple of drinks can put you over the limit and you'll lose your licence, which could ruin any night out. Think. Don't drink and drive.
Okay, Richard Mills, I'm arresting you on suspicion of being over the drink-drive limit. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you do say may be taken down and given in evidence. You have the right to a 12-month ban. You have the right to swap your GTI for a micro-scooter. You have the right to have a little cry when no one's around. You have the right to grovel disgracefully to keep your job when the boss finds out. You have the right to punch the wall every time you hear "If I Could Turn Back Time" by Cher. You have the right to...
Even a couple could put you over the limit. Think. Don't drink and drive.
You're 4 times more likely to have a crash when you're on a mobile phone. You're 4 times more likely to have a crash when you're on a mobile phone. You're 4 times more likely to have a crash when you're on a mobile phone. It's hard to concentrate on 2 things at the same time. From December the 1st, it'll be illegal to use a handheld mobile phone when driving. Think. Switch it off before you drive. You're 4 times more likely to have a crash when you're on a mobile phone. You're 4 times more likely to have a crash when you're on a mobile phone. You're 4 times more likely to have a crash when you're on a mobile phone. It's hard to concentrate on 2 things at the same time. It's illegal to use a handheld mobile phone when driving. Think. Switch it off before you drive.
Hi mate, Andy. Yeah, just left the Solihull branch, yeah. Yeah, it went pretty well, yeah, they want 300 units, so, sorry? No, I'm headed down the M40. Where am I? Pretty much midway between Junction 12 and...
Junction 13, 2 cars overturned, southbound of the Werwick Services exit. 1 confirmed fatality, 2 criticals. Over.
Think. Switch off before you drive off.
Hello? Oh, hi Debs. Yeah, I've just dropped Jamie off at his swimming lesson. Honestly, the traffic was a nightmare. Sorry? Yeah. Well, we could meet up after I picked up...
The patient is a 7-year-old boy hit by a car, subdural hematoma, multiple fractures to femur and rib cage. OK, prep him for surgery.
Think. Switch off before you drive off.
Hello?
Mrs. Graham, it's Bob from Tyler Smith Builders. I'll be with you in an hour. I said I'll be with you in an hour. Sorry, reception's terrible. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me, mate? Hang on there. We'll get you out as quickly as we can. Talk to me. Come on, mate, stay with me now.
Think. Switch off before you drive off.
Hello? Oh, hiya, sorry, I lost you there. What were we saying? Oh, yeah, last night. What were you like? No, it was a brilliant evening. Gary, I know, he was absolutely...
Totally wrecked. The vehicle appears to have spun into oncoming traffic. Fire services are attempting to cut the passenger out now. Over.
Think. Switch off before you drive off.
You know when you're driving and you're tired and your head jerks up and you think, I nearly nodded off then. Maybe you did. It's called a micro-sleep. It might only last for 5 or 6 seconds. OK, you're on the motorway doing 70. How far would you go in 6 seconds? About 1/8 of a mile. Wake up to the problem.
When you're planning a journey, plan a rest stop at least every 2 hours. Think, don't drive tired.
Do you find that sometimes in meetings your head suddenly jerks up and you think, I nearly nodded off then? Well, you might have. It's called a micro-sleep. It may only last for 5 or 6 seconds, so you probably get away with it. But what if you've been driving? In 6 seconds on a motorway at 70 miles an hour, you'd have travelled about 1/8 of a mile. Would you have got away with it?
When you're planning a journey, plan a rest stop at least every 2 hours. Think, don't drive tired.
Are you in your car listening to this? Because if you are, I'm going to make a bet with you. And I'm pretty confident I'm going to win. Right, it goes, okay. I bet you're running late. All right, forget that. That one's too obvious. Okay, I bet someone's cut you up already today. No? Hang on. No, I know. No, this is the one. I bet you're driving too fast at this precise moment. If a child ran out in front of you now, could you stop? Think. Slow down.
Another drink, Tom? I can't, mate. I'm off to meet Rach. And? I've already had one and I'm driving, aren't I? Come on, mate. You're around. One more can't hurt.
One more might hurt. But I don't want him to leave until he buys me the drink he owes me.
All right. One more. But then I'm definitely going. Whatever you say, Tom. You're the man.
He won't be the man if he gets done by the police. But it's his licence, not mine. It's his problem.
Cheers.
Remember who's driving. Remember whose licence it is. Think. Don't drink and drive.
It's always tempting to drive faster than you need to on those quiet country roads. It's a beautiful day, the road is clear, and it's not as if you're breaking the speed limit. Well, maybe a bit. Or you're just driving a little too fast around that bend. Then you could end up like 323 other drivers and passengers did last year. Zipped up. In a body bag. You're 3 times more likely to die in a car crash on a rural road. Think.
This is the sound of a child being hit by a car at 40 miles an hour. This is the sound of a child being hit by a car at 30 miles an hour.
If you hit me at 40 miles an hour, there's around an 80% chance I'll die. Hit me at 30 and there's around an 80% chance I'll live.
Think. It's a 30 miles an hour speed limit for a reason.
From the 18th of September, there is a new law to protect us in cars and goods vehicles. Children up to 135 centimetres or around 4'5" must use the right child car seat or booster.
To receive further information, call 08000 327252 or visit thinkroadsafety.gov.uk.
Think. Use the right child car seat.
This Christmas, may you be the lucky one who finds the golden coin in your Christmas pudding. And may you eat it, chip some teeth, and find it lodged in your windpipe. And ho, may you pull your crackers with mighty Christmas gusto, such gusto that your elbow slams through the front of your new widescreen plasma, for it's the season of goodwill to all men. Except drink drivers. If you're drinking, don't drive.
Think.
Have you ever glanced at your watch and had to look again because you didn't register what time it is? Have you ever read a page of a book, then reread it because you didn't take anything in? Have you ever looked both ways at a junction, then pulled out and run? Sometimes a quick glance isn't enough. Every year, an estimated 1,500 motorcyclists are killed or seriously injured when drivers look, but don't see. Think. Take longer to look for bikes.
Today there's no newspapers in my newsagents.
There's no bread in the baker's. There are no apples for my lunchbox.
Today there are none of my favourite biscuits, the posh ones with the chocolate on top.
There's no milk for tea. Today there are no flowers for my mum.
None of my favourite tipple.
Or any tinned tomatoes in their own juice.
Today, many delivery drivers won't make their deliveries, because each week around 200 road deaths and serious injuries involve someone at work. Think. Give the road your full attention.
Today a pipe burst in my house and no one fixed it.
Today my central heating packed in and my family stayed cold.
Today my key snapped but no locksmith arrived.
Today my builder never showed up.
Today the cash point remained out of service.
Today my power wasn't restored.
Today, many plumbers, electricians and repairmen won't reach their destinations, because each week around 200 road deaths and serious injuries involve someone at work. Think. Don't rush to meet deadlines.
I knew I was over, but I just didn't personally think that it would be that bad. It's only a quick 5-minute drive down the road. They smelt alcohol in my breath as soon as I started speaking, and then they asked me, have I been drinking? That was it, really. I spent the night in the cell and absolutely hated it. With my girlfriend, it made life really hard to see her, and that put pressure on the relationship and ended up making us break up. It made life so hard for me. I lost my job, I lost my girlfriend, basically. It just went so wrong.
Don't drink and drive. Think.
I got stopped, breathalyzed, and I was over the limit. He gave me a caution, arrested me, cuffed me, and threw me in the cells for the night. I've got myself a criminal record, got all fingerprints, DNA taken out of my mouth, the full wax. The biggest worry for me was actually telling my boss that I'd lost my licence from drink driving. Just to have to tell him that I couldn't work for him anymore because I'd been stupid for one night was probably one of the worst days of my life.
Don't drink and drive. Think.
It was a really relaxed decision to make. It was 3 bottles of beer, just get in the car and drive 2 miles down the road and you'll be absolutely fine. I was breathalyzed, I tested positive for alcohol. I was probably in the cell for a couple of hours, but it felt like an absolute eternity because at that point you start to think about all manner of different things. I didn't know if they were going to contact my employer. I didn't know if they would still have my mother and father's address. I mean, all these things were going on and I just felt like scum, to be honest.
Don't drink and drive. Think.
Drove down a country lane, drove at 30 miles an hour, didn't see another car on the road until I saw some blue lights in my rear mirror. I then got pulled over, got breathalyzed and got nicked. You're always reminded of the fact each time they say, have you got any drink drive convictions? You go, yeah, well actually I do. Financially it obviously has huge implications that you don't think about when you get in the car after a couple of beers. Sometimes people think it's a lapse of judgment, but it is a criminal offence and you're made to feel like a criminal and you've broken the law.
Don't drink and drive. Think.
If you don't wear your seatbelt.
If you don't wear your seatbelt.
If you don't wear a helmet whilst cycling.
If you don't wear a helmet while cycling.
If you use your mobile phone whilst crossing the road.
Whilst crossing the road.
If you cross at a pedestrian crossing when the red man shows.
Pedestrian crossing when the red man shows.
Your kids will copy you.
Your kids will copy you.
Be aware of your actions on the road. Think.
Think.
If you don't wear your
If you don't
seatbelt.
wear your seatbelt.
If you use your mobile phone whilst crossing the road.
Phone while crossing the road.
If you cross the road where you can't see the traffic coming.
If you cross the road where you can't see the traffic coming.
If you disobey traffic signs when
If you
cycling.
disobey traffic signs while cycling.
Your kids will copy you.
Your kids will copy you.
Be aware of your actions on the road. Think.
Think.
Wrap the presents. Done. Cards posted. Tree up. Secret Santa sorted. Costume ready.
Mistletoe. Got. Go for Christmas drink.
Get pulled over. Hefty fine. 12-month ban. Problems with work. Relationship troubles. And a criminal record. Got. Don't let that pint ruin your Christmas. Think.
Phone conversations while you're driving can start in many different ways.
Hello, Mike? Yeah, how you doing? You alright?
Hi, Mum. Hi. Yeah, I just wondered, are you around later?
Hello, love. Fancy you calling? Yes.
But more and more end up in just one way.
That's a £60 fine and 3 points on your licence, sir.
Think. Switch off before you drive off.
4 more junctions.
Tiredness kills. Think. Take a 15-minute break every 2 hours.
Not far.
Tiredness kills. Think. Take a 15-minute break every 2 hours.
If you don't take enough breaks when you're driving, the electrical activity starts to drop in parts of your brain. You'll find it harder to concentrate. You'll start to fidget in your seat. Your eyes become itchy. You will start to yawn repeatedly. Your blinks become more frequent than longer. Your heart rate decreases. Your breathing will become deeper. You'll have difficulty keeping your eyes open. Your ribcage will be smashed. You won't be able to move your legs. Your lungs will be filling with blood. You'll have difficulty keeping your eyes open.
Sleep can creep up on you. Recognize the signs. Take a 15-minute break every 2 hours. Think. Tiredness kills.
You're tired. You're becoming less and less alert. Your blinks are more frequent. Your heart rate is decreasing. You're having difficulty keeping your eyes open. Your rib cage is smashed. Your lungs are filling with blood. You're having difficulty keeping your eyes open.
Think. Tiredness kills.
If you're tired, the monotony of driving sends you to sleep. If you're tired, the monotony of driving sends you to sleep. If you're tired, the monotony of driving sends you to sleep. If you're tired, the monotony of driving sends you to sleep.
Stop. Have a break and a coffee every 2 hours. Think. Tiredness kills.
When you're tired, the monotony of driving is sending you to sleep. You're tired, the monotony of driving is sending you to sleep. Driving is sending you to sleep. Sending you to sleep. Sleep.
If you fall asleep at the wheel, you're 50% more likely to die or suffer serious injury, because when you're asleep, you can't brake. Have a rest and a coffee every 2 hours. Think. Tiredness kills.
11 years is a long time. Over 11 years, you'll shave off 1.5 meters of facial hair. You'll breathe enough air to fill 20 huge hot air balloons. You'll see 937 cats out of the corner of your eye. And you would listen to this radio advert over 8 million times. A lot can happen in 11 years, but while the world moves on, you'll still have the record of a 12-month driving ban on your license. Time, gentlemen, please. Think. Don't drink and drive. How long is 11 years? It's difficult to imagine. 11 years. If a man kisses his wife goodbye every day, over 11 years his lips have been pressed against hers for 14 days. If every day you jump the last step of your stairs, in 11 years you've fallen through the air over a kilometer like a skydiver. How long is 11 years? It's how long the record of a 12-month driving ban stays on your license. Time, gentlemen, please. Think. Don't drink and drive.
John, can you take this gent down to cell number 3, please?
Yep, come this way. Take your shoes off outside the cell there. Can you go? Thank you. Because you're having a blood test, you're going to be here for a little bit of time. You're going to be here for a while, alright? There's a bell on the side there if you want anything.
Get caught drink driving, and you'll be processed like any other criminal. Think.
Follow me up to the desk here, please. Could you just stand there and keep your hands out your pocket for me, please? Move open the canter for me, mate. Every Sarge, this gentleman's been arrested on suspicion of drink drive. Vehicle stopped, the driver was spoken to, the roadside breath procedure was carried out and produced a positive result. Gentleman was arrested, Section 5 of the Road Traffic Act.
I'm going to authorise your detention, as you've been arrested for supplying a positive breath test at the side of the road. Do you understand that? You're going to have to give me some details, if you would. Can I have your surname, please?
Get caught drink driving, and you'll be processed like any other criminal.
OK.
Think.
How old are you, then? Are you going to tell me that?
Just step away from the counter for me, please. Just lift your hands to the side, keep your hands out away from me. I'm just going to search your pockets. Put what you have down on the counter from your pockets there, please. If there's anything sharp in your pockets that's going to hurt either you or me, just keep your hands out to the side there for me, please. Take your wristwatch off, place it on the counter, please. Take your belt off and place it on the counter, please.
Get caught drink driving, and you'll be processed like any other criminal. Think.
Just step back and take your shoes off one at a time, please. And lift your feet for me one at a time, please. Okay, stick your shoes back on. Search complete, sir.
Getting your heart broken is something you often hear about in songs or read about in books, but it can happen for real. If you crash at 30 miles per hour without a seatbelt on, you'll hit the inside of the car, but your internal organs will keep travelling until they hit your rib cage. The impact can literally tear the main artery from your heart. So if you're not ready to have your heart broken, think. Always wear a seatbelt. There are lots of songs about heartbreak, but hearts don't really break, do they? Well, if you crash at 30 miles per hour without a seatbelt, you'll hit the inside of the car, but your internal organs will keep travelling until they hit your rib cage. The impact can literally tear the main artery from your heart. So if you're not ready to have your heart broken, think. Always wear a seatbelt.
It was raining, and Jane Fraser was 5 minutes late for the school run. Now she is the late Mrs. Jane Fraser. It was a misty morning, and Mark Taylor was running late for a meeting. Now he's the late Mr. Mark Taylor. Over half of all driving fatalities occur on rural roads. Think. Slow down. It was a blinding sunset, and Ian Meads was a little late to tuck his son in. Now he's the late Mr. Ian Meads. It was dark, and Sue Bell was running late to meet friends at the cinema. Now she's the late Miss Sue Bell. Over half of all driving fatalities occur on rural roads. Think. Slow down.
He used to sleep in on Saturdays, but he can't because I'm there. He goes to football. I'm on the touchline. He stops at the supermarket. I'm at the end of the aisle. At home, his kids are waiting. So am I. I'm the boy he killed 5 years ago because he was speeding, and now he has to live with it.
Think. It's 30 for a reason.
When he goes to work, I'm there. At the weekend, I'm there. On holiday, building sandcastles, I'm there. beside his son. At night, he tries to forget, but I'm always there. I'm the boy he killed 7 years ago, because he was speeding, and now he has to live with it.
Think. It's 30 for a reason.
He wakes up, washes his face. I'm there as he brushes his teeth. He takes the train to work. I'm at the station. I'm beside him at his desk, with him when he comes home. He watches cartoons with his son. He tries to look away, but I'm there. I'm the girl he killed 6 years ago because he was speeding, and now he has to live with it.
Think. It's 30 for a reason.
It was a little road, it was just a one-way street. I was halfway across the road and this guy comes around the corner, and if he'd kept to the limit then it would have been fine. But he put his foot down and come around the corner and I had to run and he only just missed me.
I didn't see a car coming from around the corner. I stepped out with 1 foot. My mum quickly pulled me back because there was a car coming round and I didn't see it.
On average, 16 children are killed or seriously injured on our roads every day. Think. Slow down.
We were walking across the road and we'd done everything like look and listen, and this man just came really fast round the corner and had to brake really quickly. He started shouting at us and saying that we should have looked and everything when it was his fault.
On average, 16 children are killed or seriously injured on our roads every day. Think. Slow down.
The limited edition Smith Rossi Hybrid is out now. You may pass it as you drive to work today. It's the perfect mix of British know-how and Italian style with a slightly larger than normal chassis. It was at the Isle of Man TT races in June. It's sort of beige but goes red easily. It sometimes leaves the loo seat up, but it does bring its wife flowers every Friday. It's called Adam. Do look out for it on the road. Think bike, think biker, think Adam.
There's a lovely 82 model out there on the streets. You may have passed it without realising. It's still in pristine condition. It was the first one off the McCarthy-Jones production line in Coventry. It looks great in a hat. It's happiest when it's curled up on the sofa with its daughter Lily. It's called Hayley. Do look out for it on the road. Think bike, think biker, think Hayley. There's a classic piece of British craftsmanship out there on the road. It's travelled 200,000 miles, but it's still ticking over quite nicely. It was made in 1971 by Sam and Elaine Fletcher, their third project. It's got a bit of a spare tyre. It makes a great spag bol. It's got 2 children, Archie and Emily, and it's still in love with its wife. It's called Steve. Do look out for it on the road. Think bike, think biker, think Steve.
If you fall asleep at the wheel, you'll put your life in danger, and the lives of others as well. Before you feel tired, pull off the road into a services or other safe area. Drink some strong coffee, and take a quick nap while the caffeine kicks in.
If you're having a nap, you've left your lights on, sir.
Right, cheers.
Think. Don't drive tired.
You didn't see the paramedics trying to restart her heart. You didn't see her best friend break down giving a speech at the memorial service. You didn't see her mother unable to take her things to the charity shop. You didn't see her father fall apart at bereavement counselling. But then you didn't see her on her motorbike at the junction when you pulled out. 30 bikers are killed or injured every day at junctions. So drivers think. Take longer to look for bike. You didn't see the doctors fighting to keep him alive. You didn't see his wife's face as they turned off his life support machine. You didn't see his kids when they were told their daddy wasn't coming home. You didn't see the church full to bursting at the funeral. But then you didn't see him on his motorbike at the junction when you pulled out. 30 bikers are killed or injured every day at junctions. So drivers think. Take longer to look for bikes. You didn't see the surgeons trying to stop the internal bleeding. You didn't see his mother's face when the police told her her son had died. You didn't see his football mates hold a minute's silence. You didn't see his younger brother suddenly start getting into trouble at school. But then you didn't see him on his motorbike at the junction when you pulled out. 30 bikers are killed or injured every day at junctions. So drivers think. Take longer to look for bikes.
Hi, my name's Karen and I work at Hairdressers in Sheffield. I've got 2 kids, 1 husband and a dog. I ride a Kawasaki 500. I live in Halfway, so my journey to work is usually via Hackenthorpe, through Intake to Manor-Top, then down City Road all the way into town. I wear a pink leather jacket and a white helmet. So if you're driving that way, look out for me, please. Thanks.
Think bike, think biker, think Karen.
All right, my name's Rob, and I do love a curry. So does my old man, actually. So we meet up every couple of weeks for a bite in the city centre. I live in Owlsowing, he's out in Kidderminster. So I get on my Suzuki 650. I take all the ring roads, St John's, St Mark's and St Andrews, then past the Molyneux and into Stafford Street. I park just near the Civic. When I take off my helmet, I can smell that biryani. If you're driving that route on a Thursday night, look out for me. Cheers.
Think bike, think biker, think Rob.
I'd like to administer a breath test, sir. Arresting you on suspicion of drink drive.
Take a deep breath and blow. You've failed the breath test.
Blow into the machine until I tell you to stop. You're under arrest.
Take a nice long deep breath. You're under arrest.
Blow into this box, sir. You're under arrest.
I'm going to require you to take a breath test. You're under arrest because the test is positive.
More people are breathalyzed at Christmas than at any other time.
Think. Don't drink and drive.
I'm PC Gates. Please step out of the car.
I'm PC Potts. That's a positive breath test. I'm arresting you for drink driving.
I'm Sergeant Walsh. Please remove your belt and empty your pockets.
I'm Dr. Chase. I've been asked to take a specimen of blood from you.
I'm PC Roberts. I'm going to keep you in a cell until you're fit to leave.
I'm Sergeant Fox. Your blood test was positive. I'm charging you with drink driving. I'll need to take your fingerprints and DNA.
I'm Magistrate Wenman. I find you guilty and sentence you to a 12-month driving ban and a heavy fine.
Think, drink drive and face the criminal consequences.
I'm PC Green. Your breath test is positive.
I'm Sergeant Anders. I'm charging you with drink driving.
I'm Jeff. I work at the DVLA. I've cancelled your licence.
I'm Arthur. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to let you go. It's company policy.
I'm Anne from HR. I've cancelled your contract and sent out your P45.
I'm John. I work at the job centre. I'm afraid your employment prospects have been badly affected.
I'm Lucy from recruitment. Your criminal conviction means we can't offer you the job.
Think, drink drive and face the employment consequences.
I'm PC Knight. Please step out of the car.
I'm PC Khan. Your breath test is positive.
I'm Magistrate Peters. I find you guilty of drink driving. I sentence you to a 12-month driving ban and a heavy fine.
I'm Carol, the car insurance broker. When you renew after your conviction, it's going to be much more expensive, I'm afraid.
I'm Dean. Sorry, mate, but I can't offer you more than £1,000 for your car.
I'm Lionel, the pawnbroker. I know what you paid for the speakers, but I'm offering 75 quid.
I'm Lucy. I'm sending you the bill for your legal fees.
Think, drink drive and face the financial consequences.
TXTIN space WHEN space DRIVIN space CAN space CAUSE.
Think. Don't use your phone when you're driving.
You'd be surprised at what's hidden by the trees and hedges that line country roads. An unsuspecting motorist would never know about this brown long-eared bat, for example, or this great crested newt, this common stoat, or that truck. Because the trees and hedges that line country roads also hide oncoming hazards. So the motorist entering that bend never suspected that an oncoming vehicle was veering into his lane. If you could see the danger around the bend, you'd slow down. Brake before the bend, not on it. Think. You'd be surprised at what's hidden by the trees and hedges that line country roads. An unsuspecting motorist would never know about this brown bat, for example, or this great crested newt, this common stoat, or that truck. Because the trees and hedges that line country roads also hide oncoming hazards. So the motorist entering that bend never suspected that an oncoming vehicle was veering into his lane. If you could see the danger around the bend, you'd slow down. Brake before the bend, not on it. Think.
Even if you are driving on drugs, you've got no reason to be pulled over, do you? It's not like the drugs are affecting you. Anyway, you know these roads. And the police can't tell you've done drugs, can they? It's not like your eyes are red or you're acting a bit strange. You'll be fine. Except from March 2nd, new laws have made it easier to catch and convict you, leading to a criminal record, a minimum 12-month driving ban, and a fine of up to £5,000. Think. Don't take drugs and drive. If you're driving on drugs, there's even more reason to be paranoid about the police. From March 2nd, the law changed to make it easier to catch and convict you. Think. Don't take drugs and drive. Even if you are driving high, you've got no reason to be pulled over, have you? It's not like the weed is affecting you. Anyway, you know these roads, and the police can't tell you're stoned, can they? It's not like your eyes are red or you're acting a bit strange. You'll be fine. Except if you get pulled over, the roadside swab will be able to tell that you've done drugs on the spot, leading to a criminal record, a minimum 12-month driving ban, and a large fine. Think. Don't take drugs and drive.
If you use your phone while you're driving and it's not hands-free, the penalty's been doubled. It's now 6 points and £200. The trouble is, a lot of us are addicted to our phones, so try this trick. Put your phone somewhere where you can't pick it up. Somewhere you can't see it. The glove compartment. That way, you won't be tempted. Save yourself 6 points and £200. Maybe even save a life. Make the glove compartment the phone compartment. Think. Put your phone away.
That moment when you're listening to your friend and checking your phone, then suddenly have no idea what they're talking about. Or that moment when you're using the camera to check your hair and walk into a lamppost. Or what about that moment when you're driving and check your messages and don't notice that pedestrian? If you look at your phone for a couple of seconds at 30 miles per hour, you miss 100 feet of road. Don't have that moment. Think. Put your phone away. That moment when you promise yourself an early night but end up on the phone in a YouTube wormhole until 2 a.m. Or that moment when you're walking and texting and look up to see the person you almost walked into glaring at you. Or what about that moment when you're driving and check your messages and don't notice that pedestrian? If you look at your phone for a couple of seconds at 30 miles per hour, you miss 100 feet of road. Don't have that moment. Think. Put your phone away.
You can say anything to a mate. Anything. Call them every name under the sun. Wind them up. Bring them down a peg. Tell them stuff you never thought you'd tell anyone. Because they're proper mates. Like brothers. When it's a mate, you say what you feel like saying. Except, I love you, man, and I'm not going to let you drink drive. Stupid, innit? Mates don't let mates drink drive. Think.
This is your captain speaking. I'd like to welcome you on board today's flight. As we're currently behind schedule, we're going to skip all the pre-flight checks and just proceed with takeoff. I've given the tyres a kick and I think we've got enough fuel to get there, and the oil warning light hasn't come on yet, so buckle up and enjoy the flight.
You wouldn't fly without the proper checks, so why drive without them? Highways England recommends you check your tyres, fuel and oil before every long journey. For more information on vehicle safety checks, search Think.
Ladies and gentlemen, no one can be in any doubt that the winner of this next award has something special. After 4 number ones this year and a phenomenal debut album, the Brit Award for Best Female Artist goes to Mina Taylor. Unfortunately, Mina can't be with us to accept this award today. She's at the
Bartholomew Cemetery for Children after being knocked down and killed, aged 13. Don't die before you've lived. 2 teenagers are killed or injured crossing London roads every day.
The ball's out for a throw-in, and United are about to make a substitution, and what a prospect this young man is. The youngest player ever signed by United, a record fee, England schoolboys captain at just 14, and now he makes history as the youngest player ever to appear in the Premiership. Remember this date, remember the name, Simon
Hornsworth, knocked down and killed while crossing the road 5 years ago, aged just 12. Don't die before you've lived. 2 teenagers are killed or injured crossing London roads every day.
My next guest, Kieran Murray, is someone who, and I'm going to be honest here, you kind of love to hate. He wrote his first computer game, Night Fighters, at an age most of us were poring over the lingerie section in our mum's mail-order catalogues. These days, he owns the country's leading computer games manufacturer, and he's Britain's youngest millionaire. A phenomenal achievement for someone aged just
14, when he was run over and killed on his way home from school. Don't die before you've lived. 2 teenagers are killed or injured crossing London roads every day.
Hello, Senator. Remember me?
He was their #1 agent. Now, he's their #1 target.
What do you mean he's still alive?
But it's hard to hit our hitman. Scott Smith stars in the most anticipated blockbuster of the year, The Betrayal. 5 stars, says Heat magazine. Smith delivers a devastating
shock to his family after being knocked down and killed on his 13th birthday. Don't die before you've lived. 2 teenagers are killed or injured crossing London roads every day.
Lost and Found is the superb debut album from teenage indie sensation Pete McCluskey. Featuring the killer tracks dropping out Sunday morning. And of course this summer's smash
hit and killed outside his house, aged 14. Don't die before you've lived. 2 teenagers are killed or injured crossing London roads every day.
You're going to kill me. You're going to kill me on that shortcut through the back streets that no one else knows about. You're going to kill me because the traffic's heavy, so you need to make up some time. You're going to kill me because the traffic's light, so you've got a clear road in front of you. You're going to kill me unless you kill your speed.
You're going to kill me. You're going to kill me because you're late for work again. You're going to kill me because you're late for the hairdresser again. You're going to kill me, but before you know you've killed me, you're going to say what they all say. Oh no, I'm sorry. Is there anything I can do? And yes, there is. You can stop driving so fast. Because you're going to kill me. Unless you kill your speed.
You're going to kill me. You're going to kill me because you overslept. You're going to kill me because if you're 2 minutes late for the kickoff, they might score in the first minute. You're going to kill me because you said you'd be at Granny's by tea time, and she worries. You're going to kill me unless you kill your speed.
You're going to kill me. You're going to kill me without realizing what you're doing. You're going to kill me without even thinking about it. You're going to kill me to keep up with the traffic. You're going to kill me by moving your right foot. Any day now, any time now, any moment now, that's how you're going to kill me. Unless you kill your speed. You're going to kill me. You're going to kill me because nothing you can think of is more important than the 8:30 sales meeting. You're going to kill me because it's your turn to pick up the kids from school, but you forgot you had to get the petrol on the way, so that made you late. You're going to kill me unless you kill your speed. You're going to kill me
You're going to kill me to save time. You're going to kill me because your watch is 2 minutes slow. You're going to kill me because you took the wrong turn off the roundabout, so you had to stop, and that's the way. You're going to kill me because you got stuck behind a tractor. So to make up time, you're going to kill me. Unless you kill your speed.
These are the sounds of someone taking their eyes off the road. Texting while driving is more than distracting. It's dangerous. Do yourself a favor. Do us all a favor. When you're on the road, stay off the phone. A message from CTIA, America's Wireless Companies, and the National Safety Council.
As a dad, you'll probably spend years teaching your son how to hit a baseball, how to throw a tight spiral and hit a receiver, how to spring off a diving board and hit the water, how to hit a 1-wood and a 9-iron, how to hit the bullseye, how to hit the strike zone, hit a jump shot, hit the open man, hit the hockey net, and maybe the most challenging of all, how to hit the books. But the question is this: how much time will you spend teaching him what not to hit? Teach your son early and often that all violence against women is wrong. For tips on what to say, visit endabuse.org. Brought to you by the Family Violence Prevention Fund, the Waite Institute for Violence Prevention, the Ad Council, and this station.
I was in a relationship with an abusive partner.
I'm so sick and tired of coming home to this place this way. Now I want a clean house.
One day when he was out of the room, I decided to get help. But I was worried that if I called 911, he would hear me talking to the emergency operator. So I sent a text message instead. I put 911 in the send to field. In my first message, I gave my address and the reason why I needed help. The 911 operator quickly sent me a reply text letting me know that the police were coming.
Sir, calm down. Put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest. You have the right to...
Even when you can't speak, there's still a way to get help. Text to 911 saved my life, and it can save yours too.
Text to 911 is currently available in Vermont to subscribers of Verizon Wireless and AT&T. In an emergency, remember to call if you can, text if you can't. This public service message has been brought to you by the Vermont Enhanced 911 Board.
The following 60-second ad was broken up into 3 separate parts and was aired during the same ad break with random ads played in between. This was the first call.
Hello? Are you okay? Just take your time. Is he there right now? That's okay. I understand.
This was then followed by a random ad and subsequently the second call.
Is he gone? Do you want to make sure? I'll stay on the line.
This was also followed by another random ad, then finished up with one last call.
Hello? It's okay. I'm still here. There's no rush. I'm here to help you. We can talk about whatever you want.
Thank you.
If you're experiencing abuse, we understand that picking up the phone can feel like one of the hardest things you'll ever do. So when you're ready to talk, we're ready to listen. Call us on 0800 027 1234. Domestic abuse. There's no excuse.
Piss the fuck off.
I will fucking bury you.
You talking to me?
Hey, you wanna fucking throw me, motherfucker?
Eat me, you asshole.
You fucking whore.
Fuck you, motherfucker.
You fucking want some of this, fuck? Peekaboo, you fuck you.
Tobacco companies make a product that's responsible for about 1 death every 8 seconds. Which means another person will probably die in the time it takes me to tell you that tobacco companies make a product that's responsible for about 1 death every 8 seconds. And that means another person probably just died while I was telling you that another person will probably die in the time it takes me to tell you that tobacco companies make a product that's responsible for about 1 death every 8 seconds. And that means that during this commercial, somewhere in the world, tobacco companies' products killed about 4 people.
You found truth on your FM dial.
The following is a list of hazardous or cancer-causing substances and where they might be found. Hydrazine, found in rocket fuel. Carbon monoxide, found in automobile exhaust. Acetone, found in nail polish remover. Cadmium, found in batteries. Formaldehyde, found in embalming fluid. Methanol, found in windshield wiper fluid. And hydrogen cyanide, found in rat poison. The following is a list of where you'll find all these chemicals in one single place. Cigarette smoke.
You found truth on your FM dial.
You don't always die from tobacco. Sometimes you just lose a lung. Oh, you don't always die from tobacco. Sometimes they just snip out your tongue. And you won't sing worth a heck with a big hole in your neck.
'Cause you don't always die from tobacco.
Knowledge is contagious. Infect truth.
Warning. Tupakointi voi tappaa yli 20 eri tavalla. Muutamia niistä ovat suuontelo, ruokatorvi, mahalaukku, haima, kurkum.
In the early 90s, one tobacco company voluntarily placed warning labels in English on packs of cigarettes that were sold in non-English speaking developing countries. Now, that's hard to comprehend.
Thank you.
Knowledge is contagious. To infect others, go to thetruth.com.
Do you know the facts about bears? Facts like, in the U.S. alone, bears are responsible for about 50,000 deaths every year, and that bears will kill over 900 infants this year alone. If this strikes you as crazy, well, that's because it is. These facts are actually related to secondhand smoke. But if bears did kill as many people as cigarettes, what do you think would happen to bears?
Knowledge is contagious. To infect others, go to thetruth.com.
This is for putting stuff in cigarettes that make them more addictive.
This is for making a product that kills 1,200 people a day.
This is for sticking me with a habit that costs me $40 a week.
This is for hooking my little brother.
This is for taking 7 years off my life.
This is for actually creating the need for a nicotine patch.
I don't know, I just like ripping stuff.
This is for the 7 people who will die from your product by the time this commercial is over.
This is for saying today's teenager is tomorrow's potential regular customer.
This is for the billions of dollars you make off smoking each year.
This is for the 430,000 people who die from smoking each year.
This is for my mother.
Next time you see a cigarette ad, rip it out. Who knows, maybe if there were fewer cigarette ads, there'd be fewer cigarette deaths. For more about Rip It Out, check out thetruth.com.
This has been a Rip It Out reminder from Truth.
Please practice safe ripping. Only rip out ads from magazines that are yours. Thank you.
That's the sound of a cigarette ad being ripped out of a magazine.
That's the sound of a tobacco executive screaming because $50,000 worth of his advertising just got wasted.
That's the sound of a tobacco exec stressing out because fewer people are taking up smoking.
That's the sound of a tobacco executive getting reamed because profits are way down.
That's the sound of a tobacco executive putting a for sale sign in front of his house.
That's the sound of a tobacco exec finding a new job.
That's the sound of a life being saved.
Rip out the next tobacco ad you see, because maybe fewer cigarette ads will lead to fewer cigarette deaths. For more about Rip It Out, check out thetruth.com.
This has been a Rip It Out reminder from Truth.
Please practice safe ripping. Only rip out ads from magazines that are yours. Thank you.
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
We've got some new magazine ads here that are going to propel your cigarette brand straight to the top. Starting with this one.
I like the visual.
Yes, they're roller skating, although not very well. See, she's falling backwards, and he's catching her.
Yeah,
Notice the suggestive clothing? Her tight sweater?
That's good.
His furtive glance? Something's definitely going to happen when those skates come off.
Rip out cigarette ads for their sheer stupidity, or because cigarettes kill 430,000 people each year. Either way, you'll be helping waste the $300 million big tobacco spends on advertising. And maybe with fewer cigarette ads, there'll be fewer cigarette deaths.
This has been a Rip It Out reminder from Truth.
Please don't rip out ads from magazines you don't own, stare at people who look different, or taunt angry dogs. Thanks.
Mom, I can't wear these pajamas to Cindy's sleepover. They're so lame.
But honey, you loved them last month. Hey, moms and dads, it can get pretty expensive keeping your kids in stylish pajamas, right? Wrong! Introducing new Combusteroo brand pajamas. Stylish yet affordable. Made of space-age, untreated cotton flannelette, Combusteroos are designed to satisfy even the most fashion-conscious type. But watch out, they're almost as flammable as newsprint.
Remember, it's stop, drop, and roll.
Kids should steer clear of all electric and gas stoves, toasters, space heaters, fireplaces, tiki torches, birthday cakes, and all other open flames to avoid the painful blisters and costly skin grafting procedures that could occur.
This product does not exist. Something very similar used to, but was taken off the market after a court found the company knew its product was a fire hazard and held it responsible for a badly burned child. Every year, more than 80 young people die in fires caused by cigarettes. So, what's the tobacco industry going to do about that? Welcome to Crazy World. This message brought to you by Truth.
Oh, it's springtime, dude. You know what that means.
Yeah, pro baseball and chicks in tube tops.
Nah, time to get our bods back into beach form. It's almost banana hammock season, bro.
Sweet.
Hey guys, you heard about the new diet supplement, Blubber-Ace?
Blubber what?
Blubber-Ace. Nobody's got time for exercise and proper nutrition these days, so we've developed a stimulant that produces a chemical which helps promote the release of stored fat. No effort, no sweat.
No way!
Sure, it's linked to seizures, strokes, myocardial infarction, cardiac arrest, and sudden death. But if you don't drop dead, you'll be drop dead gorgeous.
Blubber-Ace! Yes!
This product does not exist. Something very similar used to exist, but was banned from the market when it was found to have been responsible for more than 100 deaths. The tobacco industry's products kill 1,200 people a day. So, what's the tobacco industry going to do about that? Welcome to Crazy World. This message brought to you by Truth.
Hey, Susan.
Hey.
Why so fidgety?
Honestly, Mary, it's these tampons.
I know what you mean. They're just not absorbent.
Pardon me for eavesdropping, ladies, but have either of you heard of new super absorbent Saharan Breeze?
No.
Well, it's a new tampon in which all natural fibers have been replaced by polyacrylate, a composite capable of absorbing nearly 20 times its own weight in fluids.
20 times?
That's right. And while this can create conditions conducive to the growth of bacteria, which enter, infect, and can ultimately poison your system, creating what's known as toxic shock syndrome, you won't believe the results.
Saharan Breeze.
This product does not exist. Something very similar used to, but it was taken off the market when products like it were linked to 38 deaths in 1 year. Cigarettes kill over 440,000 people a year in the U.S. So what's the tobacco industry going to do about that? Welcome to Crazy World. This message brought to you by Truth.
If you were around in the 60s, you probably remember that drug abuse was a big social problem then. Drugs don't seem to be talked about as much now as then, but drugs are still around, and they're still a social problem. People who are dependent on drugs live with many problems that ultimately affect us all. Drugs can be dangerous. Be careful with drugs. Sometimes they're not all fun and games. A public service announcement from the Alcohol, Drug Abuse, and Mental Health Administration, Rockville, Maryland, 20852.
What do you do if someone is overdosing? Don't run. Call 911. You won't get in trouble. You can't be arrested for possession if you call 911 about an overdose. You are protected by the Joshua Ashley Pauley 911 Good Samaritan Law. How can you be a Good Samaritan? It's simple. Call 911. Tell the operator someone is overdosing and where you are. You could save someone's life. Don't run. Call 911. This message brought to you by the Arkansas Division of Aging, Adult and Behavioral Health Services, and the University of Arkansas System Criminal Justice Institute. Hey, you got any gum?
Yeah, check my backpack.
What's this?
Oh, that's naloxone. It can reverse an opioid overdose. I decided to always keep it on me after my friend almost died. It saved his life.
Oh, wow. I'm so sorry. That makes me want to have it with me, too.
You totally should. Check the pharmacy. It was actually really easy to get, and it's easy to use.
I definitely will. Thanks.
Naloxone saves lives. Learn more at cdc.gov/stop-overdose. Naloxone can reverse the effects of an opioid overdose and save a life. It's easy to get and easy to use. If you or someone you know is at risk of overdose, keep naloxone on you and at home. Learn more at cdc.gov/stop-overdose.
If that sound makes you nervous, good. Because you didn't forget to signal, and you didn't run a red light. You did, however, buy sex with an underage girl. And it didn't go unnoticed. You can't hide behind your suburban house, your wife, or your kids. It's too late. The Attorney General's office knows who you are. So the next time you hear, it might be the real thing.
Help end domestic minor sex trafficking. Visit demandandend.org.
Remember the time you almost volunteered to work in a soup kitchen? Or when you almost visited the Veterans Hospital? Or when you almost brought dinner to your neighbor with AIDS? Remember all the times you almost helped, almost gave? Well, it's only human, this almost giving. But the truth is, it's the same as not giving at all. Don't almost give, give. Visit our website at don'talmostgive.org. A message from the Ad Council. There was this man who almost learned to walk at a rehab center that almost got built by people who almost gave. Almost gave. How good is almost giving? About as good as almost walking. As generous a nation as we are, sometimes instead of giving, we almost give. Don't almost give. Give. Visit our website at don'talmostgive.org. A message from the Ad Council. Every night, Jack Thomas camps out on a cold, lonely street corner. Tonight, some people almost brought him something to eat. Someone almost drove him to a shelter. Another almost brought him a warm blanket. And Jack Thomas, well, he almost made it through the night. Sometimes instead of giving, we almost give. But that's the same as not giving at all. Don't almost give. Give. Visit don'talmostgive.org. A message from the Ad Council.
So, Bob, do you have the list of candidates to replace Logan as department head?
Yes, sir, right here. First on the list is Cummings. Highly qualified, plenty of experience.
How old is Cummings these days?
He's 57.
I think that's a little OLD, don't you? Who else is on the list?
Gonzalez.
We can move on.
What?
His last name, Gonzalez. I don't think we need any of that here.
Well, then there's Tyler, a real go-getter.
A woman as department head? I don't think so.
Alrighty, what about Gardner? Works long hours, knows the department.
Mom, don't tell me you don't know about Gardner.
What?
The man is light in the loafers, get my drift?
Well, that doesn't really matter.
Oh, sure. Next thing we know, the whole department would be overrun with them.
All right, I've always liked Richardson. He's worked his way up, helped reorganize.
Bob, in case you haven't noticed, he's black.
So?
He'll slow the whole department down.
He's one of the best workers we have.
Who's left?
Simpson.
He's a mathematical genius, but in that wheelchair, I don't think so.
Well, that's the whole list.
A department filled with people and not one of them is qualified. Isn't that ridiculous?
Yeah. Ridiculous. The Leadership Conference Education Fund and the Advertising Council remind you that our strength, our progress depend on our diversity.
They won't say it's because you're black. This is Ruby D. I want to tell you that if you are black, there is a 1 in 2 chance that you will face housing discrimination. So if you repeatedly hear things like, I must have misplaced your paperwork, or your income hasn't been verified yet, it could be discrimination. Housing rights are protected under the Federal Fair Housing Act. Housing discrimination is illegal. Don't be fooled by excuses.
Call HUD at 1-800-669-9777.
Hi, you've reached the Johnsons. We're not available to take your call. If you're calling about the apartment for rent, please leave your name and number after the beep, and someone will get back to you.
Hi, my name is Sanjay Rana. I would like to make an appointment to see the apartment.
Oh, hi, this is Robin Di Paola, and I'm calling about the apartment. Please give me a call back at 2...
Hi, hello. This is Rafael Paredes. Please call me back at 718.
This is Jeannie Chu. I'd like to talk to you about the apartment. If you can please call me back.
Hello, my name's Clayton Anderson. I'm calling about the ad in the Sunday paper.
Oh, hello. This is Mrs. Johnson. You must be calling about the apartment.
I am. Is it still available?
Well, you're the first person to call about it. Are you available?
Housing discrimination of all kinds is illegal in the U.S. If you think you've been a victim because of your race, color, national origin, sex, religion, disability, or family status, call 800-669-9777 or visit fairhousinglaw.org. Fair housing. It's not an option, it's the law. Brought to you by HUD, the Ad Council, and LCC-RAF.
Hello, I'm here to see the apartment.
Boy, this place is nice.
Hi there. Oh my goodness, he's black.
How many square feet is it?
Oh, it's perfect. Look at that natural light.
It's 1,000. I can't rent to him. He probably doesn't even have a job.
What kind of deposit will you need?
I can't wait to move in.
Actually, well, go ahead, say it. He'll never know.
Is something wrong?
What's going on here?
Oh my, I forgot. This apartment's been rented. There, that wasn't so bad.
It has. Why are you showing it to me then?
She's totally lying. I don't believe this.
I'm terribly sorry. My mistake. That was easy. He'll never know.
Housing discrimination is illegal. If you think you've been a victim because of your race, color, national origin, sex, religion, disability, or family status, call 800-669-9777 or visit fairhousinglaw.org. Fair housing. It's not an option, it's the law. Brought to you by HUD, the Ad Council, and LCC-RAF.
The Daily Tribune Classified section, may I help you?
Yeah, I'd like to place an ad for an apartment I'll be renting out.
Okay, how should the ad read?
Sunny one-bedroom, 850 square feet, modern kitchen, hardwood floors, $1,000 a month rent. Available immediately, unless you're African American, Hispanic, Asian, Middle Eastern, Indian, or a member of any other minority group.
Okay.
Apartment is also unavailable if you are female, have children, a disability, or believe in a non-traditional religion.
Anything else, sir?
Oh, yeah. Can we add that pets are okay?
Certainly.
Unfortunately, housing discrimination isn't always this obvious. If you think you've been a victim because of your race, color, national origin, sex, religion, disability, or family status, call 800-669-9777 or visit HUD.gov. Fair housing. It's not an option. It's the law. Brought to you by HUD and the Ad Council.
I was on my second tour of combat duty when I got injured. After extensive rehab and learning how to use a wheelchair, I started looking for an apartment. But many units had steps and narrow doorways. I fought for freedom and thought I would be free to choose where I live.
My husband and I are blessed with 2 young children. Recently, we thought we had found the perfect apartment online, but the listing said no children. Our dream was to have a family, but now that we've found our dream home, we're being denied because we are a family.
After the phone interview, we assumed the apartment was ours.
But when we showed up, the manager was quick to say it's no longer available.
These individuals all experience some form of housing discrimination. If it happens to you, know what to do. Be informed and aware of your rights. The only way to stop housing discrimination is to report it. Take action and visit HUD.gov/fairhousing or call HUD's Housing Discrimination Hotline at 1-800-669-9777. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
When my landlord said rent could be cheaper if we were friends with benefits, you know, I'd heard of sexual harassment in the workplace, but at home?
That is housing discrimination based on sex.
I'm legally blind. A landlord recently said that he didn't think I'd be able to take care of an apartment on my own and refused to rent to me.
That is also housing discrimination based on disability.
A real estate agent said that we'd be more comfortable living in a different neighborhood with people like us. Luckily, we know our rights. It's illegal to steer prospective homeowners away from or to certain neighborhoods based on race or national origin.
If you think you've been discriminated against because of your sex, disability, national origin, race, color, religion, or familial status, call the HUD hotline, 1-800-669-9777, or go to HUD.gov/fairhousing. Fair housing is your right. Use it. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance. Housing discrimination. Would you recognize it and report it? These folks did.
My landlord said rent will be cheaper if we're friends with benefits.
Because I'm legally blind, a landlord questioned whether I'd be capable of maintaining an apartment.
Our real estate agent said a different neighborhood with people like us might better suit our family.
To learn more about housing discrimination, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. Fair housing is your right. Use it. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Hello, Mrs. Johnson. Let's see, before we close on your mortgage loan, I want to make sure you remember Mike.
Hello.
And as you know, he's African-American like you, so you can trust him.
And that's important, because here's the low monthly payment and interest rate you were promised, and here's where it triples. Plus, we buried a balloon payment in there, so you'll need another loan just to pay that off.
Another loan?
But we'll keep giving you loans.
Until we eventually take all the equity you had in your house, leaving you with absolutely nothing.
What? But don't worry. We're going to sell you credit life insurance. You don't really need it, but we sell it at 5 times the cost.
Which puts a ton of cash in our pockets.
Wait, whoa. Don't get up. You look nervous.
Ooh, we better hurry up and get you to sign, or if you don't, I can pretend to ruin your credit with one phone call.
Predatory lenders are never this easy to spot. Call us at 866-222-FAIR and protect yourself with the facts. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Fair Housing Alliance and the Ad Council.
Now, Mrs. Johnson, before we close on your mortgage loan, I want to make sure you remember Mike.
Hi. You can trust me. I'm African American, just like you.
So, here's the low monthly payments and interest rates we promised, and here's where they triple.
The rest of this stuff is just here to make sure that we get your house when you can't pay us back.
What a lovely house.
Predatory lenders are never this easy to spot. Call us at 866-222-FAIR and protect yourself with the facts. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Fair Housing Alliance and the Ad Council.
Get ready. In the next 60 seconds, you're about to become armed and dangerous. What will be your weapon of choice? Questions. That's right, questions. Questions that expose and scare off predatory mortgage lenders. Questions like,
is there a prepayment penalty or a balloon payment?
Are taxes and insurance included in the loan payment?
Are these all the costs?
Am I eligible for a lower interest rate?
Even now, predatory lenders are still on the hunt for new victims. So if you're about to refinance or are a first-time home buyer, come armed with questions and shop for your mortgage with confidence. Get more questions that protect at 866-222-FAIR. That's 866-222-3247 or go to questionsprotect.org. That's it. The minute's almost up. You're looking more lethal already. Question everything. Protect your home. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Fair Housing Alliance and the Ad Council. What's more effective than a house alarm? More protective than a watchdog? And best of all, absolutely free. Questions. About to refinance your home or first-time home buyer? Asking questions is a powerful tool against predatory lenders, like,
is this the actual interest rate?
Can you explain each of these fees?
For more questions that put predatory lenders on the run, call 866-222-FAIR. That's 866-222-3247 or go to questionsprotect.org. Question everything. Protect your home. Brought to you by the National Fair Housing Alliance and the Ad Council.
Busy Lizzie loved nothing more than being busy. She'd go to work early and come home late. One night, after a busy day at work and a busy evening with friends, Lizzie was driving home for a well-earned sleep. That was until hopeless Horace swerved into her path. Well, Busy Lizzie was busy being tired, so she didn't react in time. The end.
After 17 hours awake, you're twice as likely to be involved in a fatigue-related crash. Authorised by the State Government Perth.
Fun-time Fred was always doing something exciting. Whether it was playing games, watching movies or going to parties, he never stopped. One sunny morning, an exhausted Fred was driving to work, la-la-la-la-la, and he didn't notice the traffic lights, so he never stopped. Now Fun-time Fred takes his meals through a straw, which isn't much fun at all. The end.
After 17 hours awake, you're twice as likely to be involved in a fatigue-related crash. Authorised by the State Government Perth.
Non-stop Nige was always on the go. I'll rest when I'm dead was his motto. One sunny morning he set off down south. No time for a coffee or a break, thought Nige. By the afternoon the sunshine was twinkling through the trees, making pretty patterns on the road. So when he hit the bend, he wasn't concentrating. And he finally did get that rest. The end.
If you don't want an unhappy ending, take breaks on long trips. Authorised by the State Government Perth.
Sleepy Simon was always sleepy, because at bedtime his baby cried and cried and cried. One day, while Simon was driving his family to the shops, careless Clive pulled out, and poor Simon didn't react in time. So their car rolled over and over and over. Now the only things that keep Sleepy Simon awake are his nightmares. The end.
Less than 6 hours of quality sleep dramatically increases your chances of crashing. Authorised by the State Government, Perth.
Upside-down Dave lived the other way round. He worked at night and slept in the day. One morning, after work, Dave flopped in his car to drive home. He couldn't wait for bed. So he drifted off, right into the path of Mrs. Mild and her unlucky child. When he finally woke up, 6 months later, his whole world was upside down. The end.
Shift workers are 6 times more likely to be involved in fatigue-related crashes. Authorised by the State Government, Perth.
This joint gets pretty rough after dark. I hit the street, and suddenly I got some bad company. But if they was looking to start a fight, I was ready to finish it. I didn't even feel the first punch. Then came the kicks. I was trying to sober up when I felt a blinding pain. Turned out that one of them had glassed me in the face.
Too much alcohol makes you feel invincible when you're most vulnerable. 70% of peak time A&E admissions are alcohol-related. Alcohol, know your limits.
Saturday night at the Cave, the only place for a girl to be. The men here think they're so hot, but I can drink all of them under the table. My X-ray vision sees right through them and their corny lines. Some hotshot gets in my face, but I soon send the loser packing. Time to head, no taxis. Ha, who cares? Then I hear footsteps. I turn to see the guy from the club. He grabbed me and pushed me to the ground. The police said he must have seen me getting drunk and followed me.
Too much alcohol makes you feel invincible when you're most vulnerable. 1 in 3 reported rapes happens when the victim has been drinking. Alcohol, know your limits.
2 a.m. Time to fight my way out through these lowlives. But no one messes with me, 'cause I'm the baddest case around here. Take that, fool. Cops, they wanted to take me on. It was no contest. Within seconds, I was cuffed and in the back of the van. I ended up with 9 months in prison and a criminal record.
Too much alcohol makes you feel invincible when you're most vulnerable. Nearly 1 in 3 city centre arrests involves alcohol. Alcohol, know your limits.
You better lock up your sons when the ex-girls hit town. We're an irresistible force. We have the power to get whatever and whoever we want. Let's go. Time to find somewhere hot. We cut through the traffic. No one can stand in our way. Wait there. Don't move a muscle, the paramedic said. The driver said I just ran out in front of him. I can't remember anything, but I've been told I'll be on crutches for a while, and my miniskirt wearing days are over.
Too much alcohol makes you feel invincible when you're most vulnerable. At least 77% of pedestrians killed in road accidents at night had been drinking. Alcohol, know your limits.
When you're heading for a great night out, if you saw a bus stop, would you pee against it? Would you still be grinning as it trickled down your leg? Would you smash a window just because it's there? Would you run across a busy street, then lie down in the middle? Would you shove a mate into the road just to get a laugh? Would you punch a stranger in the face for the way they're looking at you? Would you drink a pint of urine to prove that you're a man? Would you? You wouldn't start a night like this, so why end it that way? Alcohol. Know your limits.
At the start of a girl's night out, if you saw a dirty pavement, would you crawl along it? Would you squat down by the curb and pee into the gutter? Would you take a breather when lying in some sick? Would you get your breasts out for every passing car? Would you tear your best mate's hair out 'cause you fancy the same bloke? Would you accept a lift from a man who you've just met? Would you do it with a guy whose name you can't remember? Would you? You wouldn't start a night like this, so why end it that way? Alcohol. Know your limits.
When you're heading for a great night out, if you saw a bus stop, would you pee against it? Would you still be grinning as it trickled down your leg? Would you smash a window just because it's there? Would you run across a busy street, then lie down in the middle? Would you shove a mate into the road just to get a laugh? Would you punch a stranger in the face for the way they're looking at you? Would you kick off in a chip shop 'cause they got your order wrong? would you? You wouldn't start a night like this, so why end it that way? Alcohol. Know your limits.
At the start of a girl's night out, if you saw a dirty pavement, would you crawl along it? Would you take a minute to smear makeup round your face? Would you stop to get 'em out for every passing car? Would you walk into a toilet then lie down on the floor? Would you tear your best mate's hair out 'cause you fancy the same bloke? Would you accept a lift from a man who you've just met? Would you go home with a guy whose name you can't remember? Would you? You wouldn't start a night like this, so why end it that way? Alcohol. Know your limits. After a night out, would you fall asleep on a night bus? Would you wake up after your stop and then decide to stagger home? Would you start talking to a complete stranger? Would you let them walk you home? Would you take a shortcut through the park, even though it's dark and empty? Would you? You wouldn't start a night like this, so why end it that way? Alcohol. Know your limits.
I'm Sarah, and this is my story. I'm Ellen, and this is my story. One night, I was at a bar. I was having fun with my friends. I had one too many drinks. I got behind the wheel to go home. I got a cab to go home. All of a sudden, from out of nowhere, a squirrel ran across the road. It happened so quickly, I barely had time to react. The cabbie barely had time to react. I swerved. The cab swerved. I can't believe it. I hit a guy. I cannot believe it. The cabbie just missed a guy. I wish I took a cab. Thank goodness I took a cab.
You have the choice to save a life. Don't drive buzzed. It's a decision you'll never regret. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the Department of Transportation and the Ad Council.
Hi, Puddin'.
This is from a video of the Cox family. Lauren, her mom, and dad.
Are you walking? Look at you. Look at you.
The Cox family.
Come on, Lauren.
Live together, love together, killed together by a drunk driver.
Come on.
Do whatever it takes. Friends don't let friends drive drunk. An appeal from the Ad Council, the Department of Transportation, and this station.
Come on, Lauren.
Okay, so 5 tacos of cheese and a large soda. That's $10,012. Please drive around.
Wait, 10,000 what?
It's obvious you're buzzed and driving.
I've only had a few. I'm fine.
Yeah, the food's $12, but getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Please drive around. Actually, just park and come in.
Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At the football game, Jim shows the telltale signs of being wasted. He attempts to high-five everyone on the way to his section, spilling his $10 beer everywhere. Back in his seat, he screams, "Defense." His friends remind him it's halftime. He takes off his shirt and starts flexing for the camera. He refers to his muscles as gunboats. Jim screams, "How's this for a halftime show?" He tells the story about the time he flexed for the halftime show. His friend informs him that it just happened. To redeem himself, he streaks the field. Jim makes it to midfield before being tackled. The Jumbotron captures it all. It's easy to tell if you've had way too many to drive. But what if you've had just one too many to drive? Never underestimate just a few. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, the Ad Council, and this station. At the karaoke bar, Greg shows the telltale signs of being wasted. First off, he's in a karaoke bar. Next, he tells the waitress she can be his backup singer. Greg asks his buddy if he met his backup singer. He takes another shot and realizes he's not sitting with his buddy. Then he spends an hour searching for the perfect song in the food menu. On stage, he can't read the lyrics on the monitor. He explains to everyone that he can't read gobbledygook. Greg decides to freestyle rap. He keeps repeating the line, "I don't read no gobbledygook, boy." The power is cut, and Greg offers to sign autographs out back. It's easy to tell if you've had way too many to drive. But what if you've had just one too many to drive? Never underestimate just a few. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, the Ad Council, and this station.
It's Thursday night, and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes two. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese!
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Your chances of being in a drunk driving crash are 1 in 250. Your chances of dying, 1 in 65. So when you survive, you hear it a lot. You're lucky to be alive. Lucky because you beat the odds. Thing is, the odds beat back. Try losing 1 in 3 children, 1 in 2 arms or legs, 3 in 4 months at the office, 4 in 5 days to depression, 2 out of 3 dreams or nightmares, 5 of 6 letters or bills. And if 1 of 12 jurors has had a bad day, the driver who hurt you goes free. 1 in 4 marriages breaks from the strain. 2 out of 5 friends avoid you. And the odds are good that the ones who don't will tell you how lucky you are.
Until you've survived a drunk driving crash, you can't understand the impact. MAD Victim Services advocates are crash survivors themselves, uniquely equipped to help with emotional, legal, and financial guidance. Call 877-MAD-HELP.
This is the sound of safety.
911 call center.
Hi, yeah, I want to report an impaired driver. There's a car swerving all over the road. I'm on Highway 8.
The police want citizens to call 911 to report impaired drivers, because keeping them off the road is everyone's responsibility. If you suspect an impaired driver, pull over, call 911, and save someone's life.
Change for the better.
MAD Canada, helping the victim, stopping the crime. This is the sound of safety. It's a vehicle alcohol interlock. It measures alcohol in a driver's breath. If it finds any, the car won't start, and someone, somewhere, won't be in danger. We're MAD Canada, and we believe people convicted of impaired driving should have an alcohol interlock in their cars. Yes, it's an inconvenience, but death is final.
Change for the better.
MAD Canada, helping the victim, stopping the crime. These are the sounds of impaired driving. And then...
I don't think he's gonna make it.
When you drive impaired, there's a price we all pay. Emergency response costs, doctors, caregivers, and more. Studies show that impaired driving costs us billions of dollars each year. But the victims of impaired driving pay the biggest price.
Change for the better.
MAD Canada, helping the victim, stopping the crime. Is this the sound of a car being driven by an impaired driver? You don't know. The police don't know. Until this happens. At MAD Canada, we work to stop road crashes caused by impaired driving. And when tragedy strikes, we work to comfort and assist the victims. Support MAD Canada's work, because the pain never stops.
Change for the better.
MAD Canada, helping the victim, stopping the crime. This is the sound of a decision.
All rise.
The choice to drink alcohol and then drive a car. If you kill someone while driving impaired, you should face a long term in jail. That's a deterrent. But too many get off easy. That's a disgrace. At MAD Canada, we believe the victims of impaired driving deserve respect. Offenders deserve jail.
Change for the better.
MAD Canada, helping the victim, stopping the crime.
Little boy blue, come blow on your horn. The sheep's in the meadow, the cow's in the corn. You've messed up again. What's the matter with you? Can't you do anything right? Worthless little brat.
What a child learns about violence, a child learns for life.
Somebody's going to get hit.
Teach carefully. We can show you how. We're ACT, Adults and Children Together Against Violence. And if you're a parent or caregiver, we can help you teach your child how to rise above violence, not succumb to it. Visit actagainstviolence.org for details, or call 877-ACT-WISE for a free brochure. Call today, 877-ACT-WISE, and stop violence before it starts. This message brought to you by the Ad Council, the American Psychological Association, and the MetLife Foundation.
That's the Big Dipper over there.
Yellow and blue make green.
Well, a cow pie really isn't a pie.
Come on, Riff! Open your eyes!
Remember, you're always teaching. Teach carefully. React with rage, and kids will learn it's okay to do the same. Keep your cool, and kids will do likewise. For advice, visit actagainstviolence.org. Brought to you by MetLife Foundation, National Association for the Education of Young Children, and the Ad Council.
That's the Big Dipper over there, and there's the Little Dipper.
You take the balloon, and you rub the balloon on your head like this, and then it'll stick to the wall.
Brown shoes, brown belt. Black shoes, black belt.
You want to know how to whistle? Pucker your lips. You leave a little hole like this, blow out, and that's how you whistle.
Yellow and blue make green.
Come on, Riff! Open your eyes!
Get some glasses, you idiot!
Remember, you're always teaching. Teach carefully. React with rage, and kids will learn it's okay to do the same. Keep your cool, and kids will do likewise. For a few quick pointers, visit actagainstviolence.org or call 877-ACT-WISE for a free brochure.
Well, a cow pie really isn't a pie.
Brought to you by MetLife Foundation, the American Psychological Association, and the Ad Council.
Loop one bunny ear around the other, and now your shoe's tied. Always wash your hands after going potty. Ew, buddy. You can't eat things that fell on the ground. So always remember, lefty-loosey, righty-tighty. And you take another graham cracker, and you squish it all together, and that's how you make s'mores. Now I know my ABCs. Next time, won't you sing with me? When'd you learn how to drive, you moron?
Remember, you're always teaching. Teach carefully. React with rage, and kids will learn it's okay to do the same. Keep your cool, and kids will do likewise. For a few quick pointers, visit actagainstviolence.org or call 877-ACT-WISE for a free brochure.
Okay, here's the thing about yellow snow.
Brought to you by MetLife Foundation, the American Psychological Association, and the Ad Council.
Lefty-loosey, righty-tighty. Okay, here's the thing about yellow snow. Now I know my ABCs. Next time, won't you sing with me? Learn how to drive, you moron!
Remember, you're always teaching. Teach carefully. React with rage, and kids will learn it's okay to do the same. Keep your cool, and kids will do likewise. For advice, visit actagainstviolence.org. Brought to you by MetLife Foundation, National Association for the Education of Young Children, and the Ad Council.
1 + 1 is 2. 2 + 2 is 4. And if the yolk's still a little runny, that's what you call fried over easy. Always talk quietly in the library. And that's how you give a Zerbert. Some people have innies, some people have outies. Here's the church, here's the steeple. Open the doors and see all the people.
If you're gonna be 2 hours late, pick up the phone and call!
Remember, you're always teaching. Teach carefully. React with rage, and kids will learn it's okay to do the same. Keep your cool, and kids will do likewise. For a few quick pointers, visit actagainstviolence.org or call 877-ACT-WISE for a free brochure.
Eat ice cream too fast and you'll get a brain freeze.
Brought to you by MetLife Foundation, the American Psychological Association, and the Ad Council.
Boy, that young girl looking good. Baby, come here, let me touch you.
Boy, you're looking for trouble? She's only 14. You could get charged for statutory rape. Eyes and hands off.
Real men protect children, not abuse them. Remember, if you have sex with underage children or teenagers, or touch them inappropriately, show them pornographic material, or let them hear or see the act of sex, or show them your private parts, it is sexual abuse. Real men don't abuse children, and they don't encourage others to do it either. Be a real man.
Thanks for the warning, Bridget.
This message brought to you by UNICEF and this station.
Trevor gone, once and for all. Mommy called the police for him because he was interfering with me. You believe he tried to offer her money so that she would keep it quiet? Told her not to call the police, not to take the case to court, but Mommy didn't listen to him. She didn't take his money. She finally believed me.
Some families accept money and gifts instead of following through with sexual abuse cases. But this is not right. Bribes or money can never heal the scars of sexual abuse. For the sake of our children, report and follow through with cases of child sexual abuse. A message brought to you by UNICEF and this station.
Mommy, help me. I fell and hurt my knee.
Come, sweetheart. Let me take a look at it.
If you can believe this, why can't you believe this?
Mom, Uncle tried to touch me. There.
What? No way. You sure?
Some mothers don't believe their own children when they say they've been sexually abused, and they don't report it. Remember, if anyone touches them inappropriately, lets them hear or see sex, shows them their private parts, has sex with them, or even shows them pornographic material, then it is sexual abuse. Believe your child and report the sexual abuse. This message brought to you by UNICEF and this station.
I'm Selma, and I'll be your server this evening. The special is pasta primavera, and it comes with a salad. Oh, and by the way, I abuse my children. Lots of times I beat them for even the smallest reason. When they really get on my nerves, I lock them in the closet for a few hours.
If only child abuse was this easy to recognize. Perhaps then more people would report it. If you even suspect abuse, call Child Help at 1-800-4A-CHILD or visit www.childhelp.org. We've helped millions of people help millions of children, and we can help you. All calls are anonymous and confidential, so remember, 1-800-4A-CHILD or visit www.childhelp.org. Child Help. Trust your instincts. A public service message brought to you by Child Help and the Ad Council.
In this column, you can see third quarter earnings are up 7% above projected growth. Oh, and as I mentioned to the board of directors, I'm an abusive father. Not only do I physically abuse my 2 young children all the time, I neglect them as well. I often leave them alone for hours at a time without any supervision.
If only child abuse was this easy to recognize, perhaps then more people would report it. If you even suspect abuse, call Child Help at 1-800-4A-CHILD or visit www.childhelp.org. We've helped millions of people help millions of children, and we can help you. All calls are anonymous and confidential, so remember, 1-800-4A-CHILD or visit www.childhelp.org. Child Help. Trust your instincts. A public service message brought to you by Child Help and the Ad Council.
Unexpected noises at Halloween can be very frightening for children. But what about the noise of something they can expect? For many children, every night is as frightening as Halloween. Please donate tonight at ispcc.ie.
He dimmed the lights and smilingly led me by the hand to the bedroom. Slowly he lay me
down on the bed. His eyes pierced my skin.
As he caressed my cheek, I could feel his breath hot on my neck. His hand moved down towards my top, so lightly I could hardly feel it.
I breathed fast as he undid my shirt. He touched me and whispered in my ear, "Don't tell Mummy."
Sexual abuse can scar you for life. Get help. Call Childline on 08000 55 555.
Max was 2 when he had to learn to walk all over again. He hadn't tripped at the playground. His leg shattered when he was thrown against his bedroom wall.
Bernardos need your help to protect children like Max.
Please donate before June 30 and help stop child abuse. Call 1-800 061 000 or go to stopchildabuse.org.au.
Thank you. She said I ruined her life. I can't tell you. I'm so scared. He hurts me every day. Help me.
Katie had to sleep in her closet.
It hurts. I don't want to go home. He told me not to tell.
If you think reporting it is uncomfortable, think about how they feel. There are more than 40,000 child abuse cases reported each year in Pennsylvania.
Suspected? Report it. Make the call. 1-800-932-0313 to report child abuse or neglect.
Paid for by Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Pennsylvania's child protection laws have changed to help us better protect our children. Pennsylvanians who work or volunteer with children may need to get their child abuse clearances. Many of you know who you are, yet there are many of you who don't. You may be a Little League coach. You may be a nonprofit employee mentoring youth. You may be a student teacher. If you're not sure, there's an easy way to find out. First, go to this website, keepkidssafe.pa.gov. Second, find out if you need clearances. Then, apply online. Getting clearances is easier and less expensive than ever. Pennsylvania means business when it comes to protecting our children, and obtaining clearances is one way to ensure their protection. We need to take this seriously. So do your part. Find out if you need your child abuse clearances at keepkidssafe.pa.gov.
Paid for by Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Have you been a victim of cyberbullying? Have you seen a friend suffer from this brutally malicious act?
42% of kids have been bullied while online, yet only 1 in 10 teens tell a parent if they've been a victim of it. It's time we stand up and stop cyberbullying
before it starts.
Control,
alter,
delete.
Control the situation, make it stop.
Alter the issue, don't be a part of it. Take the higher path by not participating.
Delete the past, realize its history, and move forward.
Find us at facebook.com/prevent cyberbullying.
Sponsored by Wichita Northwest DECA, Taco Bell, and Pizza.
One of the most common forms of bullying is cyberbullying or cyber harassment. This involves the use of information and communication technologies, such as social media, for the purpose of engaging in deliberate, repeated, and hostile behavior with the intention of harming another person. Sadly, some students may seek to demean, humiliate, or intimidate an intended victim through the use of Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram, Skype, email, text messages, and other communication technologies. Please know that this type of behavior from our students will not be tolerated, regardless of the perceived intent. What can you do if you have been the victim of bullying or cyberbullying? Be aware that these activities constitute a very serious violation of the Student Code of Conduct. Report the behavior to a campus professional, for example, residential life professional staff, campus safety and security, or student affairs. If you know of any student who needs assistance, call 6120 or email studentaffairs@graham.edu.
You are a waste. A loser. Everyone hates you. Why don't you just stay in your car and keep driving? I'm serious. Drive until you run out of gas, then get out of your car and walk until you find someone who doesn't think you're dumber than bricks. Could take a while, but at least all that walking might burn a couple of calories.
You may not witness bullying like this every day. Your kids do. They want to help, but they don't know how. Visit stopbullying.gov to learn safe, simple ways your child can help stop bullying. Be more than a bystander at stopbullying.gov. A message from the Ad Council.
Today in school, I learned a lot. In chemistry, I learned that no one likes me. In English, I learned that I'm disgusting. And in physics, I learned that I'm a loser.
Today in school, I learned that I'm ugly and useless. And in gym, I learned that I'm pathetic and a joke. In history, I learned that I'm trash.
Today in school, I learned that I have no friends. In English, I learned that I make people sick. And at lunch, I learned that I sit on my own because I smell. In chemistry, I learned that no one likes me.
In biology, I learned that I'm fat and stupid. And in math, I learned that I'm trash.
The only thing I didn't learn in school today?
The only thing I didn't learn today.
The only thing I didn't learn
is why no one ever helps.
Kids witness bullying every day. They want to help, but they don't know how. Teach them how to stop bullying and be more than a bystander at stopbullying.gov. A message from the Ad Council.
Once there was a girl and her name was Kathleen, Kathleen. The only thing she treasured was her old sewing machine. Old machine, sheen, sewing mama machine. What's with your face? What kind of girl are you? Well, a bitch, well, a bitch. No one cares about you. Did you wake up in a ditch? In a ditch, in a ditch. Once there was a girl and her name was Kathleen, lean, throw yourself in the ravine. And every day at school we will beat you till you scream, till you scream, till you scream.
Whose side are you on? Help us fight bullying. Text FRIENDS to 72980 to donate €2.
Hi. LOL. Well, AISI, it was NBD.
Kids are spending more and more time online, and even if you heard what they're typing, you probably wouldn't know what they're saying.
Some PPL, whatever. ISS.
They chat online in a language full of acronyms, and unless you use it every day, you won't understand it.
YIWGP.
You won't know what they're saying, or who they're saying it to. A lot of times, neither do they. Every day, children are sexually solicited online. So here's an acronym for you. HDOP. Help delete online predators. To protect your kids' online life and to get a full list of acronyms kids are using, call 1-800-THE-LOST or visit cybertipline.com. A message from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and the Ad Council.
Well, AISI, it was NBD.
You don't know what your kids are saying online, or who they're saying it to. A lot of times, neither do they. Every day, children are sexually solicited online. To protect your kids' online life and to get a full list of acronyms kids are using, call 1-800-THE-LOST or visit cybertipline.com. Help delete online predators. A message from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and the Ad Council. Janine Marks, a 12-year-old, was fairly normal. She spent a lot of time online. One day, she met a new friend. The new friend had the same problems at home. They liked the same bands. They worried about the same subjects in school. They promised to keep each other's secrets. They wished they went to the same junior high. The new friend had good news. He said he was going to be in Janine's area one Saturday. He thought it would be amazing if they could just hang out, go to the mall. Janine agreed. The new friend didn't want parents messing this up. Janine showed up alone. So did her new friend, who wasn't in junior high, wasn't nice, and wasn't a 14-year-old boy. Every day, children are sexually solicited online. Help delete online predators. Call 1-800-THE-LOST or visit cybertipline.com to learn how to protect your kids' online life. A message from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and the Ad Council.
Do you know what that is? That's the sound of your classmate forwarding a picture from your profile to everyone he knows. A college student downloading all your pictures to his hard drive. A teacher wondering what you were thinking. Some guys posting graphic comments about your body and what they do with it. Your neighbor printing out your latest pictures for his collection. A man spending some alone time with your picture while no one else is around. And worst of all, your dad seeing a photo of you topless, all because of the time you posted those pictures on your profile. Anything you post online, anyone can see. Family, friends, and even not-so-friendly people. So think before you post. For more information, visit www.cybertipline.com.
This message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Justice, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and the Ad Council.
Do you know what that is? That's the sound of your classmate receiving an attachment of you posing in your underwear. That classmate forwarding the picture to some of his friends. His friends sending your picture to everyone they know. The picture arriving in the inbox of your history teacher, of your friends at work, of your next-door neighbor, of your older brother's friends, of your coach, of your friend's dad, of your piano instructor, of your school's football team, of your mom's coworker, of your bus driver, of your boyfriend, of your ex-boyfriend, of your boss, of your best friend, and worst of all, of your dad. All because of the time you posted those pictures on your profile. Anything you post online, anyone can see. Family, friends, and even not-so-friendly people. So think before you post. For more information, visit www.cybertipline.com.
This message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Justice, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and the Ad Council.
Party time! Yeah! Some tequila for the fiesta. A little tequila to make the party fun. Some tequila for your little ones. That's right. A little tequila, their problem drinking might have begun. Tequila shots are all it could take. It's fun now, but it could be a mistake. Tequila shots are all it could take. It's fun now, but it could be a mistake.
Tequila! Nothing better for celebrating with your kids and introducing them to potential alcohol abuse.
Remember that the younger he starts drinking, the more likely he is to abuse it. Don't give alcohol to your kids. To learn more, visit www.foryourchild.org or call 1-877-767-8844. A message from Mothers Against Drunk Driving and the Ad Council.
Drinking problem. Give your kids plenty of rum. If they drink a lot, it won't be so fun. Plant the seed of problem drinking when they're really young. Plant the seed of problem drinking when they're really young.
Rum! For those good times when you introduce your children to potential alcohol abuse.
Remember that the younger he starts drinking, the more likely he is to abuse it. Don't give alcohol to your kids. To learn more, visit www.foryourchild.org or call 1-877-767-8844. A message from Mothers Against Drunk Driving and the Ad Council.
Problem drinkers. Give your kids beer, they may never be the same. Give your kids beer, their whole life may be changed. Give your kids beer, they may not be ready.
Beer! For those memorable moments when you introduce your child to potential alcohol abuse.
Remember that the younger he starts drinking, the more likely he is to abuse it. Don't give alcohol to your kids. To learn more, visit www.foryourchild.org or call 1-877-767-8844. A message from Mothers Against Drunk Driving and the Ad Council.
We inherited this business from our father.
Who got it from his father?
Who got it from...
It doesn't go back that far.
Anyway, we are now the custodians of the family legacy.
And all the worries that go with it.
We knew we needed an emergency preparedness plan to protect the business should the unexpected occur. So we went to ready.gov.
Yes, ready.gov.
This is serious. At Ready.gov, we found information that would help get us up and running after an emergency.
Like a flood, cyber attack.
Yeah.
Fire-breathing dragon?
We thought creating a plan would cost a lot of money, take a lot of time.
Cause a lot of family fights.
But at Ready.gov, we downloaded free checklists, templates, and more. With a solid plan in place, we worry less about keeping Rizzo and Sons in business.
Only it should be Rizzo and Grandsons.
And granddaughter.
Yeah,
granddaughter.
Go to Ready.gov for details on creating an emergency preparedness plan. Ready.gov. Becoming a success is hard work. Protecting it isn't. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the Ad Council, and this station.
I'll pick you up after school. Okay, I got it.
It's easy to take a day for granted. You and your family are connected by routine, and you stick to it. But what if a disaster strikes without warning? What if life as you know it has completely turned on its head? What if your day's routine is disrupted and you can't reach your family? Have you planned for that? Before a disaster turns your family's world upside down, it's up to you to be ready. Get a kit, make a plan, be informed. Today. Learn how at www.ready.gov. Ready.gov. This message brought to you by the Federal Emergency Management Agency and the Ad Council.
Help.
Ayuda.
帮助.
Edem.
Help.
In the wake of a disaster, there are many people from all backgrounds and all walks of life who need help. Help is available through FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. We're here to provide help to all those who need it.
Help.
帮助. Edem.
帮助.
Help.
If you or someone you know has been affected by a disaster, call us at 800-621-FEMA. If your home or property has been damaged or destroyed, you've lost your job or income, or face other emergency needs, please call the Federal Emergency Management Agency at 800-621-FEMA. FEMA. Help is here.
A public service message brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Okay, gang. So, chances are there'll never be an emergency ever again. But, just in case, let's talk about a plan.
Okay.
So, who's gonna do what? Anyone? Yeah, okay, perfect. We'll figure it out as we go. So, who is going to grab the go bag?
What's a go bag?
It is a bag we do not have that is filled with things we really need in an emergency.
Guess we won't have to worry about it then.
Ah, good point. So, we all know who to call if something happens then, right?
I'd have to call Jill, Devin, Melissa, Karen, and Bruce.
And I will try to call all of you, but Greg doesn't have a cell phone. Dad's phone will have a dead battery.
No doubt.
And Julie will be on the phone with Jill, Devin, Melissa, Karen, and Bruce.
Well, this is great. I am so glad that we don't have a plan.
I know.
Winging it is not an emergency plan. Make sure your kids know what to do during an emergency, who to call, where to meet, what to pack. Visit ready.gov/kids for tips and information. A public service announcement brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
It's easy to take your world for granted. Most days go by without a whole lot of surprises. But what if a disaster strikes without warning? What if life as you know it has completely turned on its head? What if everything familiar becomes anything but? Would you be prepared? Before a disaster turns your family's world upside down, it's up to you to be ready. Get a kit, make a plan, be informed. Today. Learn how at www.ready.gov. Ready.gov. This message brought to you by the Federal Emergency Management Agency and the Ad Council.
It's important to plan ahead for emergencies, like the storm. When it kicked in, we had a plan.
Separated.
We were able to get in touch with each other in no time.
I had no idea how to find each other.
My husband kept the kids
tried
occupied.
calling our son, but
There was no reception. Everything was down. I felt like breaking
we handled
down and
everything
crying,
very
but
well.
I had to try and stay calm.
The whole experience was fine.
Was the most frightening 10 hours of my life.
It was kind of like a little family adventure.
Every mother hopes will never happen to her.
I remember
the
relief of being together.
I realized he was out there all alone.
If there's one piece of advice I'd offer other moms out there, it's to stay calm and keep to the plan.
Some parents plan ahead, some don't. Make sure you know where to find your family in an emergency. Start your plan at ready.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
We first opened about 10 years ago. We were small, just a few of us, but it was exciting. I always dreamt of having my own business. It was kind of slow at first, but things started picking up. We had big plans, but in our wildest dreams, we never thought we'd have this much work. Yeah, with so many businesses caught off guard by the storm, Reed Waste Management has never been busier.
What will become of your business after a disaster? Nearly 2/3 of businesses aren't prepared for an emergency, and 40% of businesses that experience a disaster never recover. Make an emergency plan now, before it's too late. For a free online tool that helps you develop an emergency plan to keep your business up and running should disaster strike, visit ready.gov/business. Brought to you by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the American Red Cross, and the Ad Council. Today, you ate Greek yogurt. You took the train. You wondered why people spend so much time reading celebrity blogs. You read a celebrity blog. You planned a workout. You skipped it. You did all the things that one normally does the day before a devastating earthquake shakes the community to the ground. You never know when the day before is the day before. Prepare for tomorrow at ready.gov/today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council. Today, you hit the snooze bar. You checked your email. You checked your fantasy football team. You rejected an insulting trade offer. You ate your lunch. You did all the things that one normally does the day before a 175-mile-per-hour hurricane blows through your city, leaving it in a state of ruin. You never know when the day before is the day before. Prepare for tomorrow at ready.gov/today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council. Today, you brushed your teeth. You skipped the floss. You combed your hair. You took the train. You did the crossword. You missed 22 across. You went to work. You had a meeting. You ate your lunch. You had another meeting. You wondered, how is anyone supposed to get any work done around here with so many meetings? You left the office. You took the train. You ate your dinner. You brushed your teeth. You did all the things that one normally does the day before a brutal EF5 tornado rips through town, leaving 30,000 people without power. You never know when the day before is the day before. Prepare for tomorrow at ready.gov/today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
We've been married a year.
Yep, been in business together for 2 months.
Oh, it's a big move for us, starting a business and everything.
And for our future 9 children.
Oh, our future 2 children.
Look, there are lots of worries with starting a business, but creating an emergency preparedness plan shouldn't be one of them.
Yeah, we needed a plan in case of fire, flood, or cyber attack. I mean, how would we get the business back up and running?
Because without the business, we could never afford baseball mitts for the 9 kids.
Oh, we went to ready.gov and downloaded everything we needed to create a plan. I mean, ready.gov has free templates, checklists, and more.
Yeah, without ready.gov, I could easily get old before my time. The furrowed brow, nervous twitch.
But because of ready.gov, we have one less thing to worry about.
Droopy shoulders.
Oh, stop that.
Go to ready.gov for details on creating an emergency preparedness plan. Ready.gov. Becoming a success is hard work. Protecting it isn't. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the Ad Council, and this station.
All right. I know this isn't any fun to talk about, but we should. So, who's going to do what? Flashlights?
Nowhere to be found.
Where to be found? Batteries?
Dead.
Great. Emergency supply kits?
Not packed.
What about blankets?
We have an old towel.
Good enough. Cell phones?
May not work.
Emergency water?
Not a drop.
And what about food?
Nope.
Perfect. We all know where we're meeting if we're separated, yeah?
The library.
Aunt Joan's house. The bus stop.
Great. And I'll be waiting here wondering where you all are. Sounds like we don't have a plan. Who's up for mini golf?
Winging it is not an emergency plan. Make sure your kids know what to do during an emergency. Who to call, where to meet, what to pack. Visit ready.gov/kids for tips and information. A public service announcement brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
We've been business partners for almost 10 years. We started with nothing.
Except big dreams.
But we've really built something.
And we want to keep it, no matter what.
Yeah, tornadoes, cyber attack. We needed a plan that would get the business back up and running.
Then we found Ready.gov.
Yeah.
It has great stuff to put an emergency plan together.
Oh, yeah. Before Ready.gov, my partner here was all, a plan will cost too much. It'll take too much time.
Okay, I was wrong.
Yeah, what he means is that going to Ready.gov was all my idea.
Yeah, but I agreed it was a good one.
Well, after you saw the free templates, checklists, and ideas.
Now that we have an emergency plan, we worry less about the unforeseen.
Yeah, and worry about the foreseen. The payroll, our customers.
In other words, we have lots of reasons to get worry lines.
And therefore, lots of worry lines.
But creating an affordable emergency plan isn't one of them.
Remember when your hair wasn't gray?
Remember when you had hair?
Hey.
Go to ready.gov for details on creating an emergency preparedness plan. Becoming a success is hard work. Protecting it isn't. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the Ad Council, and this station.
At least 1 in 4 businesses affected by a disaster, whether it's man-made or natural, never reopen.
Can you sign this for me, please?
Yet too many owners put off their company's disaster plan because they let too many day-to-day things get in the way.
No messages. Heavy fire showing from the 9th floor, second alarm being...
Disasters are unpredictable, so visit ready.gov to make your company's disaster plan. Ready.gov. It's never too late to protect your business until it is. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the Ad Council.
Wow, yeah, since the storm, it's been crazy busy for us. We got all kinds of office desks coming in. Now here's a fancy one right here. It's missing a leg, but that's all right. Whatever. Washers and dryers from a laundromat. Oh, wow, and check this out. Another deep fryer. And I'm not sure what this doohickey is. Yeah, most businesses weren't ready for a storm like that, you know. But our work's really piling up here at Roberts & Son Salvage.
What will become of your business after a disaster? Nearly 2/3 of businesses aren't prepared for an emergency, and 40% of businesses that experience a disaster never recover. Make an emergency plan now, before it's too late. For a free online tool that helps you develop an emergency plan to keep your business up and running should disaster strike, visit ready.gov/business. Brought to you by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the American Red Cross, and the Ad Council.
Most days go by without a whole lot of surprises. But what if a disaster strikes without warning? What if life, as you know it, has completely turned on its head? Would you be prepared? Before a disaster turns your family's world upside down, be ready. Get a kit. Make a plan. Be informed. Learn how at www.ready.gov. Brought to you by the Federal Emergency Management Agency and the Ad Council.
I know it's tough to hear me with this firefighter's air pack on, but it's the only way I can be in this smoldering pile of ashes that was my office. I hope you won't make the same mistake, since at least 1 in 4 businesses never reopen after a disaster. The fire's bad, but the water damage? I should have done our disaster plan, but I just didn't see this coming.
There'll always be a few fires to put out around the office unless it's not around anymore. Go to ready.gov and make your company's plan. Ready.gov. It's never too late to protect your business until it is. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the Ad Council.
I know it's tough to hear me with this firefighter's air pack on, but it's the only way I can be in this smoldering pile of ashes that was my office. And I could get in trouble, but I hope you won't make the same mistake I did, since at least 1 in 4 businesses that suffer this type of loss never reopen. So here goes. Just 3 days ago, we sat in this melted wreck of what used to be a conference room, talking about how good things were. Over there was the tech room. The fire's bad enough, but the water damage really gets me. Look, here's an article describing us as visionaries. I should have done our disaster plan, but with everything else, I just didn't see this coming. Visionaries, huh? Well, the good news is, at least the ashes can't burn down.
There'll always be a few fires to put out around the office, unless it's not around anymore. But when you have a disaster plan, you can adapt, recover, and stay in control. Go to ready.gov and make your company's plan. Ready.gov. It's never too late to protect your business until it is. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the Ad Council.
If there was an emergency, would your family have enough water and non-perishable food to last 3 days? We asked families across the country. Here are some of their answers.
Well, we depend mostly on our meats, on our refrigerator, on, cooking that way, so most of our foods are in the refrigerator. Once the electricity goes out, your refrigerator goes out, so you can only use that for a certain amount of time.
We usually eat fresh food daily.
In the pantry of like granola bars and canned tomatoes,
True. That's true, but that's really not survival food. Tomato paste.
The brand of dog food that I do purchase for the dogs, as well as the cats, are edible by humans. We could even share the same bowls.
I want my own bowl.
You get your own bowl.
Is your plan any better? To learn more about making an emergency plan for your family, go to ready.gov. This message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the Ad Council.
Tornadoes had been reported in several neighboring states.
Jonathan Harlan, CEO of Aeneas Internet and Telephone, Jackson, Tennessee.
Living in Tornado Alley, you kind of get used to dealing with them. You just pray one doesn't hit your area. Late Sunday night, just before midnight, an F-4 Twister touched down in Jackson, leveling our downtown. There was nothing left of our building, just piles of bricks and concrete. We lost everything. Fortunately, backup systems were in place. Employees knew what to do and worked from other locations. Because we were prepared, our clients never knew the difference.
Whether it's a natural disaster or terrorist attack, every business needs an emergency plan. A plan can save lives, company assets, and your entire business at little or no cost to your company. You can't control what happens, but you can be prepared. Visit www.ready.gov today. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the Ad Council.
Mom?
Dad?
How long should I wait for you? Mom?
If I'm at soccer practice.
What if something happens? Will you come get me? Should I stay where I am and wait for you? Or go to Grandma's house since it's closer?
Shouldn't we pick a place to meet?
There's no reason not to have a plan in case of an emergency.
Mom, if you're not home, should we go to the neighbor's house? How do we keep in touch with each other if the phones don't work? Should I be worried how we all get home?
And some extremely good reasons why you should.
Can you tell me?
Everybody should have a plan. Take 5 minutes to talk about where you'll meet and how you'll get in touch with each other in an emergency. For other things you can do to be prepared, visit www.ready.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the Ad Council.
Mom?
Dad?
How long should I wait for you? Mom?
If I'm at soccer practice.
What if something happens? Will you come get me? Should I stay where I am and wait for you? Or go to Grandma's house since it's closer?
Shouldn't we pick a place to meet?
There's no reason not to have a plan in case of a terrorist attack.
Mom, if you're not home, should we go to the neighbor's house? How do we keep in touch with each other if the phones don't work? Should I be worried how we all get home?
And some extremely good reasons why you should.
Can you tell me?
Everybody should have a plan. Take 5 minutes to talk about where you'll meet and how you'll get in touch with each other in an emergency. For other things you can do to be prepared, visit www.ready.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the Ad Council.
It's important to make sure your family has a plan in case of an emergency. We talked to this family to see if each of them knew where to meet if they were not together when something happened.
If a natural disaster happened and we were outside the home, we would all meet at the park. That's our meeting point.
Our meeting place is our neighbor's house because she is my mom's good friend. We all have a meeting spot, which is a bus stop.
Is your plan any better? To learn more about making an emergency plan for your family, go to ready.gov. This message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the Ad Council.
The cupboard, the fridge, older friends, adults. All too often, kids have easy access to alcohol. As a parent, make sure responsible adult supervision is provided when children visit other kids' homes. Don't host teen parties where alcohol is served. It's against the law. And talk with your kids, early and often, about the harms of underage drinking. Parents are powerful.
To learn more, visit FaceItParents.com, sponsored by the Oregon Liquor Control Commission, Oregon Partnership, and the National Alcohol Beverage Control Association.
Here's something to think about. Do you know who's talking to your kids about alcohol? Is it the kid with the fake ID, or friends drinking at parties, or someone offering to buy them beer from the local convenience store? Who is talking with your kids about alcohol? Shouldn't it be you?
For more information on how to talk with your kids about not drinking, visit FaceItParents.com. That's FaceItParents.com. Sponsored by the Oregon Liquor Control Commission, Oregon Partnership, and the National Alcohol Beverage Control Association.
While cutting molding with a 12-inch dual compound miter saw, while holding a newborn baby in your arms, when face-to-face with a congregation of alligators, with the ball in your hands and the entire freaking season on the line.
There are a million places you'd never consider texting, so why would you do it while driving? NASCAR driver Casey Kane here, asking you to please stop the text, and together we can stop the wrecks.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Get the message at stoptextstopwrecks.org.
Green light. Hey girl, school zone. I'm getting hungry. Car changing lanes. You want to meet me for pizza? Stop sign. Intersection clear. Yeah, street. Pizza sounds good. Ballin Street? Girlin Street!
It's hard to concentrate on two things at once, like texting and driving. Stop the text, stop the wrecks. How will you stop texting and driving? Tell us at stoptextstopwrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
A radio commercial about people dying doesn't need to be cute to get your attention. It doesn't need a jingle, or goofy sound effects, or actors with a catchy accent to make the message impactful. The truth is, 25% of fatal crashes in Kansas are speed-related. In fact, speeding is such a factor on Highway K-10 that we're buying airtime to tell you. Since we don't have to sing that fact for you to remember it, remember this. Stop speeding. Because on the drive to zero fatalities, you are in the driver's seat. 25% of all fatal crashes are speed-related, which equates to 1 in 4. In Kansas, that means drivers maintaining a safe, legal speed could prevent more than 100 deaths a year. Higher speeds lead to reduced reaction times and more severe, even more deadly crashes. In an effort to save lives, law enforcement will be cracking down on those who are being a danger to themselves and others. Stop speeding, because on the drive to zero fatalities, you are in the driver's seat. Sponsored by the Drive to Zero Coalition and this station.
Wake up, comb your hair, grab your keys, go to work, clock in, clock out, sit in traffic, get home, TV on, grab a beer, roll a joint, take a sip, take a hit, relax. Hungry? Barbecue sounds good. Delivery? Nah, not good to drive. Get in the car, get on the road, run the red. Never saw the other car.
DUIs, jail time, death. These can and will happen if you drive impaired. Brought to you by the Kansas Department of Transportation and your Kansas law enforcement community.
I've made it home 100 times like this.
I feel fine. Jeez.
A few drinks do nothing to me. I've only had 2. I can handle it. Hey, I can drive. Drop it.
Wait, what? Am I on the right road?
Is there something up there?
You can make a lot of excuses about drinking and driving, right up to the point...
What is that?
Turn on. Oh, no. Turn on!
You can't. In Kansas, you drink, you drive, you lose. Brought to you by the Kansas Department of Transportation and your Kansas law enforcement community.
I drive better when I'm drinking. I drive slow when I'm high, so it's safer. A little buzz helps me focus behind the wheel. I only took a couple hits. I'm good to drive. Seriously.
It's no joke. Anything that messes with your head messes with your driving. Drugs, alcohol, drive impaired, and face the consequences. A message from the Kansas Department of Transportation and your Kansas law enforcement community.
Have a think. Think of something that you've done that you wish you could go back in time and change. An accident, or just something that left you feeling a right fool. Wouldn't it be great to go back and put it right? You can't. None of us can. The same can apply to people who take ecstasy. Because even though you might suffer no immediate after effects and feel you had a good time, it can cause permanent damage to your internal organs, like your liver. The liver acts as your body's washing machine. It gets rid of most of the toxic rubbish flying round inside you. Pretty handy, really. If your liver gets heavily damaged, it doesn't work properly, so it's under loads of strain. In the end, it just packs up, collapses, simple as that. Ecstasy can also have a toxic effect on your brain. Liver and brain damage are usually irreversible. There's no going back. For help and advice, call the drug line. You can also ask for a free leaflet. Calls are free and confidential. The drug line, 0800 77 66 00.
Just sit back and close your eyes for a second. Now think of your worst nightmare. Something so horrible it sends your heart racing and makes you break out in a cold sweat. Imagine it rushing towards you, laughing at you, and you can't get away. Now open your eyes and imagine that your nightmare is still there. Well, that's what could happen if you'd taken one of the most powerful mind-altering drugs. A dose no bigger than the head of a pin would be enough to make you see things in your mind and believe they were real, no matter how horrible or frightening. If you were already feeling anxious or worried, this could be really dangerous. Who knows what it could make you do? In the last 40 seconds or so, you've just discovered how you could react to LSD. If you'd just taken an LSD tab, or acid, trips, whatever you want to call it, the nightmare could last another 12 hours. And because all tabs look the same, you'll never know just how big a dose you're taking. For a free leaflet, call the drug line. Calls are free and confidential. They won't show up on itemised bills. The drug line, 0800 77 66 00.
Imagine taking a big deep breath and holding it a minute or so. You'd inhale roughly 3 litres of air, only about a fifth of it oxygen. Your brain needs that oxygen to survive. At first you'd feel okay. After 3 minutes though, you'd probably go unconscious. After 5, there's a good chance you could get brain damage. Of course you'd breathe out long before that. But imagine you couldn't, no matter how hard you tried. Imagine your heart beating so hard it feels like it'll jump out of your chest and your head feels ready to explode. Imagine the panic as you realise you can't breathe. Well, if you ever try sniffing aerosols, glues or gases, you might not have to imagine. Inhaling aerosols can actually cause your windpipe to swell up, making it very difficult to breathe. Every week, 2 under-16s die from solvent abuse, and a third of the deaths are among people trying it for the first time. For a free leaflet, call the drug line. Calls are free and confidential. They won't show up on itemised bills. The drug line, 0800 77 66 00.
How did you react to that? Some of you will have found it really disgusting. Some of you will have laughed out loud. Some will have sniggered and some not even noticed. That's the thing, you see. We all react differently to things. That's what makes us individuals. You may not have got it yet, but what I'm actually on about is drugs. Because we're all so different, the way that we react to drugs is unpredictable. Some people may have a good time, others may get nothing more serious than a headache. The same drug could give someone else breathing difficulties, panic attacks or depression. In the long term, it could damage the liver and brain. Some people could even overheat so much they'd feel they were literally boiling to death. For the facts about drugs and solvents, call the drug line on 0800 77 66 00 and get a free copy of Drugs and Solvents Things You Should Know. Calls are free and completely confidential. They won't show up on itemised bills. The drug line, 0800 77 66 00.
Imagine you'd taken the radio to the warmest room in the house, turned the fire on full, put on a few thick jumpers, a hat, some scarves, wrapped yourself in a duvet and started dancing. Imagine doing that all night long. You'd sweat pints. Dancing all night might sound like fun, but if you'd taken ecstasy, after only 6 hours you could have sweated 6 pints. This would send your body temperature through the roof, causing you to overheat and become severely dehydrated. The extra pressure this would put on your internal organs could be lethal. You could feel as if you were boiling to death. It would only be a matter of time before your kidneys failed, and from then on it would get worse, until, well, you can work it out for yourself. Ecstasy shuts down your body's heating control systems, so all this can happen without you even realising. For a free leaflet, call the drug line. Calls are free and confidential. They won't show up on itemised bills. The drug line, 0800 77 66 00.
You're talking about a friend and you're just about to slag them off, and then doubt pops into your head. Will they find out? Will they ever talk to me again? What if they hate me? Will all my friends disown me? You're listening to doubt. If you smoke cannabis, would you know if it could affect your memory? Or would you have doubts? Are you sure you're sure?
For any information or confidential advice about drugs, call the National Drugs Helpline on 0800 7766 00.
Your alarm goes off. You roll over and just think you'll go back to sleep when doubt pops into your head. Will someone notice if I just bunk off school? Will I get caught? Will my teacher really freak out at me? You're listening to doubt. If you took drugs, would you know if they could cause permanent damage, or would you have doubts? Are you sure you're sure?
For any information or confidential advice about drugs, call the National Drugs Helpline on 0800 7766 00.
On Saturday, 1st December, we went around the clubs of London and asked people one question. What do you know about ecstasy?
Yeah, I think he's all right.
I'm meant to get quite high, but the come down's meant to be pretty bad.
So long as it gets me off my head, I don't care what's in it.
The pills aren't 100% MDMA. They're cut with any kind of drugs.
As long as you drink a lot with it, you're all right.
People get obsessed with drinking water and then get into trouble because there's too much inside them.
A lot of people say a lot of things about ecstasy, but we know the facts. So if you aren't sure about ecstasy's long-term effects on memory loss, or have any questions about drugs, then call the National Drugs Helpline on 0800 77 66 00. One night, Saturday the 17th of November. One place, Canal Street, Manchester. One question, what do you know about cocaine?
What it does is speed everything up.
It seems like one of those weird drugs I've just never got into that just seems, I don't know, just soulless, really.
It just makes you feel more confident.
It can make people really boring and annoying. It can make some people aggressive.
I don't think it has any long-term effects.
My mate hasn't had any for a year and he still gets paranoid.
A lot of people say a lot of things about cocaine, but we know the facts. So if you're wondering how it causes anxiety or paranoia, or have any questions about drugs, then call the National Drugs Helpline on 0800 7766 00.
One night, Saturday, 8th December. One place, Brighton Seafront. One question, what do you know about drugs?
It can make you touchy, very feely. You feel like dancing, you feel like hugging.
You know, if people do it, it's up to them, isn't it? But I've seen a lot of messy people.
These days, they don't cost too much.
My mate ended up robbing off me for a habit.
As long as I'm all right for Mondays, I don't care. I felt on edge for 5 days once. I just couldn't sleep. It was a nightmare.
A lot of people say a lot of things about drugs, but we know the facts. So if you're asking yourself how drugs can cause problems like long-term depression or have any questions about drugs, then call the National Drugs Helpline on 0800 77 66 00.
The big man, the cat's jams. Meet Michael. Everybody loves Michael, especially the girls, and he loves them right back. For Michael, life is nice and easy. Until the night Michael has that extra drink before he goes out. Till Michael has those 2 more shots down the pub. Till Michael announces no one is going anywhere till they've all had 1 slammer, 2, 3. By the time he gets to the club, Elvis has left the building. Now Michael really loves the girls, but the girls don't really like him. Not at all. Nor do his mates. Nor do the bouncers. Nice and easy to Mr. Sleazy. That's Michael.
Don't let too much drink spoil a good night out.
Jamesy's shy. He's got nothing much to say. He's not very good with the girls. All his friends are funnier than him. Until he has a drink. But once he has a drink, he's as good as any of them. He's the life and soul. He's the very boy. And the more he has to drink, the more that brunette at the bar likes him. And the more he doesn't care about that bloke in the bog. Her boyfriend. How much does Jamesy care about that? Oh, Jamesy has plenty to say now to the barman and the bouncers and the officers and the desk sergeant. Life and soul to out of control. Jamesy's in for the night. Sleep well, eh?
Don't let too much drink spoil a good night out.
Hale's waited all week for tonight to wear her new outfit which cost her a week's wages, and while she waits she has a wee drink. She's waited all week to enjoy her friends, and another drink, a wee voddy this time. She gets all the goss and another voddy, and I'll have one of those next, they look nice. Particularly, she's waited all week to see that mark again. And sure, I'll have one, whatever it is. She's waited all week for him to catch her eye, come across, take her by the arm, and talk to her. Her! Pity she threw up on him, though. She's got the look to covered in puke. Shame.
Don't let too much drink spoil a good night out.
Perfect hair, perfect makeup, perfect dress. Tonight is looking perfect for Susie. Perfect Susie. So, Susie has a wee glass of wine, and another, because it's just a wee glass. It is perfect. The entrance, the cocktails, the laughter, and the boys. Oh, they adore her. Particularly her ability to down a shooter faster than they can. Those boys. This is a night she'll never forget. Until she wakes up and wonders where she is, and wonders who he is. Nice dress to pure mess. And suddenly, Susie doesn't feel quite so perfect.
Don't let too much drink spoil a good night out.
New York State correction officers and law enforcement personnel deal with convicted felons and the mentally unstable in New York's prisons and institutions 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. On a daily basis, they risk contracting diseases like AIDS, hepatitis, MRSA, tuberculosis, and others. They risk death and bodily injury, helping keep your communities safe. They are the forgotten risk takers. Paid for by New York State Correction Officers and Police Benevolent Association.
Picture the toughest job you can imagine. Long hours, violent working conditions, life and death situations. You're probably thinking of the men and women we represent. We're the New York State Correctional Officers and Police Benevolent Association, representing corrections officers and security service personnel across the state. We're 21,000 strong, doing our job to protect all New Yorkers. Yet each day we face overcrowded facilities and increased violence that make our jobs that much harder. And now the bad economy is making a difficult situation even worse. In the last 2 years, budget cuts have eliminated nearly 1,000 vital jobs that protect New Yorkers. The truth is, in this time of sacrifice, we've already given more than most, but we'll always give our all, every day. We take our responsibility to heart. We're the first line of defense in the toughest job you can imagine, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Paid for by New York State Correctional Officers and Police Benevolent Association.
While Governor Cuomo is focused on New York City, upstate continues to suffer. Instead of reforming bureaucratic waste and overtime costs, the governor wants to shut 4 prisons and several mental health facilities. That will kill hundreds of good-paying jobs and make these institutions even more overcrowded and dangerous. Tell Governor Cuomo, no unilateral prison and mental health closings. Let's protect good jobs and services and not hurt our economy. Paid for by the New York State Correctional Officers and Police Benevolent Association.
You've just gone through the red lights at a level crossing. You darted under the first barrier okay, but your exit's blocked by the car in front, and now you're stuck on the track. Do you, A, try to reverse and pretend it didn't happen? B, quickly get the kids out of the car and run? Or C, sorry, too late. Level crossings. Don't run the risk. This is the sound of the impact when a motorist runs the lights at a level crossing.
Hi, it's Simon. Please leave a message.
Daddy? Daddy? Can't wait to show you what I've done at school today. See you soon. Love you.
If you take a chance at a level crossing, it's not just your life on the line. Level crossings. Don't run the risk. This is what it sounds like when a high-speed train hits a person on a level crossing. "10 stone of flesh and blood doesn't make any difference to 450 tons of train travelling at 100 miles per hour. Level crossings. Don't run the risk. You know this road. This road takes you to work every day. You know that today you're late and your boss will give you hell. You know the lights at the level crossing are bound to be red. You know you always have to wait for what seems like ages. You know you shouldn't put your foot down, but you will. You know the train travels at 100 miles per hour. You know your family will never see you again. Level crossings. Don't run the risk.
Come on, you've been waiting ages at this level crossing. Just nip across, you'll be fine. Hang on, the lights flash for a reason. There's got to be another train coming. Well, it's taking ages. Go on, you'll be across in no time. What if it does come? Wait, it's better to be safe. Yeah, safe and late. Come on, you got away with it before. You will this time. Just go. Okay, all right, fine, but make it...
Level crossings. Don't run the risk.
When you approach a level crossing, slow down, stop, and wait behind the line. You never know when the train could come. When you approach a level crossing, slow down, stop, and wait behind the line. You never know when the train could come.
When you approach a level crossing, slow down, stop, and wait behind the line. You never know when the train could come. Level crossings. Don't run the risk.
Not now, please. Daddy's driving.
It won't kill you to get to the beach a bit late.
It's not helping anything, is it?
It won't kill you to queue for a parking spot.
Go home. Calm down.
And it really won't kill the kids to wait for an ice cream.
Straight on, straight over here.
But take a chance at a level crossing. Level crossings. Please, don't run the risk. It won't kill you to get caught in the rain. It won't kill you if you're late getting home. And it really won't kill you to wait for that nice hot cuppa. But take a chance at a level crossing. Level crossings. Please, don't run the risk.
A passenger train weighs up to 450 tons. That's the same as 450 vans. 450 vans travelling at 100 miles per hour. 450 vans going so fast they need 20 football pitches just to stop. 450 vans on a road no more than a few feet wide. You wouldn't step out onto a road like this. So why would you risk a level crossing? Level crossings. Please don't run the risk.
Level crossings protect you from one of the busiest rail networks in the world, with 24,000 trains running every day, which is why we only give the all clear when it's completely safe to cross. Level crossings, they're not time wasters, they're lifesavers.
Come on, hurry up. The shop's going to be closing soon. I need milk, I need bread.
What's that, Mum?
That is a pillar box where people post letters. Oh, where did I put that ticket? I'm sure I put it in the bag.
What's this, Mum?
It's a great thing for cattle on the road, you know, click-clock. Anyway, come on, hurry up. We're going to be late.
What's this, Mum?
It's the train tracks where
Distractions can cost you your life. Take care at crossings. See track, think train.
They threw this cable over the overhead wires.
There was blood everywhere. The burns was actually still eating its way through my skin.
Got to climb off the train roof. She wants to run along the tops and right.
His body had been cut into several pieces.
The train driver saw Terry on the tracks, but he crushed the lower part of my back.
My mate falls off.
The limbs that are taken away from the body. Subsequently, it was blown off the metal footplate.
So I had a leather coat on, it was all stuck to me, and I couldn't get it off for anything. And I screamed for help for ages.
And I was just really, really scared.
It was very, very difficult to try and explain to them that there was nothing at all that they would recognise as being their son. He was so badly injured.
There are over 300 deaths each year on Britain's railway lines, so use your head.
911, what's your emergency?
There's a train that just hit a car.
Sir, what is your location? Look around for a street sign, sir.
It's 8th and Orchard. 8th and Orchard.
Okay, very good. 8th and Orchard. Sir, help is on the way.
Why would he do that? The train still doesn't stop. You have to get there now.
At a railway crossing, even if the engineer sees you and hits the brakes, it can take a mile for the train to stop. And for you, that's too late. Stop. Trains can't. Paid for by NHTSA.
911, what's your emergency?
this car, an SUV. It was going across. It went around the barrier and the train. Oh God.
Ma'am, did a train hit an SUV? Is that what happened?
Yes, the train is still going. The train is going, and the car. I can't believe it.
You can't judge the speed of an approaching train. That's why the signals are there. Stop. Trains can't. Paid for by NHTSA.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's opponents on Man vs. Train. At the crossing, we have Rick, a 175-pound frustrated man who's running late for work. And on the tracks, we have Bull, a million-pound freight train that takes a mile to stop. Let's see who comes out on top.
You can't beat a train, so don't try. Stop. Trains can't. Paid for by NHTSA.
We are back, and we are looking at a pretty lopsided matchup, Jim.
That's right, Ron. I mean, in one corner, we've got a 175-pound guy, and in the other, a 6,000-ton heavyweight train?
Jim, this guy has no idea what he's getting himself into.
It's no contest. Every day, people tempt fate and die trespassing on railroad tracks. See tracks, think train.
You don't stand on a runway while planes land because you know you'll get hurt. You don't walk down the middle lane of a busy highway because you know you'll get killed. You don't trespass on railroad tracks because you know they are dangerous. Or do you? Last year, nearly 1,000 people were injured or lost their lives trespassing on railroad tracks. You know better, don't you?
Learn more about rail safety at www.ibreakfortrains.com from Operation Lifesaver and Union Pacific.
I like to play football, which is unusual for a girl, I think. But yeah, I like to play football and do homework.
If I have any.
I used to do a bit of horse riding, but I gave that up.
I like a bit of tennis as well. Bits and bobs.
Really? Depends. I have a baby sister who's about 4 now. Yeah, 4. And
she always lets me do her hair, and I love it because I enjoy doing hair.
And I do my own hair, and I just
don't know, and I love putting makeup on my little sisters and that.
People online may not be who they say they are. Pedophiles use the internet. Don't give out your address, mobile, email, or other contact details. For more information, visit thinkyouknow.co.uk.
I like sport because I've started it since I was
3 years old. I watch it on the TV and I just love it. I like doing
all sports. My chances of becoming a footballer
not that high, because it's like
saying 1 in 1,000.
But if I really want to become a footballer,
and I try very hard, then probably will. I go to science club
on Fridays. In
lunchtime.
My ambition is to become a
design technology engineer.
People online may not be who they say they are. Pedophiles use the internet. Don't give out your address, mobile, email, or other contact details. For more information, visit thinkyouknow.co.uk.
Sometimes my friends would stay at my house, and sometimes I would stay at my friend's house. We'd give each other makeovers, and just
that's when we talk about boys and watch films and eat lots of chocolate. And
there's a boy that I hate right now. That's who we mainly all talk about and make fun of. We don't
make fun of him, but like everyone in the school makes fun of him.
Like we always talk about how we don't like him and stuff. He thinks he's brilliant at everything. He runs about,
I'm great. So he acts like a wee boy instead of his age.
He's really 13 and acts like 10, so.
People online may not be who they say they are. Pedophiles use the internet. Don't give out your address, mobile, email, or other contact details. For more information, visit thinkyouknow.co.uk.
I've been doing rollerblades since I was 7, and the friends I've got don't really like it because they
think rollerblading is very kind of
uncool. Just not what you want to do. But I really enjoy it. I do aggressive.
I do it on the ramps. I grind, all that stuff.
You've got grinding plates on your blades, and you grind against
poles and things, against staircases and all that stuff like that.
You just like you don't fall over or anything.
You just kind of slide your blades along the side.
People online may not be who they say they are. Pedophiles use the internet. Don't give out your address, mobile, email, or other contact details. For more information, visit thinkyouknow.co.uk.
Kelly and Charlotte are Brittany and Christina in chat rooms and only chat with people who are into Justin, like this guy who says he's to be signed up by a looky-likey agency. He put his photo up and does look like him. Brittany thought it would be funny to surprise Christina, so she told him Christina's address and when her parents would be out. Christina didn't find it funny, because Justin wasn't a lookalikey, but a 38-year-old paedophile. Paedophiles devise very cunning ways to meet their victims, so never reveal the phone numbers, email or home addresses of you or your friends. Stop paedophiles doing their homework. For more information, visit the Home Office site, thinkyouknow.co.uk.
Robert's a skateboarder, knows all the lingo, all the tricks. He spends hours in skateboard chat rooms, swapping tips on places to skate. In one, he met Ben, who wants to meet up and skate. Robert knows you can get weird people in chat rooms, but he's safe, because he can spot a fake skateboarder a mile off. Robert's smart. He knows Ben is who he says he is. Because Robert is the paedophile. Paedophiles can spend months luring their victims, so never meet someone, especially on your own. Stop paedophiles doing their homework. For more information, visit the Home Office site, thinkyouknow.co.uk.
Jamie is 12, and he's getting hassled by these lads at school. He wants to tell his parents, but the lads text him night and day and warn him not to. He's found it easier to confide in an older boy he met in a chat room, Dean. Dean understands, because he was being threatened last year. Dean says if they know Jamie has an older friend, they won't touch him. So Jamie is going to meet up with Dean. Dean is older, 36 years older, and a paedophile. Paedophiles use cunning ways to lure their victims into meetings, so never give out phone numbers, email or home addresses, and don't meet up on your own. Stop paedophiles doing their homework. For more info, contact thinkyouKnow.co.uk.
I'll be at Skate City on Saturday. No parents allowed. Got a really cool new skirt. Here's a photo. Mum says I can catch the number 24 by myself. Can't wait. I'll be at Skate City on Saturday. No parents to protect me. Check out my sexy new skirt. It's really short. You can follow me home. It'll be dark by then. Bet you can't wait.
What you say online isn't always what a paedophile hears. Giving out personal information could let a paedophile track you down. Be smart online, be safe offline. Visit thinkyouKnow.co.uk.
Check out this photo of me after I had my makeover.
Your hair's fantastic. Love that bikini.
You look so gorgeous in it.
Yeah, really, really gorgeous.
It might seem like innocent fun when children email photos to each other. Just be certain who they're emailing them to. Talk to your kids and ask them not to send photos to people they don't really know. For more advice, visit internetsafetyzone.com, one part of the web that can help your kids safely explore the rest.
So, what'd you do on Saturday? Chatting online myself. We met this girl. She's 17, got her own car and everything.
Really?
Yeah, she offered to take us out on it yesterday, but I didn't want to go.
Sal didn't go on her own, did she? Could have been anyone.
Dunno. Haven't heard from her since.
You may know what you're doing online, but paedophiles know what they're doing too. Even if someone sounds great online, you shouldn't meet them alone in real life. They may not be who they say they are. Be smart online, be safe offline. Visit thinkyouKnow.net.
I should have paid her more attention. I never appreciated what we had. I should have told her she looked nice once in a while or taken her somewhere special. I can't remember the last time we went out, just the two of us. I should have listened to her more, instead of running around with my mates. If only I'd shown her how much I loved her. Now I'll never get the chance. I should have got round to buying a smoke alarm.
They're widely available, easy to put up, and cost from less than a £5. Excuses kill. Get a smoke alarm.
I never got round to framing that picture he painted. It just stayed stuck to the fridge for weeks. I never got round to taking him to that theme park. My weekends were just too busy. I never got round to telling him about his grandparents back home. I never got round to buying a smoke alarm. I never got the chance to say goodbye.
They're widely available, easy to put up, and cost from less than a £5. Excuses kill. Get a smoke alarm. He said he'd take me away, but then money got tight. He said he'd take me for that anniversary dinner, but then he said that every year. He said he'd make time for me, but something always cropped up. He said he'd buy a smoke alarm, but he never got round to it. He said we'll grow old together.
They're widely available, easy to put up, and cost from less than a £5. Excuses kill. Get a smoke alarm.
If there's a fire in your home, even during a strike, get out, stay out, and call 999. Fire kills. You can prevent it. Are you doing everything you can to avoid a fire in your home? Always remember to take care when cooking. Put out cigarettes and candles properly. Switch off electrical appliances at night. Keep matches and lighters away from children. And have working smoke alarms in place. If there is a fire in your home, remember, get out, stay out, call 999. Even during a strike, you still get out and call 999. Fire kills. You can prevent it. Are you doing everything you can to avoid a fire in your home? Always remember to take care when cooking. Put out cigarettes and candles properly. Switch off electrical appliances at night. Keep matches and lighters away from children. And have working smoke alarms in place. If there is a fire in your home, remember, get out, stay out, call 999. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
Last year, making the bed was the cause of over 50 fires. Taking the rubbish out was the cause of over 100. Running a bath caused over 500. Reading the newspaper was responsible for nearly 2,000. And over 4,000 fires were started by people talking to friends. It's easy to get distracted. More people are injured and killed in kitchen fires than any other fire in the home. Fire starts when your attention stops.
Lady Jane was preparing herself for her secret assignation with Rafe. Her bathroom, filled with candles, glowed romantically in the evening light. White candles on the edge of the bath, pink candles on the window ledge by the lacy curtains. As she lowered herself into the bath, the door swung open, and there stood Rafe, he of the chiseled jaw, the love of her life. She knew he had something of great importance to tell her, and as she held her breath, his manly voice echoed lovingly across the flickering room.
Hey, what's those candles, pet? Oh, you'll be going up in smoke.
Always take care when using candles. Keep them away from clothes, curtains, and drafts. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
Hello and welcome to Marky Boy in the Kitchen. Don't forget, chip pans are like an accident waiting to happen. Only put the oil in you need and keep an eye on the pan at all times. If it does catch fire, turn the cooker off if it's safe to do that, and close the kitchen door and call the fire brigade. Never throw water on it.
Fire kills. You can prevent it.
Hello! Today I'm going to tell you about something every home should have. It's an invention that could save your life and the lives of your loved ones. It's called a smoke alarm. Fires in the home often occur during the hours when everyone is asleep. But if you're in the land of Nod, how will you know a fire is taking place? This clever little device is just what you need. It detects smoke and sets off an alarm like this, alerting you to the danger of fire, giving you precious time to get out safely. Join us again, and we'll tell you how best to maintain your smoke alarm. Until then, it's goodbye from everyone.
Fire kills. You can prevent it. Get a smoke alarm.
Good day to you. Today we're going to demonstrate how to maintain your smoke alarm. First, ensure the alarm is free of dust by using a vacuum cleaner. If your smoke alarm has a test button, then use it to check the alarm is working. Finally, if the battery is over 1 year old, we suggest you replace it. There. Simple, isn't it? Thanks awfully for listening, and goodbye from us all.
Check your smoke alarm is working every week. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
Forget your mobile and what's the worst thing that can happen? You have to find the last payphone in Britain. Forget Valentine's Day, tricky one, but nothing a little charm couldn't solve. Forget that the dishwasher actually works a lot better if you turn it on, and it's a few excuses about dodgy wiring. Forget to check the batteries in your smoke alarm, and maybe one night poisonous smoke fumes from a fire will drift silently upstairs and suffocate you or your family. Remember, test them every week, change them every year. Push the button, not your luck.
Forget a little thing like your lipstick, and what's the worst that can happen? You spend all day with thin lips. Forget to put the bins out? That's you chasing the dust cart in your nightie. Forget you're out of ketchup? Your kids will just have to go into therapy for the trauma. Forget to check the batteries in your smoke alarm. And maybe one night, poisonous smoke fumes from a fire will drift silently upstairs and suffocate you or your family. Remember, test them every week. Change them every year. Push the button. Not your luck.
Take it from me. Cigarettes can make you seriously short of breath. Especially when you've got to climb 4 flights of stairs with 16 kilos of breathing apparatus on your back.
Like a third of fatal house fires, this one was caused by a cigarette.
John, any survivors?
I think I'm the only one still breathing up here, Gav.
Put it out. Right out. It takes 10 firefighters, 2 fire engines, and at least 200 gallons of water to put out 1 cigarette. Cigarettes are the single biggest cause of fatal house fires. Put it out. Right out. As any firefighter will tell you, before the flames kill you, the smoke will. Remember, cigarettes are the single biggest cause of fatal house fires. You're too young to die of a smoker's cough. Put it out. Right out.
Think of all the things that make you happy. Opening presents on your birthday. But you no longer get presents. Payday. You can't face going into work. Wrestling with the kids. You don't have kids anymore. A big hug from the wife. Your wife's dead. A fire doesn't have to kill you to take your life. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
What if the most valuable thing in your life was a plain, ordinary brown hair clip found in the glove box of your car? It belonged to your daughter, who you lost in a fire, along with everything you shared, every bit of clothing she ever wore, and every photo she was in. It's valuable because it's the only thing you have left of her, as well as being the only thing you have left. A fire doesn't have to kill you to take your life. Fire kills. You can prevent it. What if the most valuable thing in your life was a plain, ordinary brown hair clip found in the glove box of your car? It belonged to your daughter, who you lost in a fire, along with everything you shared, every bit of clothing she ever wore, every item she ever touched, and every photo she was in. It's valuable because it's the only thing you have left of her, as well as being the only thing you have left. A fire doesn't have to kill you to take your life. For your free handbook on how to prevent it, call 08456 087 087.
You've had a fire, and you've survived. Consider yourself lucky. But you've lost your savings, your home, your social life. You're physically scarred, mentally scarred. You can't go to work, lack of energy, feeling of guilt. And your partner and children are dead. Lucky you. A fire doesn't have to kill you to take your life. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
It was our first evening in the new house, and everyone had come to celebrate with us. I don't know how it happened. 1 minute everything was fine. I just left the karaite to heat up and popped into the other room. The next thing I remember is the piercing noise of the smoke alarm. I only left the karaite for a minute, but when the alarm went off, the kitchen was full of smoke.
Thank goodness we had a smoke alarm. I just checked it the day before.
If the smoke alarm hadn't gone off, the karaite and the kitchen would have caught fire, and we probably wouldn't be here today.
Don't leave cooking unattended. Don't let fire destroy your festivities. Be aware, be prepared, be safe. For further information, log on to firekills.gov.uk. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
Perfect. I've switched on the Christmas lights, I've put the turkey in the oven. Now I'll just get this mince pie mixture off my fingers. Ooh, delicious. And I am ready for the finishing touch. Yes, we have a working smoke alarm for Christmas.
A smoke alarm can warn you of fire in seconds. Important at this time of year.
because Christmas is a high-risk period for fires in the home. But a smoke alarm is useless without a working battery, so remember the drill. Get it, install it, check it.
It could save someone's life. Now then, who wants a mince pie? Mince pie, anyone?
It's easy for fires to start. A smoke alarm will alert you in seconds if it's got a working battery, so remember the drill. Get it, install it, check it. It could save someone's life.
See this battery? Bought it down the road. Perfectly ordinary battery. But it could save your life. Watch and learn. Right, I'll just get this open. Right, pop in the battery. Right, blast off.
A smoke alarm can warn you of fire in seconds, reassuring when you consider that over half of all fires in the home are caused by simple cooking accidents. But a smoke alarm is useless without a working battery, so remember the drill. Get it, install it, check it.
It could save someone's life. You don't have to look far in your own home to find quite a few really useful, potentially life-saving tools. You can count how many on the fingers of one hand. Well, 2 hands actually. How do they work? Well, I'll show you. Choose a good strong one just like this one here and press.
A smoke alarm can warn you of fire in seconds, reassuring when you consider that last year faulty electrical appliances and wiring caused fires in over 7,000 homes. But a smoke alarm is useless without a working battery, so remember the drill. Get it, install it, check it.
It could save someone's life. Oh, hello there. Well, this may look to you like a simple stepladder, but this stepladder could save someone's life. Look, I'll show you. Right, first, then this. Right, now, here's the fun bit.
A smoke alarm can warn you of fire in seconds, reassuring when you consider that every 3 days someone dies from a fire caused by a burning cigarette. But a smoke alarm is useless without a working battery, so remember the drill. Get it, install it, check it.
It could save someone's life.
Think your family would wake you in a fire? 2 to 3 breaths of toxic smoke and they'll be unconscious too. Test your smoke alarm weekly. Fire kills. You can prevent it. Just 2 to 3 breaths of toxic smoke and you'll be unconscious. Make sure your smoke alarm works. Test it weekly. Fire kills. You can prevent it. Toxic smoke can kill your child in under a minute. Make sure your smoke alarm works. Test it weekly. Fire kills. You can prevent it. Just 2 to 3 breaths of toxic smoke could make it impossible to wake. Wake up now, before it's too late. Test your smoke alarm weekly. Fire kills. You can prevent it. You think you'd wake in a house fire. You'd smell the smoke and get out. Think again. Make sure your smoke alarm works. Test it weekly. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
Mum, how long till lunch is ready? I'm starving.
Well, it sounds like it's ready now. Oh, here she is.
Dave, I'm fed up with that blooming thing going off every time you want a bacon sandwich. Get the stepladder and take the battery out, will you?
Your smoke alarm is there to save your life. But 1/4 of all smoke alarms won't work in a fire, often because someone has taken out the battery. No matter what, never disable your smoke alarm. After all, knowing when you've burnt lunch is a small price to pay to keep your family safe. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
In the middle of the night, there are 2 sounds a spreading household fire can make. Here's the first. And here's the second. Which would you rather hear? Make sure you fit a smoke alarm and test it weekly. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
British summertime comes to an end this weekend. Make sure you don't. When you change your clock, test your smoke alarm. Fire kills. You can prevent it. Don't forget the clocks go back this weekend. We'll all be going round our homes changing them by an hour. All except for 246 people. They won't be doing it this year, because time has stopped for them. They've died in house fires since this time last year, so there's one extra thing we'd like you to do this weekend. It won't take much time. When you change your clock, test your smoke alarm. Fire kills. You can prevent it. British summertime came to an end last night. Make sure you don't. When you change your clock, test your smoke alarm. Fire kills. You can prevent it. Don't forget the clocks went back last night. Most of us went around our homes changing them by an hour. Did you? Sadly, 246 people will never change them again. Not because they forgot, but because time has stopped for them. They've died in house fires since this time last year, so there's one extra thing we'd like you to do this weekend, if you haven't already. When you change your clock, test your smoke alarm. Fire kills. You can prevent it. We all get an extra hour's sleep this weekend. Some may never wake again. When you change your clock, test your smoke alarm. Fire kills. You can prevent it. British summertime begins this weekend. Make sure you don't come to an end. When you change your clock, test your smoke alarm. Fire kills. You can prevent it. Don't forget the clocks go forward this weekend. We'll all be going round our homes changing them by an hour. All except for 226 people. They won't be doing it this year, because time has stopped for them. They've died in house fires since this time last year, so there's one extra thing we'd like you to do this weekend. It won't take much time. When you change your clock, test your smoke alarm. Fire kills. You can prevent it. Don't forget the clocks went forward last night. Most of us went around our homes changing them by an hour. Did you? Sadly, 226 people will never change them again. Not because they forgot, but because time has stopped for them. They've died in house fires since this time last year, so there's one extra thing we'd like you to do this weekend, if you haven't already. When you change your clock, test your smoke alarm. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
I love scented candles, don't you? I put them everywhere. White jasmine and mint, spiced orange, cherry blossom. They make my home so warm and welcoming. But these ones I got yesterday, all I can smell now is burnt plastic, ashen walls, and the embers of what used to be my beautiful home.
Fire can spread in seconds. Never leave candles or any naked flame unattended anywhere in your home. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
This is Trina, your chief flight attendant. At this point, we would normally show you where the emergency exits are. But we've decided not to. That's if there are any. There might be, or there might not.
It would worry you on a plane, so why doesn't it in your own home? In the event of a house fire, it's vital you already know your escape routes. Make sure you fit a smoke alarm and test it once a week. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
Oh, and you're not really supposed to smoke in the toilets, but as there's no smoke alarms, knock yourself out.
Okay, here's a great recipe for a late-night treat. Slice 2 potatoes into oblong chips. Heat oil in a deep-fat fryer till very hot. Fall asleep in front of the late film. Let oil catch fire. Brown the kitchen nicely.
Wake up. Leave pan on hob and don't attempt to move it. Do not pour water onto oil. Turn hob off if possible and get out of the house. Stay out and call 999. Cooking accidents are the cause of most house fires. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
We all lose an hour's sleep this weekend. Some may lose a lot more. When you change your clock, test your smoke alarm. Fire kills. You can prevent it. We all lost an hour's sleep last night. Make sure you don't lose a lot more. When you change your clock, test your smoke alarm. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
It's not hard to overload an electrical socket. You just attach too many appliances to one extension lead, especially high-powered ones, like heaters and hairdryers. The problem is, it's not so easy to put out the fire. Fire kills. You can prevent it. The TV was connected to the extension lead, and the lead was connected to the hairdryer, and the dryer was connected to the heater, and the heater was connected to the straighteners, and they all were connected to one socket, and the socket was connected to the house fire, and the fire killed 3 people before we put it out. Attach too many appliances to one socket, and it could cause an overload, and that could cause a fire. Fire kills. You can prevent it. Edna next door is brilliant. 76 and she could knit for England. She can bake anything, and her knees work better than mine. These days there's only one thing she's not so good at: remembering to test her smoke alarms. So I pop round and do it, while Edna fixes the icing on me cakes. Again.
If you know an older person living on their own, please test their smoke alarms regularly. It could save their independence, and a lot more besides. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
Harry next door is amazing. 79 and he's got a tool for everything. He cooks a cracking Sunday dinner for himself and he plays a mean game of cribbage. These days, there's only one thing he's not so good at: remembering to test his smoke alarms. So I go round and do it, while Harry finds the right screwdriver I've never got.
If you know an older person, please test their smoke alarms regularly. It could save their independence, and a lot more besides. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
On average, 2 people over 65 die in a house fire every week. Please test their smoke alarms regularly. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
Tick, tock, tick, tock. On the 30th of March, it's time to change our clocks. And when you do, remember to test your smoke alarms and those of older people you care about, because over half the people who died in fires in the home last year were 65 or over. Tick, tock, test this clock change weekend before it's too late. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
A house fire can take away a lifetime of memories in 2 minutes. About the time it takes to test all your smoke alarms. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
There was a whole life in this house. Photo albums from black and white to colour. School reports from 1963 to 85. Souvenirs from 20 family holidays. All gone. In a fire that took away 73 years. In 2 minutes. About the time it takes to test your smoke alarms. If you know an older person, please test their smoke alarms when you test yours. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
Tick, tock, time to change our clocks, so remember to test your smoke alarms. Tick, tock, test this weekend. Fire kills. You can prevent it. Tick, tock, tick, tock. On the 27th of October, it's time to change our clocks. And when you do, remember to test your smoke alarms, because you're 4 times more likely to die in a fire in your home if there are no working smoke alarms. Tick, tock, test this clock change weekend before it's too late. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
One last cigarette before bed. And while you're enjoying it, just remember that more people die in house fires caused by cigarettes than anything else. So make sure you put it out, right out, before you go to sleep. Fire kills. You can prevent it. Sleep tight.
Tick, tock, tick, tock. On the 30th of March, it's time to change our clocks. And when you do, remember to test your smoke alarms, because you're 4 times more likely to die in a fire in your home if there are no working smoke alarms. Tick, tock, test this clock change weekend before it's too late. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
You'd think you'd wake in a house fire. You'd smell the smoke and get out. Think again. Don't drown in toxic smoke. Test your smoke alarm weekly. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
Tick-tock test your smoke alarms when you change your clocks on the 29th of March, and test for those who may need help. Fire kills. You can prevent it. You visit Nan, have a chat. She nods off, you leave. Later, a fire breaks out in her home. Smoke creeps around, filling each room. She breathes it in. It suffocates her. She doesn't wake up. Smoke is the killer in over half of all deaths in fires. Tick-tock test your smoke alarms when you change your clocks on the 29th of March and test for those who may need help. Fire kills. You can prevent it. Tick-tock test your smoke alarms when you change your clocks on the 29th of March. Fire kills. You can prevent it. You get home, turn on the TV, cook dinner and go to bed. Then a fire breaks out. Smoke creeps around, filling each room. You breathe it in. It suffocates you. You think you'd wake up, but you don't. Smoke is the killer in over half of all deaths in fires. Tick-tock test your smoke alarms when you change your clocks on the 29th of March. Fire kills. You can prevent it.
Hi there. Up on the ceiling. It's me, Smoke Alarm. I know, you'd forgotten we were up here, which is why we're sending out a gentle reminder to those under our care, like Gran and Grandad here. Oh, look at them, waltzing round the living room. A little forgetful, but the spark's still there. Talking of sparks, she's left the breakfast on again, but I won't disturb them just yet. I'll warn them in plenty of time to save their bacon. All I need is a little of that love to keep this home safe. Once a month, press my button just to test I'm still in good voice.
Fire kills. Make time for your home's unsung heroes. Test your smoke alarms today.
Hello, up here, on the ceiling. I know you'd forgotten us smoke alarms were up here, so we're sending out a few gentle reminders to those we care for. We don't need thanks, but we do need a little help. Once a month, press our buttons to make sure we're still in good voice.
Fire kills. Make time for your home's unsung heroes. Test your smoke alarms today.
Hello, up here, on the ceiling. I know you'd forgotten us smoke alarms were up here, so we're sending out a few gentle reminders to those we care for, like my very own Sleeping Beauty here. She's nodded off on the couch again, in a room full of scented fire hazards. I mean candles. Don't you worry, sleepyhead, I'm always here. I don't need thanks, it's what our smoke alarms were made for. I do need a little help, though. Once a month, press my button to make sure I'm still in good voice.
Fire kills. Make time for your home's unsung heroes. Test your smoke alarms today.
Did you remember to put the bins out? And did you check that you locked the door? Did you remember to switch off that heater? Did you blow out that candle? Did you check that you turned the hob off? And the oven? It only takes one accident to start a fire. Are you sure your smoke alarms are working? Fire kills. Test yours now.
What to do when you hear the warning? Check on the whereabouts of family and friends. Check on your neighbours and tell anyone who hasn't heard the warning themselves. Get some sandbags or make your own using pillowcases. Check local radio for further announcements. Prepare for evacuation and be prepared for civil disruption.
1,000 properties have been flooded already this year. Nearly 2 million are at risk. For more information to help you protect your home, call Floodline at the Environment Agency on 0845 988 1188. You can't prevent it. You can prepare for it.
Have a working torch. Check you have a first aid.
With bad weather forecast, it's wise to be prepared for flooding. For a free flood pack containing all the information you need to help protect you and your possessions, call the Environment Agency's 24-hour flood line on 0845 988 1188. That's 0845 988 1188. Be prepared for flooding.
This is the sound of Julia Adams looking through her wedding album. If only she'd moved it upstairs before the flood.
There are steps you can take to reduce the distress caused by flooding, like moving irreplaceable items to a safe place. For a free flood pack containing all the information you need to help protect you and your possessions from flooding, call the Environment Agency's 24-hour flood line on 0845 988 1188. Be prepared for flooding.
This is the sound of Jean Arliss washing her wedding dress. A shame you can't get raw sewage and diesel oil out of 1950s taffeta.
There are steps you can take to reduce the distress caused by flooding, like moving irreplaceable items to a safe place. For a free flood pack containing all the information you need to help protect you and your possessions from flooding, call the Environment Agency's 24-hour flood line on 0845 988 1188. Be prepared for flooding.
This is the sound of Ian Jackson's 1964 MG Roadster after 7 years and 3 months of careful restoration. And 1 night of flooding.
There are steps you can take to reduce the distress caused by flooding, like moving irreplaceable items to a safe place. For a free flood pack containing all the information you need to help protect you and your possessions from flooding, call the Environment Agency's 24-hour flood line on 0845 988 1188. Be prepared for flooding.
Oh no.
Are we insured for this?
I have no idea. Where'd you keep the policies?
I'm not sure. I think they were in the bottom drawer of the desk.
Oh, what, with all our other documents? What about the car keys?
I think they were on the coffee table. I just put the light on.
Oh, great. No power.
Well, shouldn't we turn it off at the mains?
That's under the stairs, isn't it?
Yes.
Where's my torch?
Wherever you put it.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Be prepared for flooding. Keep your important documents in a safe place. For more information and a free guide to protecting your home from flooding, call the Environment Agency's 24-hour flood line on 0845 988 1188.
Darling! The toilet's blocked.
Good.
And the sink's blocked as well.
Fine.
And the bath. That's blocked too.
Yep.
And the washing machine. And the dishwasher.
I know. They're all blocked. Every single one of them. It's fantastic, isn't it?
In a flood, water can get into your home by all the ways it normally gets out. To help stop this happening, either fit non-return valves or be ready to block the outlets. For more information and a free guide to protecting your home from flooding, call the Environment Agency's 24-hour flood line on 0845 988 1188.
It had been raining hard for a couple of days, but I didn't think anything of it. Next thing, we woke up at 3 in the morning to find stinking floodwater in our beautiful home.
If you live in a flood risk area, you could be eligible for Floodline Warnings Direct, the Environment Agency's free service that provides flood warnings direct to you by telephone, mobile, fax or pager. We can't stop floods happening, but we aim to give you the best information to help plan, prepare and deal with flooding.
You hear about it happening to other people, but I never dreamt it would be us. If only I'd seen it coming.
To receive flood warnings, call Floodline on 0845 988 1188.
I had to pass our 3-year-old through the window to get him out.
We lost all the family photos.
We stopped trading for 3 months just to sort out the mess.
I didn't think we could be flooded. If only I'd known.
Think flooding couldn't happen to you? Floods are devastating. Find out if you're at risk. We can help. Call the Environment Agency on 0845 988 1188 or visit our website environment-agency.gov.uk. Don't ignore the risk. Be prepared for flooding.
Have you ever been burgled?
Have you ever been flooded?
A burglar can get through the smallest window.
Floods can get through the tiniest crack.
A burglar will ransack your home and take your TV.
Floods will devastate your home and take your TV, family heirlooms and even your pets.
A burglar could cost you thousands.
Floods could cost you a lot more. Be prepared. Call the Environment Agency's Floodline on 0845 988 1188 or search Floodline Warnings Direct. Floods operate in your area. Be warned.
This is an important message for those of you affected by flooding. As the water subsides and you start to think about cleaning up, make sure you stay safe. Don't turn on gas or electrics until they've been checked by a qualified technician. When you can, keep windows open for good ventilation and faster drying. And never use petrol or diesel generators inside. The exhaust gases contain carbon monoxide which can kill. Visit gov.uk/PHE for more tips on cleaning up safely. This was brought to you by Public Health England. This is an important message for those of you affected by flooding. As the water subsides and you start to think about cleaning up, take some simple steps to stay well. Wear the right clothing, rubber boots and waterproof gloves. Clean walls, floors and worktops with hot water and detergent. And disinfect all kitchen utensils before using them. And always thoroughly wash your hands with warm, soapy water after each clean-up. Visit gov.uk/PHE for more tips on cleaning up safely. This was brought to you by Public Health England.
Hi, just up to Burton Road, thanks. Excuse me, mate. You're not going the right way.
Seems like the right way to me.
To Burton Road? I've never gone this way before.
Burton Road? No, that's not where you're going.
Not where I'm going? What do you mean?
Well, mate, I'm planning this trip, not you.
You? But I'm paying for it.
Yeah, but you can't drive from back there, can you?
Well, fine then, let me out.
Sorry, mate. Should have thought about that before you got in.
Taking a pill can be just like this. You don't know where you'll end up or what will happen when you get there. To find out more about pills, talk to Frank at 0800 77 6600 or visit talktofrank.com.
Hi there, I'm looking to get some pills.
Sure, no problem. Let me just show you what we got in stock. Right, let me start with one that's got a heap of MDMA. It's also got a nice chunk of methamphetamine and decent hit of speed. Or this one. It's got a subtle infusion of ketamine and lignocaine, so...
Hey, that's the same pill you just showed me.
Oh, you caught me out. Yes, it is.
Well, which is which?
I've no idea. But if you overheat and pass out, yeah, that'll mean that... Oh, actually, no, they can both do that. No, if you...
When you buy a pill, you never know what's in it or how it might affect you. If you want to know more about pills, talk to Frank at 0800 77 6600 or visit talktofrank.com.
Hello, welcome to the Brain Warehouse. Oh, a puker! Oh, just let me finish my spiel. We specialise in new brains to overcome the ill effects cannabis may have on your current one. OK, now, what can I do for you? Oh, yeah, that's right. You're a puker. No, you're absolutely right. That stronger stuff packs a punch, all right. Yeah, no problem. It's as simple as replacing your weed-affected brain with our new spew stopper model. Yep, you can say that again. For more information on the stronger strains of cannabis, pop into the Brain Warehouse or call Frank on 0800 77 6600 or visit talktofrank.com. Hello, welcome to the Brain Warehouse. Oh, a puker! Oh, just let me finish my spiel. We specialise in new brains to overcome the ill effects cannabis may have on your current one. OK, now, what can I do for you? Oh, yeah, that's right. You're a puker. No, you're absolutely right. That stronger stuff packs a punch, all right. Yeah, no problem. It's as simple as replacing your weed-affected brain with our new spew stopper model. Yep, you can say that again. For more information on the stronger strains of cannabis, pop into the Brain Warehouse or call Frank on 0800 77 6600 or visit talktofrank.com.
All right, can I get a bag of weed?
Yeah, no problem. This is some nice homegrown.
Yeah?
Yeah, oh yeah, 100% homegrown.
Cool, so you grew it yourself?
Well, no, not... Actually, it was grown in Amsterdam.
In a home in Amsterdam?
Well, not actually a home. It's, you know, more like a warehouse.
A warehouse? Well, then how is it homegrown?
Well, a warehouse is kind of like a home. You know, it's just a really big one. But it's got a roof like a home and lights, and hydroponic growing facilities where using genetics, the cannabis is synthetically fused and cross-pollinated to artificially alter its potency. So, yeah, it's just like any home.
For more information on how stronger strains of cannabis may affect you, talk to Frank at 0800 77 6600 or visit talktofrank.com.
Roll up, roll up. Come and have a go on the Ecstasy Lucky Dip.
I'll have a go.
Have a rummage in there and let's see what you get. Ah, unlucky. It looks like an E, but it's cheap speed cut with talcum powder.
Oh.
Jay, tell you what, pick two. Come on, there must be a real E in this club somewhere. Ah, now that's aspirin. And, oh, even I don't know what that is. Go on, have it anyway.
Oh, cheers, mate.
The truth is, you can't be sure what's in the drugs you take. For friendly, confidential drugs advice, talk to Frank on 0800 77 6600 or visit talktofrank.com.
Stay cool. Nah, no way. That guy's definitely looking at me. Man, what's he looking at me for? Keep walking. Don't look at him. No way he's gonna jump me. Stay cool, man. Come on, don't think about it. Oh, man, he's coming straight at me. Here we go. Here we go. It was nothing. Oh, I bet he's checking me out now, though.
Is weed making you paranoid? It's just one of the side effects of cannabis. If you'd like to talk to someone about it, talk to Frank on 0800 77 6600 or visit talktofrank.com.
Welcome to the drive-thru. Can I take your order?
Yeah, I'll have one cheeseburger, please, and a chocolate shake.
Would you like fries with that?
Oh, no, thanks.
E?
You what?
Would you like E with that? Ecstasy?
Ecstasy? No, no, thanks, no.
Come on, what's the matter? Make it a little love burger. Trust me, it's fine. I'll put you down for one. You'll love it.
Alright.
You've got to have an E-burger. You're missing out, and I tell you what, I'll throw in a little speed shake to help it go down.
Yeah, I'm alright.
So, you're down for a cheeseburger and milkshake with E and speed. Wicked. Proceed to the next window, please.
If you feel under pressure to do drugs, talk to Frank on 0800 77 6600 or visit talktofrank.com.
What you would like to say to your children about drugs?
Sit down, son. It's time you and I had one of those talks, you know, about drugs and that. Listen, I was your age once, you know, and I'm not daft. I know they're hard to avoid, like, but you can always talk to me. You know that, don't you, son?
What your children would actually hear if you talk to them about drugs?
Sit down, son. It's time you and I had one of those talks, you know, about drugs. Not serious.
If you'd like help talking to your kids, or would like your kids to talk to someone else, talk to Frank on 0800 77 6600 or talktofrank.com.
All right, mate. Yeah, bye.
Who was it? It's no one. Just a mate, that's all. Wants to know if I go to Club Zero. No, you don't want to do that. Stay in. Oh, don't start games. I just think it'll be nice for us to go out for once. But why? We've got everything we need right here. Computer games, takeaway menus. Oh, and that wildlife programme with the mating dung beetles is on. Oh, OK, we'll go out next week. They'll probably call again.
Spending more time with weed than your mates? Talk to Frank on 0800 77 6600 or visit talktofrank.com for friendly confidential drugs advice.
Yeah, of course cannabis is safe. It has, like, no negative effects at all when the moon of Venus cradles Neptune's star-child. You've just got to make sure when smoking hash, the space unicorns drain away all the negative energy from the symbolically recreated cosmos.
People who say cannabis is harmless don't know what they're talking about. To listen to someone who does, talk to Frank on 0800 77 6600 or visit talktofrank.com for friendly, confidential drugs advice.
Chris?
Yeah.
I said action, mate.
Did you? Oh, right. Right, sorry. Okay.
Ready when you are.
Yep. Okay, cool. Okay. If cocaine is affecting your performance at work, tell Frank about it on 0800 77 6600 or talktofrank.com. Okay, just going to the toilet.
Yeah, I've done all the drugs, me, the lot.
You? Like what?
Oh, well, you know, I've dropped a few tibs and tabs, man. It's mad. Because, like, your head gets really small and then your feet grow massive, man. It's mad.
Really? What about coke, then?
Oh, yeah, coke's cool, man. If you hold your breath, you go invisible, and then things explode when you blink at them.
Okay. Ecstasy?
Well, ecstasy means everything you say has to begin with the letter E.
Everything?
Everything.
Extraordinary.
Excellent.
Everyone thinks they're an expert when it comes to drugs. Frank really is. Talk to Frank on 0800 77 6600 or talktofrank.com.
Good drugs, sir. How may I heroin you?
I was actually after a couple of shirts.
Ecstasy. Well, you've certainly coked to the right place. Now, what particular Charlie were you after?
I'm sorry?
Charlie, you know, yellow, white, or might have some brown in the back.
Not bothered, really. White would be good.
Excellent choice, sir. You look like a traditional skag man to me. Now, do you like the smack of this one?
Yes, I think so.
Now, it's a little bit long in the arm, but you can always grow your own.
What?
Mashing. And roughly how much were you thinking of necking?
Are you all right?
Drugs always on your mind? Talk to Frank on 0800 77 6600 or talktofrank.com.
You all right, mate?
Nah, I'm off my face. Got anything to take the edge off?
Are you currently on any medication?
Yeah, 2 E's and half a gram.
Do you have any allergies?
What?
Any possibility you could be pregnant?
Doubt it.
I think I've just the thing. If you'd like to browse, I'll be with you in just a moment.
80% of us get our drugs from mates, 0% of whom are qualified pharmacists. For informed advice on the dangers of mixing drugs, talk to Frank on 0800 77 6600 or talktofrank.com.
Welcome to the Brain Warehouse. We specialise in new brains to overcome the ill effects cannabis may have caused to your current one. If cannabis has caused you to be paranoid, relax. We know how it feels to think people are following you or looking at you or talking about you. No, we won't tell a soul. Not your neighbour, not your boss, not that guy who followed you the other night who ended up being a girl. With one simple procedure, we'll replace your cannabis-affected paranoid brain with a new one. So for more information, pop into the Brain Warehouse or call Frank on 0800 77 6600 or visit talktofrank.com.
All right, Nan. I'm going. See you next week.
Andrew, give me a kiss before you go. Give me your hand.
Nan.
Don't be silly. Give me a hand. Come on. Here you are. Now, don't say I don't give you anything.
Nan, these are...
Ecstasy pills. They're good stuff. Me and Linda took some to the bingo. It was great. Now, don't go wasting them all at once.
Thanks.
Go on then. Off you go.
If you're feeling pressured to take drugs, talk to Frank on 0800 77 6600 or talktofrank.com.
Welcome to Tawneybridge Leisure Centre, where Tommy Pierce is attempting to take the largest cocktail of drugs he can in 30 minutes.
Yes, this is Tommy's first attempt at the world record, but his supporters have really pushed him to believe that he can do this.
The crowd expects a lot, but they know what he's got to do. 40 grams of coke, 130 pills, 2 ounces of jaw, a bucket of skag, and of course, a nose bag of ketamine.
Well, we can only guess what's going through his mind.
After 130 pills, probably not a lot, to be fair. But he will be nervous.
The officials make their final checks, and all eyes fall on Tommy.
If you're feeling pressured to take drugs, talk to Frank on 0800 77 6600 or talktofrank.com.
Today, we're giving away the experience of a lifetime. All you have to do is smoke some weed. Feel the wind in your hair and the sun on your face. Or let the gentle lurching of your stomach lull you to sleep on a toilet floor. Enjoy a little me time, just you and your mind, and the dark areas of it you never knew existed. Visit exotic destinations like paranoia and depression, and once you start, no one can spoil the fun. You're on your own till the very end.
If you'd like more information about cannabis and skunk experiences, talk to Frank on 0800 77 6600 or visit talktofrank.com.
All right, Dan. We're all getting E this weekend. You in?
Nah, mate. No. Thanks, but no thanks. That's negatory. Not tonight, Josephine. Our survey says, bow bow. Go on without me. The studio audience gives him a big thumbs down. Access to my sensory receptors denied. Can I phone a friend? I'm not sure what the right answer is, but I know it's not yes. Give me an M. N, give me an O. Oh, I'd rather a red-hot poker up the... Aren't you generous?
So that's a no.
Yes.
Not sure how to say no? Talk to Frank on 0800 77 6600 or visit talktofrank.com.
And welcome back to the kitchen. Now, Darren, what are you cooking for us today?
An old favourite. Fried brains.
Fried brains. Now, tell our listeners what you're adding here, if you will.
OK, listen, on the back hob, this here is cocaine.
Oh.
Got just a couple of pinches of speed.
Right.
And the secret ingredient, I know you love this, Fran, ecstasy.
Ecstasy, wow. So do you need them all for this fry-up then?
No, not at all. Anyone could do the trick, but you know me, I like to make sure.
Absolutely. OK, now where can listeners go who'd like more information on fried brains?
Well, Fran, they can talk to Frank on 0800 77 6600 or they can visit talktofrank.com.
And join us next week for Scrambled Brains.
I look back and I think of all the things I was going to do. I was going to get some qualifications, because I'm not thick like. At school they reckoned I was a really bright kid. Then I was going to get a job. I know this sounds funny, but I really fancied working as a vet. Then I was going to have a bit of fun, you know, holidays with me mates and that, but I don't know why, but I just never got round to doing any of it. Here, have a bang on this and tell us what you're going to do. Wake up and find out the facts about cannabis. Talk to Frank on 0800 77 66 00. So you're in the interview and you are on fire. You want that job and they want you. It's just a matter of when you can start. Then, about this conviction. Yeah, well, you know, it's just possession, a bit of blow. You know how it is. You know how it... I mean, everybody does it. You see, the fact is that your mate Mako, who got nicked for robbing a packet of Rolos from the corner shop and told you it was okay, doesn't know jack about the law. Cannabis possession is still illegal and you will get done for it. Wake up and find out the facts about cannabis. Talk to Frank on 0800 77 66 00. 0800 77 66. Time. What are you worrying about time for? Here, have a bang on this. We've got loads of time. Chill, relax, go with the flow. Tick, 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 tick. Bong. Wakey, wakey. You're in your mid-40s, you're known by the local kids as Danny Do-Nothing, and you're shuffling around town looking just like the kind of people you used to rip the back out of when you were young. But don't worry. That's not for ages yet. Wake up and find out the facts about cannabis. Talk to Frank on 0800 77 66 00.
My friends and I like to take heroin together. It's fun, but I always get sick afterwards. Sometimes I think I see cockroaches, bugs and rat crawling on my body. I scream and try to make them stop, but they never go away.
Your baby's not a heroin addict, yet, but she could become one if you're not vigilant. For more information on drug abuse, call 1-800-732-4444.
Candy floss, ice cream and heroin make me happy. But heroin makes my skin itch. When I scratch, it feels like glass cutting my arms. Once I got a big sore and Mommy got scared. She thought I had HIV from using dirty needles.
Your baby's not a heroin addict, yet, but he could become one if you're not vigilant. For more information on drug abuse, call 1-800-732-4444.
Yesterday, I was sick. I couldn't breathe. A monster was sitting on me. Then Mommy and Daddy found me on the floor. They were frightened because I wouldn't wake up. Dr. Lee said I took too much heroin. He said I was lucky to be alive.
Your baby's not a heroin addict, yet, but she could become one if you're not vigilant. For more information on drug abuse, call 1-800-732-4444.
Naples, Florida. But paradise is not always paradise. Last year, there were nearly 1,800 emergency calls regarding domestic violence in our community. Thousands more went unreported. This horrific crime does not discriminate. It takes place in every neighborhood. You can save a life. Call the Shelter for Abused Women and Children's 24/7 crisis hotline at 239-775-1101. Remember, see something, say something, because violence in the home does not stop at the front door.
Suppose my voice were HIV, and listening could infect you. You wouldn't listen. You'd change the station or turn off your radio. Am I right? But if I took a latex condom and put it on this microphone, you couldn't hear me, could you? So you were protected from HIV. That's exactly what latex condoms do. So remember, sex without a latex condom isn't always safe. Listening to me, on the other hand, well, always safe.
Call 1-800-342-AIDS for a free brochure.
Suppose my voice were HIV and you could get infected by listening. Oh, you wouldn't listen. You don't want to hear that, huh? You change your station. But if I took a latex condom like this one and put it on the microphone, you couldn't hear me, right? You were protected from HIV. So the deal is sex without a latex condom isn't always safe. And listening to me, it won't infect you, but it could protect you. Call 1-800-342-AIDS for a free brochure. Do the right thing. Peace.
It isn't a game.
It's not a game.
Not a game.
Not a game.
It's real.
It's real.
Es real.
It's real, and it's here.
Right here.
It's impacting Hoosiers right here, right now.
Right now.
Right now.
You've probably seen it.
Maybe you didn't even know.
But you can't just ignore it.
You can't ignore it.
You can't ignore it.
It's human trafficking. It's happening right here in Indiana, and we can't ignore it. Do more. Go to seeandfreein.com.
Why is Connor having trouble focusing in school?
Having trouble finding Connor's middle school? Would you like directions?
No, why is Connor having trouble focusing in school?
Finding lowest airfare to Istanbul.
No, I'm tired of fighting with him over homework.
Home walk restaurant. Need a review?
No, I need help. He's very smart, but his mind wanders. He's disorganized.
I think I understand.
Oh, good.
Finding best potatoes for French fries.
No!
Russet. Fingerling. Yukon Gold.
Why don't you understand me?
Sorry, I was trying to show how Connor feels every day. Frustrating, isn't it? Redirecting to understood.org.
For the 1 in 5 kids with learning and attention issues, this is what life can feel like. Explore understood.org, a free online resource about learning and attention issues, designed to help your child thrive in school and in life. Understood.org, because understanding is everything.
Brought to you by understood.org and the Ad Council.
How can I help my daughter with her reading?
Searching for help with dachshund breeding.
How can I help my daughter with her reading?
Information on hot water heating.
No. Sarah's bright, but when she's reading, she has trouble sounding out the words.
World music, playing track now.
No.
Let me try. Our daughter gets confused about which details in a story are important.
Which paper towels are most absorbent?
What?
Here are 5 product reviews.
Why are you not getting me?
See, I told you.
Wait, I was trying to show you how Sarah feels every day. Frustrating, isn't it? Redirecting to understood.org.
For the 1 in 5 kids with learning and attention issues, this is what life can feel like. Explore understood.org, a free online resource about learning and attention issues, designed to help your child thrive in school and in life. Understood.org, because understanding is everything.
Brought to you by understood.org and the Ad Council.
Hi, Mom. Is Claire's birthday party today? Me again, Mom. Where did I put my history book? Hi. Sorry, forgot one last thing. Sometimes it's hard to concentrate. At school, I start looking out the window, and then I forget what I was supposed to be thinking about. I know it seems like I don't care, but I do. It's just difficult for me. Love you, Mom. Bye.
Join parents and experts at understood.org, a free online resource about learning and attention issues to help your child thrive. Brought to you by understood.org and the Ad Council.
Yes, the purchase of war bonds has become the most important objective in the life of Jeb Creaker and millions of other Americans who are now investing at least 10% or more of their total incomes in war bonds and stamps. 10% or more of your income invested in war bonds and stamps is your personal quota. Put your fighting dollars out there on the battlefront beside our fighting men. Join a payroll savings plan where you work and pledge yourself to top that 10% today. This is Larry Elliott speaking. This is your country.
Wildfires have many causes, but you don't need to be one of them. This hunting season, know before you go. Check to see what campfire restrictions apply to your zone. Put any campfires dead out before you leave by stirring and mixing the ashes with water. Then touch them with your bare hand. If they are too hot to touch, they are too hot to leave. It's your land and your responsibility. This message is brought to you by the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
To you, these are sounds of annoying mosquitoes. But to the increasing number of people infected by dengue so far, these are reminders of pain and suffering. And when pain involves high fevers and even risk of death, it is hardly music to their ears. Don't let this happen to you. Stop the Aedes mosquitoes from breeding. Change water in vases on alternate days. Remove water from flower pot plates every other day. Turn over all water storage containers. Cover bamboo pole holders when not in use. Clear blockages and put BTI insecticide in roof gutters monthly. Stop dengue. Keep your family safe.
My best friend has dengue, and she said it's really painful.
I heard it's very dangerous, and people can die from it.
Mommy, are we safe from dengue?
With more and more people falling ill with dengue, no one can be safe. Certainly not your loved ones. Be alert to the dangers. Get rid of stagnant water in your home, and you can stop the Aedes mosquito threat. Dengue kills. Will your family be next? A victim of dengue suffers excruciating pain. His blood vessels could rupture. His vital organs could collapse. He could be someone from your neighborhood. He could be someone you know. He could be someone you love. He could be you. Dengue kills. Will you be next?
It isn't something you would normally hear, even in the quietness of your home. Then again, neither is it something you would look out for. Yet what seems like harmless drops of water can endanger your family, especially when the Aedes mosquito starts breeding in them. Have you checked your home today? All it takes is a few minutes to look out for stagnant water. It takes even less time to remove it. Dengue kills. Protect your family.
There's a monster loose in your home. You won't find it under the bed or in the closet. It's not your typical Hollywood monster. You can't see it, and it's out for your children. If your home was built before 1978, it probably has lead paint in it, putting your family at great risk. That's because lead is an invisible monster. It's a poison, and lead dust in your home can get on your baby's hands and toys. Eventually, it ends up in their mouth. They could get very sick, even die. The scariest thing about lead poisoning is there are no warning signs. So you could have a problem and not even know it. But help is available. To find out how to stop this monster and protect your family, please call 712-5500 for help. It's free and easy. It's time to wipe out lead. Brought to you by the Community Foundation for Greater Buffalo and Blue Cross Blue Shield of Western New York.
What would you do if you found out that a toxic monster was crawling through your community? It could be living in your home right now. A monster that gets into bloodstreams of unborn children and children under 6 years old, wreaking havoc on their developing brains, nervous systems, and causing irreversible damage. Would you fight back against this monster? Well, you must. Lead poisoning is a pressing health problem in our community, causing defects in our youth such as reading and learning disability, fine and gross motor coordination, behavior problems, and increased aggression. No amount of lead exposure is safe for the body, and even high levels can cause loss of sight, hearing, coma, and even death. Once children are lead poisoned, they are lead poisoned for life. Your best chance to fight lead poisoning is primary prevention. Get your child checked for exposures to lead at ages 1 and 2. Get free lead inspections of your home, especially if it was built before 1978. For more information on how to take action against lead poisoning, visit letsmakeleadhistory.org. Don't lose the fight to this invisible monster. A 15-point drop in IQ, a short attention span, aggression, reading and learning disability, poor motor coordination, hyperactivity, anemia, kidney disease, heart disease, brain damage. These are just a few symptoms of lead poisoning. Children suffering from this disease can be told they are not good enough. Simply breathing in the air that is littered with microscopic lead particles is enough to poison a child. You can stop it before it goes too far. Get your home and child tested. Visit www.letsmakeleadhistory.org.
If your walls could talk, what would they say?
I have held the same mirror for 13 years.
I have been decorated with purple dinosaurs, baseball teams, and football helmets.
I have witnessed 33 Thanksgiving dinners and 1 wedding proposal.
I have tiny notches marking the growth of 3 children.
I have caused a learning disability.
I am the reason that a 5th grader simply can't sit still.
I am responsible for a 5-year-old's rage.
Just because you can't see lead paint doesn't mean it's not on walls, doors, windows, and sills. Today, lead paint poisoning affects over 1 million children. If your home was built before 1978, your family could be at risk. Let's make all kids lead-free kids. Log on to leadfreekids.org or call 800-424-LEAD.
I am the reason a child has trouble hearing.
If your walls could talk, what would they say?
Brought to you by the Coalition to End Childhood Lead Poisoning, EPA, HUD, and the Ad Council.
If your walls could talk, what would they say?
I have held 4 generations of photographs.
I display 10 cuckoo clocks, all set to the wrong time.
I have had dishes thrown at me.
I have been drawn on, cleaned, drawn on, cleaned, drawn on.
I have caused the gradual decline of a child's IQ.
I have given a 4-year-old a speech impediment.
I am the reason a 1st grader constantly yells out.
Just because you can't see lead paint doesn't mean it's not on walls, doors, windows, and sills. Today, lead paint poisoning affects over 1 million children. If your home was built before 1978, your family could be at risk. Let's make all kids lead-free kids. Log on to leadfreekids.org or call 800-424-LEAD.
I am the root of a child's violent behavior.
Brought to you by the Coalition to End Childhood Lead Poisoning, EPA, HUD, and the Ad Council.
If your walls could talk, what would they say?
I have sent children into fits of rage.
I am responsible for a child's speech impediment.
I am the reason a child can't read.
Just because you can't see lead paint doesn't mean it's not on walls, doors, windows, and sills. Today, lead paint poisoning affects over 1 million children. If your home was built before 1978, log on to leadfreekids.org or call 800-424-LEAD.
Brought to you by the Coalition to End Childhood Lead Poisoning, EPA, HUD, and the Ad Council.
Did you know that poisoning from toxic lead fishing tackle is the #1 killer of adult New Hampshire loons? To protect loons, the Loon Preservation Committee, New Hampshire Fish and Game, and some retailers are teaming up to buy back your lead fishing tackle. For a limited time, get $10 toward Loon Safe Tackle when you turn in your lead at participating locations. Visit us online at www.loonsafe.org/radio for full details. Again, that's www.loonsafe.org/radio. To protect New Hampshire's loons from lead poisoning, Loon Preservation Committee will buy your lead fishing tackle. Get $10 toward Loon Safe Tackle when you turn in your lead at participating retailers. Visit us online at www.loonsafe.org/radio for full details.
Citizens of Kansas City, unite! If your home was built before 1978, you could be living with the invisible poison found in lead paint. But there's no need to fear. Unlead Ed is here. With help from LeadSafe KC, I vow to repaint walls and doors, replace windows, and make your home lead safe. And best of all, there's little or no cost to you. Take that, lead poisoning. To see if you qualify for LeadSafe KC services, text SAFE to 37686.
Lead is an invisible threat. It's especially unsafe for children because their bodies and brains are still developing. Lead exposure can come from paint in homes built before 1978, dust, soil, drinking water from older plumbing, and some imported goods. To find out if your child is being exposed to lead, talk to their doctor about a blood lead test today and visit michigan.gov/myleadsafe to learn more. A message from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. Lead is an invisible threat to your child's health. It can be in paint in older homes, in drinking water, or even in dust and soil. How do you fight a danger you can't even see? Talk to your healthcare provider about getting a blood lead test. Free blood lead testing is available for children under 6 and pregnant women. Find out more about mobile testing near you at michigan.gov/myleadsafe. A message from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services.
Less than 3% of the population were in towns of more than 10,000. Most immigrants lived on the land, but cities were beginning to flourish. Revolutionary Philadelphia, with its 40,000 inhabitants, was the first colonial city in size. New York was second with 25,000. Boston with 16,000, third. Charleston, the largest city of the South, numbered 12,000. America was growing. And in spite of all adversity, America was destined to continue its growth. Why? Possibly because America was a dream for freedom-loving people, then as it is today.
The answer is they only work if you wear them. Yes, Jim?
What are life jackets?
Correct!
I'll stick with life jackets for $400.
They come in new lightweight styles, perfect for any boating activity. Jim!
What are life jackets?
Yes!
Life jackets for $600, please.
Emergencies on the water happen too fast to reach them if they are stowed. Darlene?
What are anchors?
No, I'm sorry. Jim?
What are life jackets?
Correct!
Be a winner. Boat smart. Boat safe. Wear it. This message brought to you by the National Safe Boating Council.
Hello, everybody. I'm Bill Dance. Bass sure are beauties, aren't they? But to catch them, you've got to put some thought into every move you make, and that includes using the right equipment, especially your life jacket. Accidents can happen fast, and if you're not wearing your life jacket, well, let's face it, you don't swim near as well as these guys do. That's why the U.S. Coast Guard recommends that you always wear your life jacket. Don't just bring a life jacket, wear it. Remember, you're in command. Boat safely.
This message brought to you by the U.S. Coast Guard.
Olympic silver medalist Rebecca Giddens with the word on what's cool.
I think that winning a silver medal in the Olympics for whitewater kayaking is pretty cool.
Rebecca attacked the whole course. She must be thrilled with that performance.
You know what else I think is cool? Your friends and family watching you on TV as you win an Olympic silver medal in Athens.
Rebecca sure made her family proud today.
But what I think is really cool is being in command of your boat. And that means always wearing a life jacket while canoeing or kayaking. It's a no-brainer. Life jackets save lives. Now that's cool. Oh, and while we're on the subject of what isn't cool, never boat under the influence of alcohol or drugs. That's just plain stupid. So be cool. Pick out a life jacket that suits your style and wear it. Seriously, boating responsibly is cool and simple. All you gotta do is wear your life jacket. Just remember, you're in command. Boat safely.
This message has been brought to you by the United States Coast Guard and the American Canoe Association.
Wade Bourne here. Want to know my top tip for waterfowl hunting? It's this. You're in command. Boat responsibly. 1/3 of the people who die while boating are hunters or anglers. Sometimes we fail to take simple precautions like wearing a life jacket or float coat or loading a boat properly. I want you to get safely to that blind and then back home to hunt another day. That's why I've teamed up with the Coast Guard to remind you again, you're in command. Boat responsibly.
This message brought to you by the U.S. Coast Guard.
This is Wade Bourne, and I'm here to talk about when smart waterfowl hunters do not so smart things, like overloading a boat, forgetting to wear a life jacket or float coat on their way to the blind, and failing to tell someone where they're going and when they'll be back. I've personally known of 2 hunters who failed to take simple precautions like these and never came home. That's why I've teamed up with the Coast Guard to bring you this message. Remember, you're in command. Boat responsibly.
This message brought to you by the U.S. Coast Guard.
Wade Bourne here. You all know that I'm a big advocate of hunting safety, and that means boating safety too. Things like wearing, not just carrying, a life jacket or float coat, loading a boat properly, and telling somebody where you're going and when you'll be back. Simple steps like these will keep you and your buddy safe on the water, ready to go hunting another day. Take it from me and my friends at the Coast Guard. You're in command. Boat responsibly.
This message brought to you by the U.S. Coast Guard.
When you're catching up for a drink with the girls, remember, there's one thing you just can't beat.
Keep blowing into the tube till I say stop.
Drink and drive, and you deserve it. Authorised by the State Government, Perth. Got a big thirst? You won't believe the sensation you get when this touches your lips.
Keep blowing into the tube till I say stop.
Drink and drive, and you deserve it. Authorised by the State Government, Perth. When a hard day's work's left you with a big thirst, we got just the thing for you.
Keep blowing into the tube till I say stop.
Drink and drive, and you deserve it. Authorised by the State Government, Perth.
I once had the best dad, who wasn't ever bad. He had too much to drink, got in his car, and one day drove away. I once had the best dad, who wasn't ever bad. Mummy said that he'll be okay, but he went to heaven that day. I once had the best dad, and now he's gone. It makes me sad.
Just think. Don't drink and drive.
I love you. If I can't have you, no one can. You're mine. I'll have you when I want you. Is that love? That isn't love. It's control. It's cruelty. It's abuse. True love empowers. It heals. It protects. But there isn't a love that controls. Emotional control is domestic abuse too. Police Scotland will not tolerate domestic abuse. If you're taking away somebody's freedom, we'll do everything we can to take away yours. There's no hiding place.
Hey, what's up? Thinking about you. XOXOXO. Want to snuggle. ... JK. Hit me back. You getting these texts? Question mark. We should hang later. I miss you. Holla at ya, boy. Holla back. Holla back. Holla back. Are you at home? Where are you? What are you doing? OMG. You are making me mad. Are you with your ex? You better text me back. I'm waiting outside your house.
Relentless, aggressive texting is like sending an angry robot to deliver your message. When does the robot become dangerous? Let us know at that'snotcool.com.
That'snotcool.com.
Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Hey, what's up? Holla at ya, boy. XOXOXO. You getting these texts? Question mark. Where are you? What are you doing? OMG, you are making me mad. You better text me back. I'm waiting outside your house.
Relentless, aggressive texting is like sending an angry robot to deliver your message. When does the robot become dangerous? Let us know at that'snotcool.com.
That'snotcool.com.
Brought to you by the Ad Council. Thanks for asking, but I'd rather not send you nude pictures. I'm camera shy. I already said no. It's against my religion. I'm giving my dog a bath. You can have pictures of that. Pressure gives me hives. Under my clothes, I'm a robot. Hold on, let me ask my mom. Sorry, my webcam is broken. I'm worried they'll get passed around school. Unfortunately, I just had my clothes surgically attached to my body. If they got out, I might never be president. I'm already naked, under my clothes. Not even if you were all three Jonas Brothers. I have a rash. I have nudophobia. I have lizard skin. The more you ask, the less I want to. You're not the boss of me. Nudity makes me vomit. I'm a vampire, so I don't show up in pictures anyways. Your badgering has really killed the mood.
When someone is pressuring you to do something you don't want to, how many ways can you say no before they get the message? Let us know at that'snotcool.com. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Thanks for asking, but I'd rather not send you nude pictures. I'm camera shy. I already said no. Under my clothes, I'm a robot. My webcam is broken. I'm worried they'll get passed around school. I have a rash. I have nudophobia. I have lizard skin. I'm a vampire, so I don't show up in pictures anyways. Your badgering has really killed the mood.
When someone is pressuring you to do something you don't want to, how many ways can you say no before they get the message? Let us know at that'snotcool.com. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
In times like these, violence in our schools is a reality, so it's important to know what to do if a dangerous situation arises, and also how to prevent it. Kids, never bring a weapon to school, and if you see a student with one, or even hear someone talking about having a weapon, report it immediately. If something doesn't seem right or look right to you, speak up. If someone you know is showing signs of anger, or if you are feeling out of control, tell someone. If you feel threatened or bullied, tell someone. Violent acts often start out as small disagreements. Tell a parent or teacher if you see an argument taking place. It's better to let someone know about a disagreement before it gets out of hand. Let's put an end to these tragedies. Ask your school to adopt an anti-violence program. Visit ncpc.org to learn more about how to keep your school safe. That's ncpc.org. A message from the U.S. Department of Justice, National Crime Prevention Council, and the Ad Council.
In times like these, violence in our schools is a reality, so it's important to know how to prevent such tragedies from happening. Talk to your kids. Explain to them the dangers of weapons at school, and tell them that if they see a student with a weapon or even hear someone talking about having one, they need to report it immediately. Tell them if something doesn't look right or seem right to you, speak up. Get to know who your child is spending time with and where they are at all times. If you notice that your child has sudden mood or behavior changes, or seems to always be angry or sad, talk to a teacher, administrator, or medical professional. Be a role model for them and settle your own conflicts without resorting to violence. School should be a safe place for our children. We all need to work together to keep it that way. Let's put an end to these tragedies. Ask your school to adopt an anti-violence program. Visit ncpc.org to learn more on how to keep our children safe. That's ncpc.org.
A message from the U.S. Department of Justice, National Crime Prevention Council, and the Ad Council. You secure your home, you lock your car, but what do you do to protect your valuables at work? In times like these, crime can happen anywhere, at any time. Taking some simple preventive measures in your workplace can help cut down on theft, scams, and even physical assault. Keep your purse, wallet, and keys locked in a drawer or closet. Leaving your valuables unattended for even a few moments could create an opportunity for a thief. Visitors should be made to check in at your front desk, wear a name badge, and be escorted to their destination. Unidentified persons in your workplace should be reported immediately. Report faulty locks, broken windows, and burned out lights. Use caution when entering stairwells, restrooms, elevators, and parking garages. If you notice an employee acting irrationally, tell your employer. To learn more on how to keep your workplace safe, visit ncpc.org. That's ncpc.org. Crime prevention at work. It works. A message from the U.S. Department of Justice, National Crime Prevention Council, and the Ad Council. In times like these, strangers at your door should be treated cautiously, but unwelcome strangers in your home can be your worst nightmare. Home invasion is a form of armed robbery where criminals break into homes through unlocked or open doors and windows. They even trick people into opening their doors to confront victims face to face. They can be after money and valuables, threaten personal assault, or take members of the family captive. But you can be proactive against these disturbing attacks. Learn how to protect yourself against home invasions. Never open the door to strangers. Secure your home with high-security locks and quality door and window hardware. Consider a home security system and even a dog. It's also a good idea to devise an action plan for your family in case intruders ever do enter your home. To learn more about how to keep your home safe from intruders, visit ncpc.org. That's ncpc.org. A message from the U.S. Department of Justice, National Crime Prevention Council, and the Ad Council.
Mango-flavored vapes, purple punch, or watermelon might sound harmless, but a sudden lung illness outbreak has affected more than 2,000 people. The youngest is 13. Parents need facts. 1. 86% of kids who vape nicotine use flavors. 2. Marijuana vaping among youth has increased by 58% in a single year. 3. A third of the outbreak patients need life support. For CDC outbreak information, go to flavorshookkids.org. Sour apple flavored vapes, bubblegum, or mint lure kids to vaping. Now a lung illness outbreak puts young lives at risk. Here are 3 facts every parent should know. 1. Teens are nearly 7 times more likely to vape nicotine than adults. 2. Marijuana vaping among youth has increased by 58% nationwide in a single year. 3. Vaping can cause lung illness so severe that breathing machines are required to keep patients alive. For California outbreak information, go to flavorshookkids.org.
More than 2,000 people across the U.S. have been diagnosed with a lung illness from vaping, resulting in 1 to 2 deaths per week. It can strike suddenly, both to long-time and new users. Here's what we know. Most cases involve THC, bought off the street or from friends. A third of the patients need life support. 2/3 are between 18 and 34. Most are men. Some don't survive. For California outbreak information, go to vapeoutbreak.org.
I heard you get it from weed.
Only old people die from it. Vitamin E. Drip. Dank. I don't even vape that much.
A severe lung illness from vaping is now an outbreak, resulting in more than 2,000 cases and roughly 1 to 2 deaths per week. This is bigger than what device you use, how often, or what's in it. Everyone who vapes is at risk. For CDC outbreak information, go to vapeoutbreak.org. That's vapeoutbreak.org.
Strawberry shortcake.
Razzleberry ring pop.
Silly rabbit.
Unicorn poop.
Juice roll-up.
Yum.
Marshmallow man.
Ooh, I love marshmallows.
Tobacco companies claim their flavors are for adults.
Booger sugar.
Banana butt.
Brain freeze.
Kryptonite.
Not buying it? Go to flavorshookkids.org to help protect kids from a lifetime of addiction.
Razzleberry ring pop.
Pegasus wings.
Cotton candy.
Bird brains.
Ew.
Silly rabbit.
There are more than 15,500 tobacco flavors on the market and counting.
Unicorn poop.
Yuck.
Double rainbow.
Mermaid tears.
If you can't sense the harm, how can they? Go to flavorshookkids.org to help protect kids from a lifetime of addiction.
So let me ask you something. What are these flavors of? Cotton candy, juicy licious, the ish, grape drink? What is this, a candy shop? No, it's tobacco. Who would ever want to smoke something like the ish? A kid. That's who.
Tobacco companies claim their flavors are for adults, but they're not. They are targeting our children with flavors they know and love. 4 out of 5 kids who have used tobacco started with flavors. Make moves to prevent lifelong addiction. Go to flavorshookkids.org.
If your neighbor smokes, your kids do too. Secondhand smoke is toxic, especially for kids. It can travel from your neighbor's apartment and enter your home through air vents, windows, cracks in the walls, and power outlets. Protect your family. Find out how at tobaccofreeca.com. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health.
Don't you think it's time to admit that you knew what you were doing? That you knew about the dangerous chemicals? That you watched as we flicked them into our environment, knowing that they would leak toxic chemicals into our streets, our water, our world? That you hoped we wouldn't figure it out? Don't you think it's time to admit that you let this happen? That there are about 4.5 trillion pieces of your toxic waste polluting our world right now? Come clean, Big Tobacco. For the dirty truth behind cigarette butts, go to tobaccofreeca.com. Who knew that cigarette butts were really toxic waste? Poisonous to our environment. That they can pollute our streets, our waterways, our playgrounds. That they can harm our pets and wildlife. That each one could take 10 years to decompose. That there would be about 4.5 trillion of them littering our world. Who knew? Oh, right. The guys who made them. Come clean, Big Tobacco. For the dirty truth behind cigarette butts, go to tobaccofreeca.com.
You stay home for the greater good. Secondhand smoke doesn't. It drifts through cracks in walls, air vents, and sink drains, spreading toxic chemicals that can damage lungs. Secondhand vape also puts your lungs at risk, even with the fruity smells. Protect yourself and the people around you from these secondhand dangers. Learn how at tobaccofreeca.com.
You're spending so much time at home, your smart speaker practically counts as a social interaction. So think of this message as advice from a friend. Secondhand smoke could be drifting into your apartment right now, through sink drains and cracks in the walls. Secondhand vape also drifts. They both spread toxic chemicals that can damage your lungs. And right now, lung health is crucial. Learn how to stay safe at home at tobaccofreeca.com.
As teen vaping skyrockets, tobacco companies claim their vapes are for adults. Here's what they don't say. 1. Flavor is a ploy to hook kids because developing brains are easy to addict. 2. Evidence shows kids were vaping, but the companies didn't stop it. 3. Vape makers keep adding more nicotine, exposing kids to high doses just to stay competitive. Don't trust this industry. Nicotine is brain poison, and flavor is the hook. Do something at flavorshookkids.org. Schools, families, and government leaders are finally on alert over teen vaping. But before we can solve it, we need to understand it. 1. The draw is flavors. 97% of kids who vape use flavors. 2. Kids often don't know they're vaping nicotine, let alone a concentrated formula. 3. Nicotine's addictive, and it's also a neurotoxin that can increase teen anxiety.
Nicotine is brain poison, and flavor is the hook. Do something at flavorshookkids.org. The news on flavored e-cigs talks a lot about the technology and teen use, but parents need to know more about the dangers of nicotine. So know this. 1. Nicotine is a toxic poison that can rewire teens' brains. 2. It can increase mood swings. 3. It can limit attention and learning. So even when it tastes like candy, nicotine is brain poison. Go to flavorshookkids.org for more. There's a teen-sized loophole in the FDA's policy on flavored vapes. Thousands of kid-friendly flavors are still available for refillable vapes like Soren. New, cheap disposable vapes like Puff Bar are also allowed. And with flavors like Blue Raz and Sour Apple, they're trending in schools. Vapes may change, but the formula doesn't. Nicotine is brain poison, and flavor is the hook. Do something at flavorshookkids.org. We see the news that teen vaping's on the rise, but teens see something else. Internet videos that talk up fun flavors and downplay the dangers of nicotine. How can parents talk so kids will listen? Use facts. 1. Nicotine can rewire teens' brains. 2. It can make kids more anxious. 3. Changes to the brain can be permanent. So even when it tastes like candy, nicotine is brain poison. Go to flavorshookkids.org for more. E-cigs don't burn tobacco leaves, and they come in lots of flavors. That's what tobacco companies tell you. Here are 3 things tobacco companies don't say. 1. Many teens don't know their flavored e-cigs have nicotine. 2. Nicotine is a poison that can rewire the teen brain. 3. 80% of kids who tried vaping did it because of the flavors. So even when it tastes like candy, nicotine is brain poison. Go to flavorshookkids.org for more.
You know what's really offensive? The M word, menthol. Did you know that tobacco kills more black people than AIDS, murder, and car crashes combined? 70% of African American smokers use menthol cigarettes. That's the result of racial targeting. Targeting that kills black people by the thousands, producing profits in the billions. The M word, menthol, is killing us. This ends now at wearenotprofit.org. The tobacco industry's menthol targeting is straight up racist. And not that watered down type of racist. What do they call it? Unconscious bias? No, not unconscious. Intentional. I mean that flooding our communities with ads, killing us by the thousands, and laughing all the way to the bank type of racist. They are literally killing us. This ends now at wearenotprofit.org.
There is a deadly cloying chill that haunts the black community, curled around our kin in a thick cloud of menthol smoke. An aggressive magician's trick, abracadabra, sawed our family tree in half. Tobacco killing more of us than guns, drugs, and AIDS combined. Big Tobacco told us it was cool. Today we say no more. Remember who we fight for. Go to wearenotprofit.org.
You're easier and cheaper. It's hard not to keep you. Your menthol cigarettes, but your history goes deeper. Into black communities where Big Tobacco wants you to be. Been there for 50 years, but getting there wasn't free. You spent millions on billboards, commercials, and ads. Tobacco killing more of us than drugs, alcohol, AIDS, or murders together have. And to think we'd let you do this in our face is absurd. So let us go to wearenotprofit.org to be heard.
We are not profit, but Big Tobacco thinks every black face is another place to make a quick buck. Give to our communities to gain trust, but still filling us with poisons and calling it culture. Pick bills off our bones like vultures. I am not a prophet, but I can see menthol sell cheaper in black hoods, and they're harder to quit because they numb the throat. Their market is the black and the stupid. That's a quote. It's time for black folks to see menthols as another attack. Visit wearenotprofit.org to fight back.
Hi there. I'm a plastic T-Rex on Adam Badowski's dresser. I've enjoyed my time here, but Adam's new neighbor smokes all the time. It's been entering Adam's room through cracks in the floorboards, and secondhand smoke is especially toxic to children. Adam could get bronchitis or even pneumonia. It's giving me a headache, and my arms are too short to massage my temples.
Stop secondhand smoke at home by urging your landlord to make your building completely smoke-free. Protect your family.
Find out how at tobaccofreeca.com.
Hi, I'm a shiny gymnastics trophy on Becky Gonzalez's desk. Life used to be pretty fun, but Becky's new neighbor smokes, like, a lot. It's been entering Becky's room through cracks in the wall, and secondhand smoke is especially toxic to children. Becky has asthma, and it's triggering attacks. It's making me dizzy, and I've been stuck in a backflip my whole life.
Stop secondhand smoke at home by urging your landlord to make your building completely smoke-free. Protect your family. Find out how at tobaccofreeca.com.
Thanks so much for dinner. It was great.
Of course, anytime.
Hang on a sec. I'm gonna go bum a cig real quick.
Oh, wait. I didn't know you were a smoker. Are you?
What? No, I'm not. I mean, I only smoke on the weekends.
It's Tuesday, dude. Not even the middle of the week.
Oh,
Social smoking hurts more than you think. Just one cigarette a day can triple your chance of cancer. Learn more at neverjustasmoke.org.
I'm not a smoker.
I don't vape.
Only every once in a while.
Only at parties. Only when I'm hanging out.
On the weekends.
After work. You know, when I'm stressed. I am not a smoker. I only smoke hookah when I'm with friends.
When I'm with my girlfriend.
Okay, when I have coffee.
During exams.
When I need to stay awake. When I need a break. When I need a...
Social smoking hurts more than you think. Any tobacco product at any level of frequency is dangerous. Learn more at neverjustasmoke.org.
We go to great lengths to protect our families. We make sure they eat their vegetables. We check labels and menus for allergies. We even cut our kids' food into tiny pieces. But there's one thing we often overlook. If you're eating outside at a restaurant that allows smoking, your family could be in danger. There's no safe level of exposure to toxic secondhand smoke. And the best way to stop it is by urging your local officials to make all outdoor dining completely smoke-free. Protect your family. Find out how at tobaccofreeca.com.
I work as an EMT in Los Angeles. My coworkers actually got me into vaping. During this pandemic, I've seen how strained the medical system is firsthand. One bed at a hospital is so valuable, and I would not want to be there when it can help out someone else. This is like the time to quit.
No matter how many times you've tried, now is the time to quit for good. Visit Kick It California today at kickitca.org.
I was a smoker for 55 years. Getting COVID is what made me really want to quit. When my daughter drove me to the emergency room and said she wasn't sure she was ever going to see me again, it made me realize that if I continued to smoke, I wouldn't see my family continue to grow.
No matter how many times you've tried, now is the time to quit for good. Visit Kick It California today at kickitca.org.
The first time I tried to quit vaping, I told myself that it was like a mountain that I had to climb over. And once I got to the other side, it would be clear. But I couldn't make it over. What really got me to quit was my little sister. I saw her vaping. So I was back in the mountain, but this time, she was up there with me. It's weird what you can do for others that you won't do for yourself.
Every attempt is part of your story to quit for good. Text I Can Quit to 66819 today.
I started vaping my freshman year of high school, mostly because all my friends had vapes. I wanted to fit in with them and look cool and be a part of everything that they were doing. The hardest part about quitting for me was all my friends still hitting their vapes right next to me. It was really frustrating and confusing when I was trying to quit because in my head I knew I didn't want to do it anymore, but for some reason my brain still wanted it.
No quit story is the same. For free support, text I Can Quit to 66819 today.
I started vaping when someone me ofreció un puff. It was convenient because I could throw it away, lo podía estirar, so my mom wouldn't catch me, but she did. Started telling me about how people are going into the hospitals. Yo ya sabía what was going on, but I was like, well, I have it under control. When I was starting to quit, friends asked, do you want it? I'll always be like, it's okay. I get a little hesitant still, but I say no.
No quit story is the same. For free support, text I Can Quit to 66819 today.
Every school day was a vaping day for me. It wasn't a social thing anymore. Suddenly it became something I was doing independently every day. Recently, I was sitting next to somebody on the freeway, and I saw them vaping. I was like, wow, is that what I look like? And that didn't sit too well with me. That image has been a big motivation to quit.
No quit story is the same. For free support, text I Can Quit to 66819 today.
Hi, my name's Shane. I thought it would be helpful to give you some tips to deal with life after you get a tracheotomy from smoking. Like, here's one. When you have a hole in your throat, don't face the shower head. Water can go right into your lungs, so swimming's pretty much out too. Also, when it comes to eating, cut all your food smaller than a dime. And if you drop your napkin, you should squat instead of bending over to get it, because you don't want the food in your stomach to come back up. Believe me, it happens. When you're working outside, keep your stoma covered. That's the hole in your neck. You don't want grass or anything else going into your lungs. And remember, in case of emergencies, CPR isn't mouth-to-mouth, it's mouth-to-stoma. Those are just a few quick tips. You'll learn as you go. I did.
Smoking causes immediate damage to your body. You can quit. For free help, call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and CDC.
I'm Terry. Smoking gave me cancer. If you're a smoker, I have a tip for you. Make a recording of yourself now, before you have your voice box removed. Read a children's storybook, or sing a lullaby. I wish I had done that. The only voice my grandson's ever heard is this one. The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. The wheels on the bus go round and round, all through the town.
Smoking causes immediate damage to your body. You can quit. For free help, call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and CDC.
Tough new laws to stop drug drivers mean that if you get caught, you'll face tougher penalties. Visit mylicence.sa.gov.au for details. It's time to stop drug driving. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia. From the 8th of March, tough new penalties for drug driving mean if you get caught, you will lose your licence. Visit mylicence.sa.gov.au for details. It's time to stop drug driving. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia. From April 24, if you drug drive with a child in the car, you'll lose your licence and won't get it back until you can show you're not dependent. Visit mylicence.sa.gov.au. It's time to stop drug driving. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
Hey mates, get your together.
Honey, I think you better get your together.
Dad, get your together.
Just get your together, Brian. Come on, guys. Get your together.
You fellas need to get your together.
Like, totally? Get your together.
If you know someone who drives without a seatbelt, tell them,
Get your together.
buckle up. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
If you're in your car and have your mobile handy, listen up, because I can save you $380 and 3 demerit points. If you touch your phone, everyone can see what you're doing, including the police. But here's how not to get caught. First, keep your eyes on the road. Then, the next time you hear this, or even this, keep your eyes on the road. It's that easy. Mobile distraction. It's not a good look. A message from the Government of South Australia and the Motor Accident Commission.
Boy, mate, she was keen as. She even asked your number.
Yeah, right, I'll believe that when she calls.
Well, she probably won't, mate, because I gave her mine.
Hey, you're not drink driving.
Oh, I'm just around the corner.
No, I'm your sober driver, sweet cheeks. Go on, get in.
Oh, all right. That muffin.
With more men dying on our country roads, blokes need to speak up and keep the bromance alive. This message brought to you by Motor Accident Commission, the Government of South Australia...
And Mario.
And Tom from Port Perry.
Anyway, so I said, babe, I forget our anniversary every year.
Ooh, but she loved that.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to slow down there?
That depends. Do you want to get to the show on time?
Oh, sure, but in one piece would be great. Just slow down, Schnookums.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, Sugar Plum.
Good.
With more men dying on our country roads, blokes need to speak up and keep the bromance alive. This message brought to you by Motor Accident Commission, the Government of South Australia...
And Gavin.
And Lee from Stansbury. Coach reckons if we win today, he'll drop his pants and run a lap.
Good reason to lose.
Yeah.
Oi, you gonna put your seatbelt on?
Mate, it's a 5-minute drive. I'll be fine.
You won't be fine if you go flying through the windscreen. Now buckle up, honey buns.
Yeah, okay. All strapped in now, sweetie pie.
With more men dying on our country roads, blokes need to speak up and keep the bromance alive. This message brought to you by Motor Accident Commission, the Government of South Australia,
And Steve
and Tony
from Aldinga.
Hi, my name's Georgia. My daughter's always telling me off for being too careful. She says it's embarrassing. But why wouldn't you be? The number of times I've been driving through town and seen someone just step off the curb glued to their phone. All it takes is one of us to not be paying attention and...
All sorts of people use our roads, people like Georgia. So when you're walking around, use crossings and stay off your phone. And think about who you're sharing the road with.
A message from Georgia, the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
Hi, I'm Mika. Last Tuesday, I drove my sausage dog, Frank, to an obedience class. When I went to park, there was this cyclist that just appeared in my mirror. It gave me a heart attack. Now, I ride a bike myself, so you'd think I'd be the last guy to miss another rider.
All sorts of people use our roads, people like Mika. So if you ride a bike, don't assume you've been seen. Wear bright clothes and think about who you're sharing the road with.
A message from Mika and Frank, the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
G'day, I'm Sam. I'm a cabbie. I get to see a lot of faces and I deal with a lot of traffic. And I see heaps of trucks. The other day I was overtaking this big rig down Port Rush Road when I saw his indicator start flashing. Oh, even I got nervous.
All sorts of people use our roads, people like Sam. So if you drive a truck, check your mirrors every 8 seconds. People don't always know about your blind spots. And think about who you're sharing the road with.
A message from Sam, the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
Hi, my name's Tom. I drive the same route to my kids' cricket game every Saturday. I'm a safe driver, hands at 2 and 10, the whole lot. But last time, this motorbike, he just appeared out of nowhere. Gave each other a real fright.
All sorts of people use our roads, people like Tom. So if you're a motorcyclist, remember the danger of intersections. Be prepared to stop. Don't assume you've been seen. And think about who you're sharing the road with.
A message from Tom, the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
There's enough to worry about when you're off on a trip without feeling too tired to drive safely. Even though you just want to get where you're going, it helps to take a break every 2 hours, even if you're not feeling tired. You might not feel it, but it's much harder to concentrate on the road if you've been driving for too long. So don't push yourself. Make sure you stop every 2 hours to prevent getting tired.
A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
Everyone loves heading off on a break for the holidays, including me and the family. But there's one break some of us forget to take. If you're driving long distance, take a break every 2 hours, even if you're not feeling tired. It can save lives. Why not plan ahead and allow for short breaks every 2 hours as part of your trip? Getting away during the holidays is great, but getting home safely is a lot better.
A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
A break in Mount Gambier will certainly make you happier if you're passing by. A break in Mount Gambier or fresh air in Clare will certainly make you happier if you're passing by. A break in Mount Gambier, fresh air in Clare, the Loo in Pinaroo, the Ferry in Berry, granola in Penola, or a Lamington and Wellington will certainly make you happier if you're passing by.
When you're on the road, take a break every 2 hours, because one day a sticky beak in Cobbler Creek could save your life. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
A break in Mount Gambier will certainly make you happier if you're passing by. A break in Mount Gambier or fresh air in Clare will certainly make you happier if you're passing by. A break in Mount Gambier, fresh air in Clare, or the Loo in Pinaroo will certainly make you happier if you're passing by. A break in Mount Gambier, fresh air in Clare, the Loo in Pinaroo, or the Ferry in Berry will certainly make you happier if you're passing by. A break in Mount Gambier, fresh air in Clare, the Loo in Pinaroo, the Ferry in Berry, or granola in Penola will certainly make you happier if you're passing by. A break in Mount Gambier, fresh air in Clare, the Loo in Pinaroo, the Ferry in Berry, granola in Penola, or a Lamington and Wellington will certainly make you happier if you're passing by.
When you're on the road, take a break every 2 hours, because one day a sticky beak in Cobbler Creek could save your life.
If you're passing by.
A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
One afternoon, a man was driving a little over the 60k limit. Suddenly, a puff of fine hair. It was I, the hairy fairy. I said, "Did you know that every 5k's over 60 doubles the risk of a casualty crash?" He gasped, and I said nothing, just nodded wisely until he slowed down. The moral of my hairy fairy tale? Slow down before things get hairy, because there's nothing normal about speeding. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia. Late one day, a man was driving the country roads, wishing that he was already home. Suddenly, the hairy fairy appeared. That's me. "You really want to get home, don't you?" I whispered. "Yeah, kinda," he shrugged. I said, "But save time on the road and things can get hairy. It's not worth it." And he eased off. The moral of my hairy fairy tale? Slow down before things get hairy, because there's nothing normal about speeding. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia. Once a woman was feeling pressured to speed up, when suddenly she was visited by me, the hairy fairy. Hey, I sighed. I know that driver's close and you're tempted to start speeding as well, but it's easy to stick to the speed limit. The woman slowed down. "You're probably right," she said. "Yeah, like, obviously," I replied. The moral of my hairy fairy tale? Slow down before things get hairy, because there's nothing normal about speeding. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
I never thought driving home drunk would actually hurt me. Getting busted was the only danger I thought, and that's what made me careful. By sneaking off from the pub, I thought I could hide it from the lads. But they found me, trapped inside my ute. I'd been dead for hours. Don't drink drive, and think about who you leave behind. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
I never thought about putting a seatbelt on for short drives. I knew the roads and thought belts were a waste of time. For me, driving carefully was enough. I really only thought about buckling up when the missus was in the car. But she wasn't this time. And neither was I when they found my body. Buckle up on country roads and think about who you'll leave behind. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
I never thought speeding was a problem. When I drove alone, I thought it was all right to put the foot down. All I wanted to do was get home early and surprise the family. But the surprise was all mine. When the police said the driver I hit had died. Now it'll be years before I go home to my family. Slow down on country roads and think about who you'll leave behind. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
It's not a taking a call from childcare seat.
Hello?
Or a coffee on the way to work seat. It's not a reading an email from a workmate seat. Or even a dealing with the kids before they get out of hand seat.
Stop it!
It's a driver's seat. If there's someone or something that needs your attention and it can't wait, pull over first, because no one's driving if you're distracted. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
It's not a Snapchat seat, a trying to find the sunnies in your handbag seat, or a hi babe, text to your girlfriend seat. It's not a brekkie on the run so you could sleep in seat, or a seat for making awesome videos of yourself.
What are your earrings today? Do you like them?
It's a driver's seat. If there's someone or something that needs your attention and it can't wait, pull over first, because no one's driving if you're distracted. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
It's not a texting the wife seat, a scrolling through your playlist seat, or a taking a call that could be your next job seat.
Hello, Mike's Plumbing.
It's not a replying to the boss's email seat, or a school letting you know about your sick kid's seat. It's a driver's seat. If there's someone or something that needs your attention and it can't wait, pull over first, because no one's driving if you're distracted. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
I'm Mick Doohan, 5 times MotoGP World Champion. I bet when you learned to drive a car, one of the first things you would have been taught was to look out for other cars, and it becomes second nature. But what about motorbikes? Do you look for them? Almost half of all bike crashes happen at intersections, simply because drivers don't see bikes coming. So don't just look for cars, look for motorbikes too. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
Today is an important day for Ben. After 4 years of studying early childhood, he's off to his first interview as a teacher. He's even wearing his lucky socks.
Hey, Ben, did you know convicted drink drivers get a police record for at least 10 years? When it pops up in a police check, imagine what that could do to your job prospects.
Dumb lucky socks.
Ha ha! Welcome to the worst 10-year hangover. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
Alice is so excited. She's off to Canada to surprise her best friend. She's even been practicing her French. Bonjour, monsieur. Je m'appelle Alice.
Hey, Alice. Did you know convicted drink drivers get a police record for at least 10 years? You'll need to declare that on your visa application. And where could that leave you?
Ce n'est pas bien.
Ha ha! Welcome to the worst 10-year hangover. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
Clyde loves penguins. In fact, he's volunteered to be the little penguin soccer team's mascot. He's even been practicing a little dance.
Clyde, did you know convicted drink drivers get a police record for at least 10 years? To work with kids, you'll need a police check, and that means your conviction will show up.
Silly penguin.
Ha ha! Welcome to the worst 10-year hangover. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
You never know where a kid pedestrian might appear from. I could run out between two parked cars.
Suddenly I'll chase my ball into the road. And because we're small, you might not see us until it's too late.
So when you're near schools and playgrounds, make sure you're looking. And be ready to stop! Watch out before you take out a pedestrian. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
Elderly pedestrians move slower than they used to. That means even if I'm crossing here...
I could still be on the road by the time you get to me. And because we don't bounce back, getting hit hurts.
So when you're in car parks or near crossings, be aware. And be ready to stop! Watch out before you take out a pedestrian. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
Pedestrians can be pretty random.
I might suddenly chase my ball into the road.
I might stumble out of the pub and onto the street.
I might be moving slower than you think.
So when you're at the wheel, be aware of surroundings. Look for pedestrians and be ready to stop. Watch out before you take out a pedestrian. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia. A drunk pedestrian isn't looking out for cars.
I'm here mucking around with the lads.
We're stepping out of the club right onto the street. And because we're drunk, we're unpredictable.
So, when you're in the city at night near pubs and clubs, be on the lookout. Be ready to stop. Watch out before you take out a pedestrian. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
The following commercial contains coarse language and has been censored. Sometimes a mate can get in a car and turn into a complete horse's
Twinkle.
Fine 1 minute, total
Fluffwit.
the next. It's called metamorphosis. But there is an easy way to stop your mates from morphing into someone with
Shine.
For brains. Simply tell them they're being a total
Love.
knuckle. Prevent metamorphosis. Country roads need safer drivers. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
Hello?
Guess who?
Why don't you give me a little clue?
How about you come round right now and I'll refresh your memory?
Hold on a minute. Hey, Mum, can you give me a lift to Bronny's place?
No! 9 o'clock, I'm in my 90.
Oh, it's not fair. You never take me anywhere. Sit tight, babe. I'll be there in 3-4 hours tops.
Lose your licence and you're screwed. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
You have 24 new voice messages.
David Stan, yeah, look, they've taken away my licence for speeding. Don't suppose you could pick us up from court, could you, mate? David Stan, you couldn't drop me off at Amy's place at about nowish? Hey, David Stan, I need a lift to work, mate. Davo, it's me, again. Can you pick my grandma up from the airport? Dave, it's Dan. I know it's late, but I think the cat's a bit sick.
When a mate loses his licence, you're screwed. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
Excuse me, Mr. Roberts, I need to tell you...
Kevin, been meaning to speak to you, son.
Really?
You are the best pizza delivery driver I've ever had.
Yeah, well, that's what I wanted to
You got great talent, son.
Really?
Therefore, I'm promoting you to assistant manager, doubling your pay, and giving you the keys to the executive washroom. There you go.
Oh, thanks, but I really need
Now, what was that you wanted to tell me, Kevin?
Lose your licence and you're screwed. A message from the Motor Accident Commission and the Government of South Australia.
The story of how a family name got wiped off the map. Because McGeady's farm became the bank's farm. Because the books wouldn't balance. Because the cows weren't fed. Because the silage wasn't made. Because the farmer was paralysed. Because the handbrake failed. The story of how a family's name got wiped off the map. Because farmers, when you get hurt, the farm feels it. Always, always take care working with farm machinery. A message from the Health and Safety Authority. Visit hsa.ie.
What makes your farm tick? The animals. The tractor's engine. The machinery. And what makes your farm dangerous? When these become background noise and you don't notice the danger, always beware of machinery on the farm. A message from the Health and Safety Authority in conjunction with the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine. Visit hsa.ie.
A tractor's PTO rotates at a speed of 1,000 revolutions per minute. It will wrap 13 feet of rope around itself in just 1 second. Now imagine an unguarded PTO coming in contact with a human body. In a split second, your arm would be wrapped around it with such force that it would break every single bone. It would detach your arm at the shoulder joint, tearing through flesh, tendons and muscles effortlessly, before propelling you to the ground like a ragdoll. And if that's all that happened to you, then you would be one of the lucky ones, unlike the 22 people who died in farm accidents last year. The PTO is just one of the many dangers on farms. Stop taking risks. Farm safely. A message from the Health and Safety Authority.
As the waves crash, the boat pitches and rolls. Anything with a point becomes a weapon. Any slip, trip or tangle becomes life-threatening. Yours is the most dangerous workplace in the world. You're 40 times more likely to be killed while working at sea. You hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Safeguard your crew and complete a risk assessment and safety statement for your boat at hsa.ie/fishing. A message from the Health and Safety Authority.
There'll always be one. One who'll say, safety harness. Sure, I've done this a million times. Who'll think it's a sign of weakness to wear protective gloves handling chemicals. Who'll drive a forklift the same way they do a shopping trolley. And might see the narrowing gap behind a reversing truck as a challenge. Because there'll always be one, there'll always be safety procedures. They're not really ridiculous, but not having them would be. Last year alone, 47 people were killed in work-related accidents, with many thousands more injured. To find out why workplace safety and health makes total sense, not complete nonsense, visit hsa.ie. A message from the Health and Safety Authority.
I'm here to talk to you about vehicle safety in the workplace. Because every year, dozens of people go to work and have their life cut short or changed forever after an avoidable incident with a vehicle.
Pay attention.
Pay attention, because people can
pop out of nowhere. It's everyone's responsibility to make sure that we don't get in each other's way.
Whether you're an owner, operator, or other worker, it's everyone's responsibility to make sure we're all safe around vehicles in the workplace. Stay alert. Keep your focus. Don't go on autopilot. A message from the Health and Safety Authority. Visit hsa.ie.
Stress. It builds up. And it can really harm your business. Lost hours, lack of productivity, or the loss of key employees. It can push your business to breaking point. Nip work-related stress in the bud by putting a simple plan in place. Do it today at workpositive.ie. A message from the Health and Safety Authority.
Daddy, can you hear me? Why did you crash your car and hurt yourself? Why did you drink and drive? Daddy, can you hear me? We need you. Can you hear me?
Guys, are you listening?
Daddy, can you hear me? Why did you crash your car and hit yourself? Why did you go fast? Daddy, we need you. Can you hear me?
Guys, are you listening?
The big night out. It's everyone's favourite semi-cultural institution. You and your favourite 3 people jump into the hatchback and head to a mate's flat to get ready. If you're a lady, you'll spend ages making sure you look great. Love that hairstyle. Blokes, well, if your shirt doesn't stink, then you're good to go. Anything more than 4 minutes in the bathroom and people will start asking questions. But no matter who you are, there's only one drink you need to make sure your night's a cracker. Something refreshing and tasty made from the finest New Zealand ingredients. So when the barman asks, what'll it be? Tell him you'll have a big frosty glass of lemonade. Because from August 7, the legal blood alcohol limit for drivers under 20 is 0. Cheers. Ah, the weekend. The sweetest word in the English language. It's the best 48 hours of your life, and it comes every single week. Grab your mates, grab the keys, and hit the road to grab an ice-cold case of the only drink you need to kick things off just right. Something cool and refreshing to share with your mates over a barbie before you head out to watch the footy or chat up the ladies. Delicious and frosty. The drink, not the ladies. Start your weekend right. Fill the chili bin with some cool, refreshing chalky milk. Because from August 7, the legal blood alcohol limit for drivers under 20 is 0. Ah, chocolatey. You're a man who likes to be refreshed at the end of a long day. Sometimes in the middle of the day. Sometimes when you're watching sport or talking about sport or talking about watching sport later on. When you jump in the car to go down the pub, you're thirsting for something made by the finest craftsmen in this rugged country of ours. Something to invigorate your taste buds that's made with only the finest ingredients. So, if you and the lads are heading the road for a night on the town to watch sport or watch chicks watching sport, grab yourself an ice-cold orange juice. Because from August 7, the legal blood alcohol limit for drivers under 20 is 0. Sport.
I think everyone knows I'm a nervous driver. I just get freaked out in traffic, eh? But after I've smoked a joint, my driving is sweet as. Much more careful, and I keep my eye on things. I actually drive slower than the limit. Much more careful, and I keep my eye on things. My driving is sweet as. But after I've smoked a joint, I just get freaked out in traffic, eh? I'm a nervous driver. I think everyone knows.
Some people think they drive better on drugs. Do you have a problem with that? Go to drugdrivingquestion.co.nz.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to concentrate on the road. My mind wanders like I'm in a haze. When I take my pain medication, though, well, I mean, all of that just fades away. I can think about driving safely. And look, I'm not in a rush to get to where I'm going. And look, I'm not in a rush to get to where I'm going. I can think about driving safely. Well, I mean, all of that just fades away. When I take my pain medication, though, my mind wanders like I'm in a haze. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to concentrate on the road.
Some people think they drive better on drugs. Do you have a problem with that? Go to drugdrivingquestion.co.nz.
I wouldn't drive totally fried. I'm usually a pretty sketchy driver, but if I've taken ecstasy at a party or something like that, I'm more connected to the road. I don't get road rage or anything. I'm never in a hurry. I know exactly what's going on. I don't get road rage or anything. I'm never in a hurry. I'm more connected to the road. But if I've taken ecstasy at a party or something like that, I'm usually a pretty sketchy driver. I wouldn't drive totally fried.
Some people think they drive better on drugs. Do you have a problem with that? Go to drugdrivingquestion.co.nz.
I don't think you're ready for this vehicle, but I'll show you anyway.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Impressive, right? 5.7-litre V8, overhead valve, sequential fuel injection. It's got it all.
Where are the seatbelts?
Details. Can you feel it?
What?
The blood of racing champions coursing through your veins. We're gladiators, we men. That's why we need chariots.
It might be powerful, but is it safe? Next time you're test driving a car, check how safe it is using Rightcar's new mobile-friendly website, rightcar.govt.nz.
Does this thing come with airbags?
Lions don't need airbags, Jason. Can I call you Jason?
My name's Carl.
As you can see, madam, this premium vehicle comes with leather upholstery, air conditioning, and this small, fragrantly scented cylindrical object.
You mean the air freshener?
Yes, that. Very popular in Europe, and it also includes a lower torso massaging seat.
I see.
And, of course, here's the vehicle's machined aluminium air vent slats.
Are they strictly necessary?
And then there's the refrigerated glove box.
There's a fridge in the glove box.
And not forgetting this walnut-trimmed liquid-bearing device.
That's a cup holder.
It actually has 19. That's one refreshing bottle of water for you and 18 more for those longer journeys.
It might be luxurious, but is it safe? Next time you're test driving a car, check how safe it is using Rightcar's new mobile-friendly website, rightcar.govt.nz.
I'm not sure I need 19 cup holders.
You're so right, madam. I'll order 5 more. Can I help you, sir?
I'm just looking, thanks.
Yes, but what are you looking for?
Oh,
something European, maybe.
Well,
how about this?
Well, it's very nice.
Nice? Have you seen the luster on this vehicle?
Oh, yeah, but...
Put your hand here. What do you feel?
Metal?
Wrong. That's panache you're touching. Pure, exquisite panache. Look at those dashboard LEDs. They turn on and off again by themselves.
What are they for?
Shh. Don't ruin the moment.
It might be shiny, but is it safe? Next time you're test driving a car, check how safe it is using Rightcar's new mobile-friendly website, rightcar.govt.nz.
I should really be going now.
Yes, but where are you going?
Dad?
Hun.
I was driving and eating a pie.
Now don't eat and drive.
Pie juice dripped on me.
And keep your eyes on the road.
I swerved and went through a fence.
It's just so easy to get distracted.
And a paddock.
All right?
And a cow.
Talk to your teen about distractions before it's too late, because they're more likely to crash in their first 6 months driving solo. Restricted drivers still need your experience.
Good evening, and welcome to Art Speak. Tonight I'm discussing modern sculpture with my guest, a human stomach. So, stomach, is this physical art form still valid in a digital world? Does it represent the sensual contact that perhaps we all crave? Thought-provoking.
In a car crash, even with the best protection, your organs can end up in some really weird places.
Well, yeah, it's been highly illuminating. Thank you.
The faster you go, the bigger the mess.
Hello and welcome to European Fashion Show 2012. The first model is coming down the catwalk now. Is Francesca wearing a scarf made from human lungs. Bold colors, striking lines, a look that says, come here, go away. Now we see Georgina. On her head, she wears a pancreas with matching kidney earrings. So new, so now.
In a car crash, even with the best protection, your organs can end up in some really weird places.
Now you really can wear your heart on your sleeve, and you take on an old classic.
The faster you go, the bigger the mess.
McCafferty has the spleen.
passes it out to Wills, who flicks it out to Jackson, and Jackson's brought down. He's dropped the spleen. Ref calls a scrum. Clear knock on there, and it's Chalmers to feed the spleen in. Spleen picked up by Grafton, who's booted it down the park. There's 3 men under it, and the spleen's taken by Brewster, who sprints for the line. Oh, shut the gate! He dots the spleen down, but did he get it over? Yes, it looks good, Ref.
In a car crash, even with the best protection, your organs can end up in some really weird places.
McCafferty to take the kick, and he threads the spleen between the posts for a very tidy conversion. Marvellous.
The faster you go, the bigger the mess.
Take the next exit on the left.
Julia, where did you end up last night? I had to take off, thought I'd lost you.
Right.
You didn't. The waiter, Jose.
Turn
Wait,
right.
why are you whispering? You're hiding in the bathroom.
Continue
why are you doing that?
Straight.
Where is he?
Railway crossing. Ahead.
So what are you going to do? Do you think Dave knows?
When you're focused on the phone, you're not focused on the road. Drive phone free. Continue straight.
Hey, you. Whoa, what's that about? What do you mean Maddie said it? Maddie can barely talk. She's not even two.
Second exit.
Oh, that's awful. Can we pretend she's saying something else? What about
Continue
fog?
straight.
Oh, no. Can you put her on for a sec?
Caution. Merging lanes.
Maddie,
ahead.
darling. Maddie, it's Mummy's.
When you're focused on the phone, you're not focused on the road. Drive phone free. At the roundabout, take the second exit.
Carla, how'd it go? The team looked so busy last week.
40 metres.
Sam quit. Oh, I saw that coming. Well, he's everybody's go-to guy, isn't he? Pressure. Did it happen before the...
Continue
in the presentation? No way! How did he... on a cake? What, blew it out or...
School zone.
Wow.
When you're focused on the phone, you're not focused on the road. Drive phone free.
Hi, I'm Sydney Helgeson, Miss State Capital's Outstanding Teen 2016. I'm urging teens in North Dakota to speak up against distracted driving. Not only is it illegal to text while driving in our state, it's dangerous and irresponsible. Distracted driving is causing injuries and deaths that could be prevented. Take the pledge today to speak up against distracted driving, and you could win a Kindle Fire HD8. Find out more at facebook.com/NDTeenDrivers.
A safety message from the North Dakota Department of Transportation.
I'm Sydney Helgeson, Miss State Capital's Outstanding Teen 2016. I'm urging teens in North Dakota to speak up against distracted driving. Not only is it illegal to text while driving in our state, it is dangerous and irresponsible. Distracted driving is causing injuries and deaths that could be prevented. Take the pledge today to speak up against distracted driving, and you could win a Shields gift card. Find out more by following ND Teen Drivers on Twitter.
A safety message from the North Dakota Department of Transportation.
In North Dakota, texting while driving is illegal, dangerous, and irresponsible. Nationwide in 2014, over 3,000 people were killed, and over 430,000 were injured in motor vehicle crashes involving distracted drivers. This month, law enforcement agencies throughout North Dakota will be citing texting drivers as part of the National Enforcement Campaign. You drive, you text, you pay. Send the right message. Don't text and drive.
A message from the North Dakota Department of Transportation and your local...
In North Dakota, texting while driving is illegal, dangerous, and irresponsible. Nationwide in 2014, over 3,000 people were killed, and over 430,000 were injured in motor vehicle crashes involving distracted drivers. During the month of April, law enforcement agencies throughout North Dakota will be citing texting drivers as part of the National Enforcement Campaign. You drive, you text, you pay. Send the right message. Don't text and drive.
A message from the North Dakota Department of Transportation and your local law enforcement.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, my young mother. You're not alone. Not alone. There are so many others. When he cries, and he cries, and he cries, and he cries, and you're scared of yourself.
Someone here hears your cry.
Before you cross that line, stop. Full stop. For advice and information, contact the NSPCC.
Georgie, Porgy, Pudding and Pie kissed the girls and made them cry. When his dad heard he'd made girls cry, he hit him hard. Next day at school, Georgie felt confused and upset and couldn't concentrate.
Hitting children must stop. Full stop. It's simple enough for a child to understand. Being a parent isn't easy. For advice, call the NSPCC helpline on 0808 100 2524.
Little Jack Horner sat in the corner eating his Christmas pie. He'd put in his thumb and his mum hit him for not using his spoon. But she lets his baby brother do it, so Jack punched the baby.
Hitting children must stop. Full stop. It's simple enough for a child to understand. Being a parent isn't easy. For advice, call the NSPCC helpline on 0808 100 2524.
Polly put the kettle on, Polly put the kettle on. Polly, do as you're told, screamed Daddy, lashing out with a wooden spoon. Polly wet herself. Daddy had never hit her that hard before.
Hitting children must stop. Full stop. It's simple enough for a child to understand. Being a parent isn't easy. For advice, call the NSPCC helpline on 0808 100 2524.
Over the past 120 years, the NSPCC has built up national networks of services to protect children and young people from abuse. Without your support, none of this would be possible. We have specialist helplines for those who think a child is at risk, an internet service and schools teams offering confidential advice for young people,
and family support services for families in difficulty. All these services contribute towards our objective of ending cruelty to children, which is where all our work starts.
The NSPCC has over 180 different projects helping children, young people and their families. Without your support, none of this would be possible.
We have teams that create safe sporting and training environments, a specialist investigation service working with police to tackle organised abuse, a young witness support programme,
and therapeutic services to care for abused children. All these services contribute towards our objective of ending cruelty to children, which is where all our work starts.
Dear Mum and Dad, if you're reading this note, I'll have gone. I'm sorry it turned out like this. I'm sorry I was never good enough for you. If only you could have seen what I'm like on the inside. I love yous both. Claire.
Don't let this be the first time you let someone know how you feel. Whatever you're going through, you can get one-to-one confidential advice from the NSPCC online at thereforme.com. Let's make it stop. Full stop.
To Dad, I don't know how else to make you stop. And I don't know how else to hurt you back. When you read this, if you bother to read it, I'll have gone. And this time, nobody's gonna bring me back. Bye, Dad. Connor.
Don't let this be the first time you let someone know how you feel. Whatever you're going through, you can get one-to-one confidential advice from the NSPCC online at thereforme.com. Let's make it stop. Full stop.
Dear Mum, I want to go somewhere where there's no bullying, no pain, just happiness. Somewhere I'll be safe. Don't worry about me. 'Cause by the time you read this note, I'll have gone. I love you, Mum. John.
Don't let this be the first time you let someone know how you feel. Whatever you're going through, you can get one-to-one confidential advice from the NSPCC online at thereforme.com. Let's make it stop. Full stop.
Mum, writing this note is the only way I could tell you that he keeps coming into my room at night. I'm sorry for all the hurt I've caused.
But I can't bear to live like this one more day. Oh, my love. Joanna?
Don't let this be the first time you let someone know how you feel. Whatever you're going through, you can get one-to-one confidential advice from the NSPCC online at thereforme.com. Let's make it stop. Full stop.
I have two mummies. Both my mummies are called Sarah, and both have long brown hair. Both my mummies like to wear jeans and watch Coronation Street and eat pasta. But most of the time, only one of my mummies is around. She plays with me and chooses clothes for me and takes me to school and tells me to tidy my room and sometimes gets cross with me. That's when my other mummy appears. She's the one who hits me.
Hit means lost it. For advice and information, call the NSPCC on 0808 800 5000.
Right, where should we start?
The monkeys!
Okay, we'll start with the monkeys. Then we'll see the elephants. Then the rhinoceros. Then we can see the penguins being fed. Then we'll have some lunch ourselves, but not fish. Then we can see the snakes and the creepy crawlies and the tigers and the lions. Then I'll buy you an ice cream. Then you wind me up. Then I'll lose it, and then I'll hit you. Then we'll see the camels and go home.
If you thought about it first, would you ever hit your children? Hit means lost it. For advice and information, call the NSPCC on 0808 800 5000.
Viewing child pornography is abuse. NSPCC. Cruelty to children must stop. Full stop.
This is an apology from the NSPCC.
Every week at least one child in Britain dies following abuse. Sorry if that upsets you, but we have to tell the truth, and for that we make no apology. We must stop child abuse. This week, read your letter from the NSPCC and please help. Thank you.
After school, he'd give me my secret homework. He'd do gross things to me. I didn't want to tell anyone, because they'd just think I was dirty. It went on and on, until I told someone. They made me realise it wasn't my fault, and I had nothing to be ashamed of. If it's happened to you, when you're ready, visit the NSPCC website, don'thideit.com, or call Childline on 0800 1111. Remember, if you've been sexually abused, you don't have to hide it anymore.
He came in my room at night and touched me. He says it was normal and kept buying me presents. I was confused because I thought it must happen to everyone. I didn't know who to talk to. It went on for ages until I told someone. It felt better just being able to talk about it. If it's happened to you, when you're ready, visit the NSPCC website, don'thideit.com, or call Childline on 0800 1111. Remember, if you've been sexually abused, you don't have to hide it anymore.
When Mum was out, he'd give me beer and show me videos. Then he'd do stuff to me. He said there'd be big trouble if I told anyone. I was dead scared to tell anyone, but one day I plucked up the courage. It was tough, but it's worse if you don't tell someone. If it's happened to you, when you're ready, visit the NSPCC website, don'thideit.com, or call Childline on 0800 1111. Remember, if you've been sexually abused, you don't have to hide it anymore.
That must be the wind, and I'm probably screaming at the TV!
I've probably been a bit naughty, and children can be so difficult.
I'm such a good neighbour. I always keep the lawn so neat and tidy. That must have been an accident.
You probably just fell off the shelf or something. We're probably just playing rough and tumble.
Just letting off some steam! I'm sure it'll all blow over in a minute.
Stop making excuses for the things you hear. If you suspect someone is abusing their child, act on it. Call the NSPCC helpline on 0808 800 5000. Don't talk yourself out of it. Talk to us.
You know your pants?
Yeah, Dad.
Well, your pants are there to keep your winkle and your bottom private. And if anyone ever tries to touch you there, make sure you tell me, okay?
Okay. It's not called my winkle anymore.
Really? What do you call it now?
Graham.
Teach your child the underwear rule, a simple way to have conversations with your children to help protect them from abuse. Visit nspcc.org.uk or search underwear rule to find out more.
Do you remember what I told you about your pants?
Yes, Mum.
And what was it?
Parts of my body covered by my pants are private.
And if anybody tries to touch you there?
I have to tell you.
Well done.
Do I get a prize because I remembered?
What kind of prize were you thinking?
A pony?
Teach your child the underwear rule, a simple way to have conversations with your children to help protect them from abuse. Visit nspcc.org.uk or search underwear rule to find out more.
I want my grandson to enjoy his childhood.
I want my daughter to grow up safe from harm.
I want to protect children for as long as I can.
I want to leave children a better future.
I want someone to be there for children, like they were for me.
That someone could be you. You could leave vulnerable children your protection with a gift to the NSPCC in your will. To find out more, call the NSPCC on 020 7825 2939 or go to whatwillweleave.org.uk.
Childline is there for children who desperately need someone to talk to and ask for help. Now, we urgently need your help. Please spare us some of your time to talk with the most vulnerable children and young people in your community. By talking in schools about how to stay safe and through our 24-hour helpline, your time will have a direct impact on improving their lives. Together, we can protect a generation of children from abuse. So please volunteer now. Visit nspcc.org.uk/volunteer.
Right now, with children having to spend more time at home, you might have heard or seen something that worries you. The NSPCC is here. You might be concerned about your own child. The NSPCC is here. Maybe you just need some advice or support. Search NSPCC helpline or call 0808 800 5000. The NSPCC, still here for children.
Yo, that's him right up there. Stop the car right here.
Gang violence.
Gunshots on 5th and Vine.
Police. Jail. A family.
It's gonna be okay.
A brother alone.
Hey, little man, come here. What you got in your bag?
A sister afraid. A father worried.
Son, are you okay?
A child without. A mother counting the days till her boy is home.
I just hope my baby's safe.
These are the sounds of gang violence. From the day you're sentenced, your family starts facing the true hard time with you. Something to think about before you commit a gun crime. Gun crimes hit home. This message brought to you by Project Safe Neighborhoods and the Ad Council.
You can't see this commercial. You can't taste it or smell it, but it could still save your life. You can't see, taste or smell carbon monoxide either, but it's still a killer. And unfortunately for you, there's a higher concentration of deaths in Wales than in any other part of Great Britain. You see, if you burn any type of fuel in your home, gas, oil, coal or wood, you could be at risk. So take this advice. Get gas boilers and fires checked by an expert. Make sure flues are clear, chimneys are swept, and keep your home well ventilated. Because if you don't, even though you can't see, taste or smell this commercial, you may not be around to hear the next one.
We have a small factory in Vermont with about 25 employees. Everyone works pretty hard.
The warehouse here was built in the 1980s, which we figured was pretty modern.
Each year we had our oil furnaces inspected. We thought the inspectors were checking for carbon monoxide.
We were wrong.
One cold day, we had a propane forklift, an idling truck, and the oil furnace cooking full blast.
It started with one of the guys going home with a splitting headache who worked right underneath the furnace. Then the guy next to him said he had a headache too. After 2 or more people want to go home with a headache, we figured something was wrong.
We were lucky that a staff person was a trained Vermont emergency responder. He got a CO detector and we evacuated the building.
Carbon monoxide is odorless and colorless. A few months later, a company in New England with our same age of furnace had 2 deaths.
Carbon monoxide detectors are cheaper than they were a decade ago. There's really no excuse not to have them in a warehouse, and you need to train staff to take the carbon monoxide seriously.
We've had more training on what to watch for and how to detect it. You know, if you're having headache problems, speak up.
A $50 carbon monoxide detector is a very cheap expense when people's lives are at stake.
It was just after 4 a.m.
He was working on the motorway, stacking cones on the back of a truck.
A lorry driver had fallen asleep.
He didn't see the flashing lights.
And he hit the truck at 60 miles an hour.
David was thrown 20 metres down the road.
He didn't get up.
He didn't come home.
He was my brother.
My nephew.
My son.
My husband.
My daddy.
Please, take extra care and help to keep our road workers safe. You're driving an HGV. You're limited to 56 miles an hour, and you're expected to arrive on time, which means that sometimes, when you're behind the wheel, you're tired, bored, and it can be a struggle to stay awake. That's when accidents happen. That's when road workers get killed. So open your window, sing along to music, or best of all, take a break. Stay safe, stay awake, and please, help to keep our road workers safe. If you're driving an HGV right now, wake up. Your vehicle is made of tons of metal. A road worker is made of flesh and blood. So stay safe, stay awake, and please help to keep our road workers safe.
When driving on the motorway, if you see a red X, it means the lane is closed. Traffic should either move right or left to another lane if safe to do so. A red X means there could be a breakdown. Emergency services or road workers in that lane. So if you see a red X, don't pass it. Move to another lane. Get smart. Know your motorways. Search online for smart motorways to find out more.
It's only a few drops of rain. A bit of water on the road. You're only doing 70. It's only a car braking in front. It's only a skid. It's only across one lane. It's only a family and their kids in the back.
When it rains, it kills. Last year, 2,918 people were killed or seriously injured when driving in the rain. Slow down. Highways England.
Highways England is here to improve your journey. Have you noticed the red X's above you when driving on the motorway? Think they're not important? Think again. They mean there's an obstruction or danger up ahead. So if you see one, you must change lanes safely to avoid a penalty, or even worse. So when you see a red X, it's there for a reason. For more information on red X's, search online for smart motorways. Highways England is here to improve your journey. Have you noticed the variable speed limits on the motorway? They're there to manage congestion, so you can have a smoother journey. They're also the law, so if you ignore them and get caught, you can expect a speeding ticket and penalty points. So if you see a speed limit next time you're on the motorway, it matters that you drive within it. For more information on variable speed limits, search online for smart motorways. Highways England is here to improve your journey. Have you noticed the variable speed limits on the motorway? They're there to manage congestion, so you can have a smoother journey. They're also the law, so if you ignore them and get caught, you can expect a speeding ticket and penalty points. So if you see a speed limit next time you're on the motorway, it matters that you drive within it. For more information on variable speed limits, search online for smart motorways. Highways England is here to improve your journey. Have you noticed the emergency refuge areas along the motorway? You might have wondered what they're for. Not this.
I need the toilet.
Or this.
Are you tired? Do you want me to drive?
Or even this. Emergency refuge areas are on motorways for emergencies only. For more information on emergency refuge areas, search online for smart motorways. Highways England is here to improve your journey. Have you noticed the emergency refuge areas along the motorway? You might have wondered what they're for. Not this.
I need the toilet.
Or this.
Are you tired? Do you want me to drive?
Or even this. Emergency refuge areas are on motorways for emergencies only. For more information on emergency refuge areas, search online for smart motorways.
Lanes 2 and 3 have reopened between the junction 1 and the roundabout northbound slope from southbound.
Driving is not a game. If you tailgate the car in front, the closer you get, the less time you'll have to react. Don't be a space invader. Stay safe. Stay back. Search Highways England for more information.
Now, darling, I know you love Christmas, but there is a credit crunch, so don't get too excited. Okay, open a present.
Half a brick.
Think of what you could build.
There are lots of things that can spoil Christmas. Make sure your turkey isn't one of them. To avoid the risk of food poisoning, defrost it thoroughly and keep it covered so that it doesn't drip onto other foods. Sorry we can't help you with the global financial meltdown. We're the Food Standards Agency. But for more food facts, visit eatwell.gov.uk.
Darling, I couldn't get those earrings you wanted, so I thought I'd just recycle the baubles from the tree. Here you go.
Oh, nice.
What? I wrapped them, didn't I?
There are lots of things that can spoil Christmas. Make sure your turkey isn't one of them. To avoid the risk of food poisoning, don't wash your turkey. It just splashes germs around your kitchen. Sorry we can't help you with a miserly boyfriend. We're the Food Standards Agency. But for more food facts, visit eatwell.gov.uk.
Good King Wenceslas last looked out on Stephen.
There are lots...
Brightly shone the moon that night.
There are lots of things that can spoil Christmas. Make sure your turkey isn't one of them. To avoid the risk of food poisoning, cook it until the juices run clear and no pink meat remains. Sorry we can't help you with the tone-deaf uncle. We're the Food Standards Agency. But for more food facts, visit eatwell.gov.uk.
Hi! This morning we're going to give your saturated fat intake a real good workout. All it takes is a few simple swaps. Try a lower fat spread on your toast. Now let's try 1% fat milk on your cereal. It's lower in fat than semi-skimmed. And if you fancy bacon, choose lean bacon. And remember to grill rather than fry. Choosing foods with less saturated fat can help lower your blood cholesterol and reduce your risk of heart disease. These simple tips will help you cut down. Try at least one of them a day. Come on, let's do it!
For more simple ways to cut down, visit eatwell.gov.uk, the Food Standards Agency. If you want the facts on food, we're the standard.
Right, we're going to give your saturated fat intake a real good workout. Let's start by simply checking the labels on food before you buy to see which ones are lower in saturated fat. Next, whenever you fancy a snack in between meals, try something healthy, a juicy apple or dried fruit. Finally, simply trim the fat off meat and eat chicken without the skin. Choosing foods with less saturated fat can help lower your blood cholesterol and reduce your risk of heart disease. These simple tips will help you cut down. Try at least one of them a day. Come on, let's do it!
For more simple ways to cut down, visit eatwell.gov.uk, the Food Standards Agency. If you want the facts on food, we're the standard.
Now is the time for all good folks to come to the aid of their party. Don't pass the buck, but give a buck to the party of your choice. Here's what we mean: keep politics clean and come to the aid of your party. Don't pass the buck, but give a buck to the party of your choice.
Your political party needs your help. Your dollar may be as important as your vote in making sure the right candidates are nominated and elected. So don't pass the buck, give a buck to the party of your choice. When your authorized party representative knocks at your door, give $1 or more. And be sure to register, inform yourself, and vote.
Don't pass the buck, but give a buck to the party of your choice.
Want to keep politics clean? Register, inform yourself, and vote. And when your authorized party representative knocks at your door, give $1 or more.
Here's what we mean, keep politics clean and come to the aid of your party. Don't pass the buck, but give a buck to the party of your choice.
Is the tree down yet? Are the decorations packed away? The last of the thank you notes written? What about your Christmas seal letter? Did you remember to answer it? Hello, this is Henry Fonda, and I'd like to remind you that it's never too late to answer your Christmas seal letter. Christmas seals work 365 days of the year in the fight against emphysema, tuberculosis, and air pollution. Please answer your Christmas seal letter today. Your Tuberculosis and Respiratory Disease Association considers it a matter of life and breath.
Hello, this is Weird Al Yankovic, hoping that your new year isn't a torture-filled living hell and that you finally decide to do something worthwhile with your miserable, wretched lives. Thank you.
Hey, how you doing? This is your reindeer, Frankie Vanelli.
And Santa, Paul Shortino.
From Quiet Riot, wishing you Happy New Year!
By the way, don't drink too much and get drunk and drive.
Okay, Dwayne, we're going to try it once more. Just remember now, introduce yourself and read what's on the paper in front of you. You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, fine. Dwayne Stomp, Substance Abuse Awareness Campaign. This is take 9. Dwayne, that's your cue.
Oh, right. Anytime you're ready.
We're ready, Dwayne. Dwayne, go.
Oh, hi. This is Dwayne Stomp of Blacktooth. Kids, when you drink and drive...
No, Dwayne. No, cut. It's not when you drink and drive.
Oh, right. Let me do it again.
Yeah, good idea. This is Dwayne Stomp, PSA, take 10.
Hi, this is Dwayne Stomp. When I drink and drive, I'll...
Cut, Dwayne. Dwayne, this spot is supposed to be against driving while intoxicated.
What?
Never mind. We'll do it one more time. And remember, say, don't do drugs. And if you must drink this holiday weekend, don't drive. You got it?
I told you I got it.
Fine. Dwayne Stomp, PSA, take, 11.
Hi, I'm Dwayne Stomp telling you, if you do drugs this weekend, don't drive.
Wrong again, Dwayne. It's don't do drugs. Don't do drugs.
That's what I said.
No, it's not. It's not even close to what you said.
You come in this booth, I'll show you how close it was, Sherlock.
We're going to do it again, Dwayne. Say, don't do drugs. If you must drink this holiday weekend, do not drive. Take 12.
This is Dwayne Stomp. Weekends are for drunks. Do drugs.
Okay, Dwayne, thank you very much for coming in. I think with a little editing, we've got something we can use.
Don't do drugs, and if you must drink this holiday weekend, don't drive!
Myth. Wolves are dangerous to humans. Fact. You have a better chance of being hit by a meteorite than eaten by a wolf. Except if you wake up naked in the woods.
If you have sex, please think a bit and make sure that you cover it. Don't act as though it's all okay. It may just not end up that way. She might have warts that you can't see or herpes simplex number 3. He might not clean himself real well, and in the dark you just can't tell. You may be trying hard to please, but end up with a bad disease. So don't be a big stupid fool. Just put a condom on your sexy tool.
Sex is like ice cream. It's really good at first, but then, when you're done, you're all sticky and you feel sick. Unless you really love the person. I mean the ice cream. Please practice safe sex. A message from the Safe Sex Council.
Hello there. I'm George Putnam. I'd like to begin with a fact. A simple yet shocking fact. It is this. A flood tide of filth is engulfing our country in the form of newsstand obscenity. and is threatening to pervert an entire generation of our American children. We know that once a person is perverted, it is practically impossible for that person to adjust to normal attitudes in regard to sex. Yet, much of this material has been described as an illustrated, detailed course in perversion, abnormal sex, crime, and violence.
Friends, depend on me, Smokey P, to voice a plea. Respect the forest, protect our trees. Don't what I do.
Smoke, baby, what's the trouble?
Round, this isn't me.
Smoke, you're 50. We agreed you talk to kids in their language.
I know, but I'll just give it to them straight. Kids, only you can prevent forest fires.
Smokey, Smoke!
I gotta get back to the forest.
How am I supposed to study when my neighbors are always up partying till 5 in the morning?
Where's the lampshade? I want to put it on my head.
That's it. I've had enough.
Hey there, boy.
Yeah, Professor, do you think maybe you could keep it down? I'm trying to study for a final.
Well, actually, according to Doppler's law of silence, shut up.
You wouldn't like it if your neighbors annoyed you all night, so be considerate. Be a better neighbor.
All right now, babe, what you gonna do? Have your own way, babe, but play it cool. Everybody knows you go your own way, so you've made your impression. Listen and don't be a fool. Just play it cool and stay in school. Everybody knows you go your own way, so you've made your impression. Listen and don't be a fool. Just play it cool and stay in school.
Hello, I'm Leonard Nimoy. If you're like me, now that the holidays are over, you're probably trying to get things back to normal. But even though things did get a bit hectic, I hope you remembered to answer your Christmas seal letter. If you've overlooked it, remember, the fight against emphysema, tuberculosis, and the growing pollution of the air we breathe, all of these must go on all year round. It's not too late to sit right down and answer your Christmas seal letter today. It's a matter of life and breath.
Buckle up for safety, buckle up. Buckle up for safety, always buckle up. Pull your seatbelt snug, give an extra tug. Buckle up for safety, buckle up.
Buckle up for safety, buckle up. Buckle up for safety, always buckle up.
The National Safety Council says if you don't have seatbelts, get them. If you do have seatbelts, use them.
This is Art Linkletter. In event of atomic bombing or some other catastrophe, here's something important to remember. It will help save lives, including your own. Do not use the telephone. Leave the line open for official rescue and relief. This is your part in civil defense. Remember, don't use the phone. Leave the line clear for safety of your own life and the lives of others.
This is a paid radio moment. You have a right to vote. It's in your state constitution. The right to vote, along with the right to equal protection under the law. It's one of your civil rights. So when some votes aren't counted, or some voters are harassed, you should be worried. Vote suppression isn't a strategy. Call it what it is. A crime. A crime against your right to vote.
Artu? Where are you? Artu? Artu? Artu, you're on fire! Artu, Ditu, you found a cigarette. Well, I don't think smoking is grown up at all. Because it's very dangerous. Smoking does dreadful things to your lungs, and is very bad for your heart. Well, I know I don't have one, but humans do, and I think we should set a good example. Well done, R2. Oh, hello. You know smoking is bad for your health, and it isn't grown up at all. So please, don't smoke. R2, do you really think I don't have a heart?
If you never saw the green grass anymore, 'cause it's covered up by litter from the folks there before you, what would you do? What would you do? If you never saw the sky, or the soot that's in your eye, or the garbage piled so high, what would you do?
You've got to pitch in to clean up America. You've got to pitch in to clean up America. 'Cause if everybody won't pitch in to clean up America, it won't be America anymore.
Oh no.
This is President Barack Obama. In the story of America, the greatest chapters are moments of challenge, when we see people serving their country and one another. Volunteers who step forward into hospital corridors and church basements, along levees and fire lines. And the next chapter is yours to help write. Sign up to volunteer at usaservice.org. That's usaservice.org. Let's renew America together.
A message from Renew America Together, brought to you by the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Joe Perry and Steven Tyler of Aerosmith for Red. You know, it's okay to rock and roll and party down. Just don't get in that 2,000-pound bullet when you're done and cocked. And please don't drink and drive. I'm the one that jaded you.
A reminder that friends don't let friends drive drunk. A public service message brought to you by the Ad Council, U.S. Department of Transportation, National Association of Broadcasters, and RAD.
This is a paid radio moment. Oil. It fuels our cars, our jobs, and our lives. More than 50% of America's oil is imported, and as long as we're dependent on foreign oil, it's likely we'll have troops in the Middle East. That's where the oil is. And even if we'd like to, we can't drill our way out at home. We don't have that much oil. We don't need a marketing strategy. We need a real solution.
Log of the Starship Enterprise, stardate 5943.7.
Captain Kirk, this is Lieutenant Uhura. Mr. Spock is ready to patch in. Go ahead, Mr. Spock.
I'm on the surface of the destroyed barbarian planet now, Captain.
Destroyed? What do you see, Mr. Spock?
The surviving inhabitants are in a dreadful condition. It seems they can't control their limbs, and their minds are dull and useless. Fascinating. They seem to be in a state identical to that curious 20th century Earth disease called hard drug abuse. I suspect it has destroyed all meaningful life on this wretched planet.
A tragic find, Mr. Spock.
As a Vulcan, I find the need for hard drugs to be totally illogical.
But as a half-human Spock, surely you can appreciate the suffering that hard drug abuse causes. We can only hope that other civilizations will not make the same mistake.
Hi, we're the Tokens, and you know this song. Oh, the place for you and the place for me is a local public library. They have books and things that they lend for free. It's the latest, it's the greatest, it's the library. Today's public library is more than books.
And if you haven't been there lately, you're missing plenty. Read, listen, look, take part, learn, grow, enjoy yourself.
At your public library.
Educational, informational, entertainment that's sensational. It's a way of life, it's for you and me. It's the latest, it's the greatest, it's the library. It's the latest, it's the greatest, it's the library.
Your public library.
Hi, this is Bill Maher. I can find humor in almost anything, but one thing I never laugh about is cruelty to animals. If you don't get the joke either, Right. People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. 501 Front Street, Norfolk, Virginia, 23510.
Look at all the people. Billy, what's the matter? Billy! My friend passed out. Help me get him up.
Never lift the head of a person who's fainted.
Airtight.
Keep him flat and raise his legs. Now loosen his clothes and use a wet cloth.
What happened?
You passed out. Remember, if someone faints,
Never lift their head.
you got it.
Now we know.
And knowing's half the battle.
G.I. Joe!
This is a paid radio moment. We're all nervous about losing our jobs, even politicians. But they can cut a deal to keep their jobs safe. When politicians redraw voting districts, they choose where your vote goes, and they get elected again and again. Before they retire, they choose where your vote goes next. That's what redistricting is, a way to steal your vote.
Hi, this is Stevie Wonder, and if you feel like I do, every day really is a holiday. But particularly this holiday season, stay low and don't drive drunk.
Black bears weigh between 200 and 500 pounds. Brown bears weigh between 300 and over 1,000 pounds. Black bears run away from you. Brown bears run at you. When attacked by a bear, simply lie still on the ground and cover your face and head with your hands. When the bear is finished batting you around and mauling you, contact the U.S. Forest Service.
Oh, hey everybody, it's me, Mr. Bill. Hey! And you know, when you're in the entertainment business, you have to be traveling coast to coast all the time.
Say, Mr. Bill, you've got a long trip ahead of you. You'll need something to help keep you awake.
Well, I've been really trying to cut down on my coffee lately.
Then how about some drugs?
Oh, no, drugs are bad, and you kids out there should never, ever use them.
Oh, come on, try some. So remember, kids, say,
oh, no!
to drugs.
This is the class where I received an A+ in biomolecular science this past semester.
Just last week, I ran for the title in a track and field run. I came in second and received a silver medal.
This is where I received a standing ovation for playing Duncan in the Shakespeare play, Macbeth.
Today I gave open heart surgery to a man. I'm glad to say he has been given another 10 years to live.
I know you can only hear my voice when I speak, so now I have to ask.
Why is it so important to you?
Why do I need to expose who I am?
And what does it matter to you the color of my skin?
Stars, seeking transformation towards anti-racism systems.
So, Kristen, how was Esther's baby shower?
Oh, great.
Yeah?
Everyone was there. Allison, Katie, Nancy, Karen, who has gained a little weight, by the way.
Stop it.
But anyway, it's too bad you couldn't make it. How's little Sammy?
Oh, he's fine. It was just a little fever, but he's feeling better now.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, you know it's a girl, right?
Oh, wow. What's her name?
Oh, I can't remember. It's one of those names.
Excuse me?
Oh, you know, one of those names. Shakita, Juanita, Jaquita. Why do black people like those kinds of names anyway? You'd think they'd know better. They just make it harder on themselves, you know what I mean?
No, Kristen. I don't know what you mean.
The first step in fighting racial prejudice is taking a stand. Imagine the power of one voice. Find your voice at freedomcenter.org. A message from the National Underground Railroad Freedom Center and the Ad Council.
Okay, fellas, thanks for checking out our membership meeting for the unstoppable Iota Gamma Kappa fraternity. Candidates will be notified around mid-semester. Peace, have a good day. Yo, can you believe that white boy showed up? Who, Justin? Yeah. I mean, he seems pretty cool. He's doing a lot of work in the community. He gets decent grades. Oh, yeah, I played ball with him the other day. Old boy got a mean crossover.
Now, see, that's what I'm talking about. White people think that just because they can rap or hoop or something, they could be one of us. Now, what would happen if one of us went across campus and tried to join one of their fraternities? Tell you what, it'll be a cold day and you know where before I let a white boy into this frat. You feel me?
Nah, Trey. I don't feel you.
The first step in fighting racial prejudice is taking a stand. Imagine the power of one voice. Find your voice at freedomcenter.org. A message from the National Underground Railroad Freedom Center and the Ad Council.
This is going to be good. Awesome. I can't even remember the last time I was at a concert.
I know, it's been like ages.
Man, I can't believe you got tickets.
Yeah, Josh, you're the man. You are the man.
Oh, come on, man. Don't thank me yet. I mean, it might not be as good as they say. You never know what
Whatever,
these things.
bro. Guys, we got to keep moving if we're going to get there early. Hustling up. Wait, hold on, guys. ATM machine, I'm a little light on cash.
Wait up, Greg, man. I think I might have some for you.
You can be my sugar daddy.
Hey,
Yeah. There you go, man. Wow. Whoa, $50. Pretty generous. You sure you're Jewish? Come on, Josh. Don't get all sensitive on me, man. It was just a joke. It was a joke. Will you tell him, Rob?
What? What do you want me to tell him? That I didn't think it was funny either?
The first step in fighting prejudice is taking a stand. Imagine the power of one voice. Find your voice at freedomcenter.org. A message from the National Underground Railroad Freedom Center and the Ad Council.
It doesn't have fins or teeth. You can't see it, hear it, or feel it, but it can sneak up on you and drown you in a matter of minutes without warning. It's called shallow water blackout and can occur when you practice repeated breath holding, underwater swimming, and hyperventilation. Unconsciousness and death can occur very quickly to anyone from children to elite athletes. So please, protect yourself and your loved ones by never swimming alone and by learning more at shallowwaterblackoutprevention.org.
It only takes a minute for a child to drown. The time it takes you to answer the phone, or greet a guest, or text a friend. 1 minute of not paying attention. Learn the rules of water safety at knowbeforeyougo.org and sign up your child for a free swim assessment at your neighborhood YMCA. After all, it will only take a minute. Know before you go. It only takes a minute for a child to drown. The time it takes you to answer the phone, or greet a guest, or text a friend. 1 minute of not paying attention. Learn the rules of water safety at knowbeforeyougo.org and sign up your child for a free swim assessment at your neighborhood YMCA. After all, it will only take a minute. Know before you go.
Drive sober or get pulled over.
The Maine State Police is looking for good men and women to become Maine State Troopers. We're accepting applications right now, so now's the time to take control of your future. Job security, health and life benefits, plus a good retirement can be yours. But most of all, you'll get the feeling of pride that comes with joining a tradition of excellence. If you're at least 20, with a deep burning desire for a challenging and rewarding career, protecting and serving the people in Maine, call the State Department of Personnel today at 289-3761. You could be one of us. You could be a Maine Trooper.
I'm putting myself in jeopardy right now, simply by driving along this highway on a Saturday night. I'm Trooper Randall Nichols of the Maine State Police. It's estimated that on a weekend night in Maine, 1 out of 10 drivers is under the influence of alcohol. Pretty shocking, isn't it? 1 in 10 is a potential killer. Each of us needs to take part in helping to curb this problem. At times that may mean taking a stand. But isn't it time we stood up to drunk drivers?
A service of this station and the Maine Association of Broadcasters.
A drunk driver has done it again. The drug alcohol is involved in the deaths of over half of the people killed in Maine highway crashes. That crash should not have happened. Someone should have remembered that friends don't let friends drive drunk.
Your life is on the line. A message from this station, the State Police, and the Maine Highway Safety Committee.
A drunk driver has done it again. The drug alcohol is involved in the deaths of over half of the people killed in Maine highway crashes. That crash should not have happened. Someone should have remembered that friends don't let friends drive drunk.
Your life is on the line. A message from this station, the State Police, and the Maine Highway Safety Committee.
Mary had a little car, little car, little car. She drove it really fast. Mary had too much to drink, much to drink, much to drink. She went off the road.
31% of all car crashes are due to drinking and driving. 2019 is here. Let's make sure we stay alive to see it. Drinking and driving, they really don't mix.
Mary was on life support, life support, life support, but today they...
This message created by Splash Design Works in Delaware.
The Alabama Slammer. It's a popular drink at parties, but drink too many and you'll wind up in this Alabama Slammer. And if you drink and drive, get ready for a real Alabama Slammer. If you're involved in a crash where a driver's been drinking, you're 4 times more likely to die.
Drive safe, Alabama. A message from your Alabama Department of Transportation.
Everybody's doing the Alabama Flash.
What's this, a new line dance? Nope. The Alabama Flash is a brand new traffic light with a flashing yellow arrow. If you're in the left turn lane and get a flashing yellow arrow, just slow down, yield, and if no one's coming, you can turn. So don't be shy, just yield and go. Heck, everybody's doing it.
Flash, yellow, gone in a flash.
Your Alabama Department of Transportation knows you hate to wait. That's why these new traffic lights are going up soon all over Alabama. They're going to make traffic run smoother, help you get where you're going in a flash. So just yield and go. Hey, it's no line dance, but it sure will help you boogie.
Everybody's doing the Alabama Flash.
Drive safe, Alabama. A message from your Alabama Department of Transportation.
I may look like a simple traffic cone, orange, pointy, but behind every orange cone, there's a heart, a life, a family. That's because I protect work zones and keep workers safe. But when drivers ignore work zone safety, people die. So slow down, stay alert, expect the unexpected. Remember, traffic cones are people too.
Drive safe, Alabama. A message from your Alabama Department of Transportation.
Hi, John. You have messages.
Not now, phone. I'm driving.
You know you want to text your friends.
Texting and driving is illegal. No distractions, period. People die that way. Eating, putting on makeup.
Scroll through your music?
Nope.
Your girlfriend just texted. She's bored.
Sorry, not worth dying for.
Good call. She seems a little clingy.
Don't text your life goodbye. Drive safe, Alabama. A message from your Alabama Department of Transportation.
The power in your hands. The wind in your face. Riding a motorcycle feels like freedom, but freedom doesn't come without accountability. Motorcyclists and drivers share responsibility for safety, but 2/3 of fatal motorcycle accidents are caused by the rider. Don't be a statistic. Your safety is riding on you.
Drive safe, Alabama. A message from your Alabama Department of Transportation.
It's another night on Alabama's streets and highways. And for the officers patrolling them, that means danger. Drugs, weapons, violent crimes, it's all in a day's work. But the biggest threat to these officers' lives isn't criminals. It's drivers. Drivers who fail to move over and get out of the way. Roadside crashes are the #1 cause of death for police and state troopers. And not just them. Tow truck drivers, highway maintenance workers, risking their lives every day. In the last decade alone, over 138 officers lost their lives in traffic-related crashes. And too many of those were on roadsides right here in Alabama. Alabama's Move Over law requires you to safely move over 1 lane away from vehicles parked on the roadside. On a 2-lane road, move over as far as possible without leaving your lane. And if you can't move over, slow down. Drive safe, Alabama. This message sponsored by Al.Aliyah, the Alabama Broadcasters Association, and this station. The biggest threat to law enforcement? It's not criminals. It's drivers. Roadside crashes are the #1 cause of death for police and state troopers. Alabama's Move Over law requires you to safely move over 1 lane away from vehicles parked on the roadside. On a 2-lane road, move over as far as possible without leaving your lane. And if you can't move over, slow down. Drive safe, Alabama. This message sponsored by ALDOT, ALEA, the Alabama Broadcasters Association, and this station. The biggest threat to law enforcement isn't criminals. It's drivers who fail to move over. If you see flashing lights on the roadside, safely move over. Drive safe, Alabama. Sponsored by ALDOT, ALEA, the Alabama Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Practice hard and you can beat your toughest opponent. Keep pushing and you can beat your best time in the mile. Use your head and you can beat that old largemouth bass. But one thing you should never try and beat is a train. Beating the train is a deadly game, and the train wins every time. That's because any approaching train is always closer and going faster than you think. No wonder someone is hit or killed by a train every 3 hours. Pay attention around train tracks. Always stop for an approaching train. And never, ever drive around lowered gates or flashing lights. It's not only illegal, it'll get you killed. Sure, mad video skills will help you beat your buddies, but don't risk your life and theirs trying to beat the train. Drive safe, Alabama. Sponsored by ALDOT, the Alabama Broadcasters Association, and this station. You can beat your toughest opponent. You can beat your best time in the mile. You can beat that old largemouth bass. But one thing you should never try and beat is a train. If a train is approaching, don't risk your life trying to beat it, because beating the train is a deadly game. Drive safe, Alabama. Sponsored by ALDOT, the Alabama Broadcasters Association, and this station. You can beat your toughest opponent, but one thing you should never try to beat is a train. Don't risk your life. Drive safe, Alabama. Sponsored by ALDOT, the Alabama Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Hey, slow down, buddy. This ain't Talladega, and that race car driver's number on your back window, you ain't him. Truth is, just 10 miles over the speed limit, and your chances of killing someone are 4 times higher. So forget the number on your window and memorize the one on that orange prison jumpsuit. Stop speeding before speeding stops you.
Drive safe, Alabama. A message from your Alabama Department of Transportation.
Okay, somebody's not wearing their seatbelt.
I don't wear seatbelts. Might wrinkle my shirt.
That's okay. I'm sure they can iron it before the funeral.
What funeral?
Yours. Almost 70% of people who die in car crashes aren't wearing a seatbelt.
Okay. There. You happy?
Just happy to be alive.
Seatbelts. It's hard to live without them. Drive safe, Alabama. A message from your Alabama Department of Transportation.
Where are my keys? Emma, do you have your shoes?
Yes.
Let's go. I can't make that meeting.
Mom! Mom, put down the phone. I'm scared.
2015 saw the first annual increase in Georgia roadway fatalities in 10 years. Georgia DOT urges you to buckle up, put down the phone, drive alert, and arrive alive. Do it for yourself or someone you love. Visit dot.ga.gov.
Did you know that birthday parties help build confidence in kids?
Yeah. Did you know that giving kids less sugar before bedtime helps them sleep better?
Oh, totally. Did you know that friendly kids have more friends?
Everybody knows that.
Hey, guys, did you know that most people think they're using the right car seat for their kid, but they're not?
I didn't know that.
Parents who really know it all know for sure that their child is in the right car seat at the right age and size. Visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat to make sure your child is protected. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
First, there was the Lost Generation. Then came the Greatest Generation. Followed by the Silent Generation, the Me Generation, and Generation X. Now comes the overscheduled, overprotected, hyper-parented generation. 3 out of 4 of whom are riding in car seats that aren't being used correctly. The latch system is in most cars and makes it easier to be sure your child's car seat is installed correctly. Just clip it to the end.
I can help the next customer over here.
Oh, thank you.
Wow, that's a lot of books. Let's see. How to keep your child safe. Child-proofing your home. Child-proofing your yard. Child-proofing your in-laws' home and yard. Well, I'm guessing you have a little one at home?
Yeah.
Well, it looks like you must take good care of her.
Oh, thank you.
Now, let's see. Parent's Guide to Safe Toys. That's a really good one. Parent's Guide to Safe Foods. Parent's Guide to Safe Safety Products. Parent's Guide to Parenting Guides. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater and other safety tips.
Of all the things you can read about keeping your child safe, the most important is attached to the back of their car seat. Read the instruction manual and learn to use the latch system. It makes it easier to be sure your child's car seat is installed correctly.
Parent's Guide to Telling Other Parents How to Raise Their Kids.
To learn more, go to safercar.gov. Anchor, tether, latch, the next generation of child safety. A message from the U.S. Department of Transportation and the Ad Council.
Wow, that's a lot of books. Little one at home?
Yeah.
Let's see. Child-proofing your home, child-proofing your yard, child-proofing your in-laws' home and yard.
Of all the things you can read to keep your child safe, the most important is attached to their car seat. Read the instruction manual and use the latch system. It makes it easier to be sure your child's car seat is installed correctly. Learn more at safercar.gov. Anchor, tether, latch, the next generation of child safety. A message from the U.S. Department of Transportation and the Ad Council.
This is a test to find out if you know it all when it comes to children. Time starts now. Name one of the leading killers of U.S. children age 1 to 13. What's the best way to protect children in a car crash? At what age and size should a child start using a booster seat? Where can you find the answers to these questions?
Car crashes are one of the leading killers of U.S. children. Many of those deaths could be prevented by making sure that kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Don't assume you know it all when it comes to car seats for your child. Go to safercar.gov/the-right-seat and know for sure. That's safercar.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Remember when your neighbor found us naked in the car? Some outdoor action got us kicked out of the park, getting frisky in the dark. I gave your eye a poke. Think the dog is in the bed. Do I smell smoke? You and me, we never give up. You and me, we never, ever, ever give up. Getting hot and heavy with the whipped cream that we bought, and dressing in the kitchen, then getting caught. So many things can go wrong, but we still can get it right. You and me, we're not gonna give up tonight.
You didn't give up on sex. Don't give up on birth control either. There are more methods than you think. Visit bedsider.org to compare all the choices and put the bogus myths to bed at bedsider.org.
Boy, we got options tonight.
Brought to you by Bedsider and the Ad Council. bedsider.org.
Remember when your neighbor found us naked in the car, and the time some outdoor action got us kicked out of the park, getting frisky in the dark. I gave your eye a poke. Think the dog is in the bed. Do I smell smoke? You and me, we never, ever, ever give up.
You didn't give up on sex. Don't give up on birth control either. There are more methods than you think. Visit bedsider.org to compare all the choices. Brought to you by Bedsider and the Ad Council. bedsider.org.
Remember when your neighbor found us naked in the car, and the time some outdoor action got us kicked out of the park? Getting frisky in the dark, I gave your eye a poke. I think the dog is also in the bed. Do I smell smoke? You and me, we never give up. You and me, we never give up. You and me, we never give up. You and me, we never ever give up. Getting hot and heavy with the whipped cream that we bought, and dressing in the kitchen and then getting caught. So many things can go wrong, but we still can get it right. You and me, we're not gonna give up tonight.
You didn't give up on sex. don't give up on birth control either. There are more methods than you think. Visit bedsider.org to compare all the choices and put the bogus myths to bed at bedsider.org.
Boy, we got options tonight.
Brought to you by Bedsider and the Ad Council. Bedsider.org.
Remember when your neighbor found us naked in the car, and the time some outdoor action got us kicked out of the park? Getting frisky in the dark, I gave your eye a poke. I think the dog is also in the bed. Do I smell smoke, you and me? We never ever give up.
You didn't give up on sex. Don't give up on birth control either. There are more methods than you think. Visit bedsider.org to compare all the choices. Brought to you by Bedsider and the Ad Council. Bedsider.org.
Remember when your neighbor found us naked in the car, and the time some outdoor action got us kicked out of the park? Getting frisky in the dark, I gave your eye a poke. I think the dog is also in the bed. Do I smell smoke, you and me? We never give up, you and me. We never ever ever give up. Getting hot and heavy with the whipped cream that we bought, undressing in the kitchen and then getting caught. So many things can go wrong, but we still can get it right. You and me, we're not gonna give up tonight.
You didn't give up on sex. Don't give up on birth control either. There are more methods than you think. Visit bedsider.org to compare all the choices and put the bogus myths to bed at bedsider.org.
Boy, we got options tonight.
Brought to you by Bedsider and the Ad Council. Bedsider.org.
Remember when your neighbor found us naked in the car, and the time some outdoor action got us kicked out of the park? Getting frisky in the dark, I gave your eye a poke. I think the dog is also in the bed. Do I smell smoke, you and me? We never ever ever give up.
You didn't give up on sex. Don't give up on birth control either. There are more methods than you think. Visit bedsider.org to compare all the choices. Brought to you by Bedsider and the Ad Council. Bedsider.org.
You must call 811 at least 2 to 3 business days before any digging project. So before you do this or this, make sure you do this. For digging projects big or small, make the call to 811. No matter how large or small your digging project may be, no matter how urban or rural, you must always call 811 before any digging project. 811 is our national one-call number, alerting your local utility companies to come out and mark any lines they have near your dig site. So before you do this or this, make sure you do this. For digging projects big or small, make the call to 811. Brought to you by Common Ground Alliance.
Most of us like to be out in the sun. That's why sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin from aging and cancer. The FDA recommends using a sunscreen with a sun protection factor, or SPF, of 15 or higher. Also, look for broad spectrum on the label. That means both harmful ultraviolet A and B rays are blocked. UVA rays age the skin, UVB rays burn, and both cause cancer. But the perfect sunscreen doesn't count if you use it wrong. Don't need sunscreen on a cloudy day? Wrong. 80% of UV rays still get through the haze. Only use sunscreen at the beach? Nope. Anytime you're outside, UV rays attack the skin, so you need protection. And you have to reapply sunscreen every 2 hours. Remember, SPF plus broad spectrum equal healthy fun in the sun. Visit www.fda.gov/sunscreen for more information. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. Most of us like to be out in the sun. That's why sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin from aging and cancer. The FDA recommends using a sunscreen with an SPF of 15 or higher. Also, look for broad spectrum on the label. That means both harmful ultraviolet A and B rays are blocked. Remember, SPF plus broad spectrum equal healthy fun in the sun. Visit www.fda.gov/sunscreen for more information. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Some of the best sounds you'll ever hear are generic, safe, effective, even money-saving, just like FDA-approved generic drugs. Even if they don't come in the exact same color or shape as their brand name equivalents, they have the same key ingredients and go through a rigorous review process. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist today and visit fda.gov/generic drugs. Generics are safe, effective, and can save you money. You'll like the sound of that. Did you know that generic drugs are just as safe and effective as brand name drugs? Generics might look different, but they work the same way. And they can even save you money. Don't believe me? Ask your doctor or pharmacist. Or visit fda.gov/generic drugs.
Over the years, you've brought them into your home. You were prescribed opioids after the C-section, when Dad injured his back, when your basketball star tore his ACL. Opioids helped with the pain, and you held on to them just in case. But did you know holding on to unused opioids puts your family at risk? Opioids are powerful pain-reducing prescription medicines, but most people who are prescribed opioids don't finish their prescriptions. So millions of unused opioids are sitting in homes across the country. And tragically, more than 100 Americans die every day from overdoses involving opioids. What can you do to protect your family? Remove the risk of unused opioids from your home. Pills, patches, or syrups in drawers, purses, and cabinets, anywhere they might be hiding. To find out how to dispose of them properly, visit www.fda.gov/drug disposal. Over the years, you've brought them into your home. You were prescribed opioids after the C-section and after Dad's back injury. They helped when you were in pain, and you held on to them just in case. But did you know holding on to unused opioids puts your family at risk? Trouble with opioids can start at home with unused medicines such as pills, patches, and syrups. You can remove the risk and protect your family. Find out how at www.fda.gov/drug disposal. Over the years, you've brought opioids into your home. They helped when you were in pain, and you held on to them just in case. But holding on to opioids puts your family at risk. Learn more at www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
1 in 3 North Texas small businesses have closed their doors since COVID-19 started. But if everyone is vaccinated, their doors can reopen and stay open. Because getting the vaccine isn't just about protecting people, it's about protecting paychecks and our right to live the life we deserve. So to take care of business and find a vaccine location, visit takecareofbusinessdfw.org. 1 in 3 North Texas small businesses have closed their doors since COVID-19 started. But if everyone is vaccinated, their doors can reopen and stay open. So to take care of business and find a vaccine location, visit takecareofbusinessdfw.org.
At United Way of the National Capital Area, building equity is what we do. With boots on the ground and love in our hearts. Making life-saving medications more affordable, improving high school graduation rates, and empowering adults through career and financial coaching. With your support, our programs are changing lives throughout all our communities. Because when none are ignored, all will thrive. Visit UnitedWayNCA.org/learn more. At United Way of the National Capital Area, building equity is what we do. With your support, our programs are changing lives throughout all our communities. Because when none are ignored, all will thrive. Visit UnitedWayNCA.org/learn more.
A single ember from a wildfire can travel over a mile. It can ignite and destroy your home and even your community. To that ember, all those branches hanging over your roof might as well be giant matchsticks ready to spark. The pile of dry leaves and twigs clogging your gutters are the perfect kindling to start a fire. And all those debris piles and brush around your yard, which you haven't taken care of yet, are pure lighter fluid, ready to ignite. There are some fire hazards that aren't clearly marked, and they can impact you and your neighbors. Learn to spot them, because your home is better protected from wildfire damage when your whole community is prepared. Visit fireadapted.org for more tips on how to get started adapting your home and community to wildfires. A public service message brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Without trees, where would we be? Without trees, where would country life be? We'd have to breathe the smog and be stuck in the city. Without trees, where would our music be? We couldn't play our banjos and guitars for company. Without trees, what would warm our souls and what would make love cabins and our fishing poles? Where would country be
trees have always been a part of good old country living. So when you're in the backwoods, show your respect for one of the most beautiful things we have. Be careful, because only you can prevent forest fires.
So in the forest, be careful, please, cause country songs could not last long without trees.
A public service of this station, the Smokey Bear Program, and the Ad Council.
Without trees, where would Hank Aaron be? He wouldn't have a baseball bat to make history. Without trees, where would Bill Walton be? He wouldn't have a backboard to bounce off naturally.
Trees do a lot for sports, so do something for trees. Help prevent forest fires.
So in the forest, be careful, please, cause every sport would be cut short without trees.
A public service of this station, the Smokey Bear Program, and the Ad Council.
Tall trees and daisies, honeybees and bears celebrate the spring in the woodland, where eagles wing and sparrows sing anything they please. Butterflies float by on the warm breeze. When you strike a match in the timberland, you hold 100 million lifetimes in your hand.
A public service of this station, the Smokey Bear Program, and the Ad Council.
You're sound asleep, warm and peaceful in that safe place called bed. Suddenly you stir, your instincts responding to the presence of danger. Your eyes open, your mind and body alert instantly. A crackling sound interrupts the quiet, and the black of night reddens with flames. It's a fire. Your home is on fire. You move quickly, gather the children, rush them out of the house. Then you watch, helplessly, as the home you built turns to ashes before your eyes. What you've been listening to is the way an animal feels when you set his home on fire. The forest is home to millions of animals. And every year, through our carelessness, we destroy those homes and lives too. You're the only person who can start a forest fire, and the only one who can prevent it. So please treat the forest like it was home to you.
A public service of this station, the Smokey Bear Program, and the Ad Council. What you are about to hear is a true story originally told by Jules H. Omont, born 1890, Elton, Nebraska.
When I was 5 years old, a prairie fire started near Brewster in Blaine County, burning everything in its path except where enough people got out to whip it out with wet gunny sacks. When a cow chip caught fire, the wind would roll it for 100 yards or more and spread fire where it rolled. The smoke got so thick inside our sod home that we lay down on the floor so we could breathe. My father had backfired around our haystack and whipped out the fire. But a whirlwind come along and wrapped fire clear around our haystack and burned it down to the ground. Our home survived that terrible day, but I never want to be in the path of another prairie fire as long as I live, and neither do you. So be careful with fire around here, 'cause only you can prevent prairie fires.
A public service of this station, the Smokey Bear Program, and the Ad Council.
Populus tremuloides, quaking aspen. We have 2.5 billion of these trees in our country, sometimes called trembling aspen or popple or quiverleaf. It grows coast to coast and north to Canada and Alaska. Its shiny leaves quake and rustle in the slightest breeze. It can sing you to sleep and remind you of the lapping of gentle waves against the shore. The Indians and settlers claimed that tea made from quaking aspen's pale green bark could cure colds, fevers, and constipation. It's not a very big tree, but after a forest fire, quaking aspen is the first tree to move in and cover the wounded land. It provides needed shade and organic soil for the trees that follow. Yet isn't it a shame that any tree must cover up man's carelessness? Please, be careful with fire in the forest.
A public service of this station, the Smokey Bear Program, and the Ad Council. In the early 1900s, Vera Williams lived through one of the great wildfires that swept the Nebraska plains. Years later, she wrote,
"Our nearest neighbor came over one hot July day. He lived only 8 miles away, and that was practically the same as if our clotheslines were tangled together. We haven't had a fire close to here for years," our neighbor told Papa. "You'd better finish that fire break." But before Papa got to it, the fires broke out. We heard grim stories of families being roasted alive in their sod shacks. While the men fought the flames, Mama plowed a 50-foot fire break. The sun was scarcely more than an orange ball in the gathering smoke. It got so dark the chickens went to bed. But then the fire hesitated, gasped, and slunk around us. Mama put her arms around us. "Thank you, God," she said.
"Times change, but the horror and destruction of wildfire never changes." A public service of this station, the Smokey Bear Program, and the Ad Council.
Este fósforo es una de las armas más mortales del mundo. Mata a miles de personas cada año, a incontables miles de animales. Devasta enormes extensiones de terreno y destruye miles de hogares. Ataca a plena luz o en la oscuridad. El hombre creó el fósforo. Lo usa en beneficio propio y para su propio dolor. Solo usted puede prevenir los incendios en los bosques. Un servicio público de esta estación, el programa del osito Smokey y el Consejo de la Publicidad.
I am Laurindo Almeida. This guitar I'm playing was made for me years ago from a magnificent piece of spruce. Straight grain, beautiful tone, the kind of wood a guitar maker sees perhaps once in a lifetime. In my lifetime, I will not see another like it. But I know that somewhere another one is growing slowly in a forest, waiting to be found, waiting for the music of Bach. Unfortunately, there is every chance its voice will never be heard, that the tree will be destroyed in a forest fire, wasted. Please, don't let that happen. When you are in a forest, be careful, because only you can prevent forest fires.
A public service of this station, the Smokey Bear Program, and the Ad Council.
Está escuchando a Laurindo Almeida. Su guitarra fue construida especialmente para él de un magnífico trozo de pino, de vetas uniformes, hermosa sonoridad, la clase de madera que un fabricante de guitarras encuentra quizás solo una vez en la vida. En toda su vida no verá otro igual. Pero existe un sitio donde otro está creciendo lentamente en el bosque, esperando ser encontrado, esperando por la música de Bach. Desafortunadamente existen muchas posibilidades de que su voz jamás sea oída, de que el árbol será destruido por un incendio forestal, desperdiciado. No deje que eso suceda. Cuando visite un bosque, sea cuidadoso, porque solo usted puede prevenir los incendios en los bosques. Un servicio público de esta estación, la campaña del osito Smokey y el Consejo de la Publicidad.
If you enjoy camping out like I do, I want to remind you about something. Never leave a campfire unattended, and make sure the fire is out before you leave. Dig a trench round the fire, and then put water and dirt on it. Because remember, only you can prevent forest fires. And that's the truth, for my name isn't Smokey Bear.
A public service of this station, the Smokey Bear Program, and the Ad Council.
Hello, I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and the bench I'm sitting on isn't in a basketball arena. It's in a pine forest. And as I look around me, I can't help but think that of all the things people take for granted, trees are number one. We see trees every day, driving to work or walking home from school. But do we ever take a moment to realize and appreciate all that trees have given us? I'm a professional athlete, so as I look at these trees, enjoy their shade, and marvel at their beauty and simplicity, I think of the enormous donation trees have given the world of sports. There's baseball bats, hockey sticks, tennis rackets, golf woods, pool cues, bowling alleys, gymnastic equipment. And I can't help but wonder what I'd be doing today if there weren't wooden backboards on the street where I grew up. So please, be a good sport, and remember, only you can prevent forest fires.
A public service of this station, the Smokey Bear Program, and the Ad Council.
October 8, 1871, Peshtigo, Wisconsin. Fire burns over 1 million forest acres, destroys town of Peshtigo, kills nearly 1,000 people. And on the same day, Chicago burns to the ground. August 14, 1933, Tillamook, Oregon. 3,000 men battle a forest fire for 11 days. Destroys 300,000 acres. November 6, 1961, Bel Air, Brentwood, California. Fire destroys 484 homes and 6,000 acres. April 7, 1974, Cloudcroft, New Mexico. Fire destroys 15,000 acres and 32 homes. July 26, 1977, Santa Barbara, California. Fire destroys or damages 385 homes. Please, don't add your footnote to this terrible history. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires.
A public service of this station, the Smokey Bear Program, and the Ad Council.
On a quiet country highway in Wisconsin stands a simple marker that reads as follows. On the night of October 8th, 1871, Peshtigo, a booming town of 1,700 people, was wiped out of existence in the greatest forest fire disaster in American history. Losses in the Great Fire occurring the same night in Chicago did not match the death toll and destruction visited upon Peshtigo during those dreadful hours. Every building was lost. The tornado of fire claimed at least 800 lives. Many of the victims lie here. The memory of 350 unidentified men, women, and children is preserved in a nearby mass grave. Only you can prevent forest fires.
A public service of this station, the Smokey Bear Program, and the Ad Council.
I can't bear to see someone throw a cigarette on the ground. One little cigarette can burn up a giant forest of trees and animals. Please, don't throw cigarettes or matches on the ground. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires. And that's the truth, for my name isn't Smokey Bear.
A public service of this station, the Smokey Bear Program, and the Ad Council.
Hi, everybody. This is Marv Albert, radio voice of the New York Rangers. And I'm here to tell you that if it weren't for trees, Bobby Hull would never have wound up for a slap shot.
Here's the pass back to Hull at the red line. He winds, he shoots, he scores!
Phil Esposito would never have banged home 76 goals in one season.
The rebound in front to Esposito. He shoots, score!
And Darryl Sittler would never have scored 10 points in one game.
Here's Sittler on a breakaway. He's in on a roll. He scores!
In fact, if it weren't for trees, there might not have been a game. Because if it weren't for trees, there'd be no hockey stick. So the next time you see Guy Lafleur score a hat trick, or Bobby Clark kill a penalty, or you're out at your neighborhood rink teaching your youngster how to play the man, remember, the only way to put that puck in the net is with a stick. And that's a stick made from a tree. And remember, only you can prevent forest fires.
A public service of this station, the Smokey Bear Program, and the Ad Council.
Amanda, age 3. Tyler, age 8. Marissa, age 4.5.
We could tell you just how many child abductions last year led to Amber Alerts.
Shaniqua, age 14. Ryan, age 9.
But this isn't about cold statistics. It's about saving kids.
Terrell and Jamal, age 6 months.
Please go to wirelessamberAlerts.org. Sign up to get free Amber Alert text messages on your cell phone. When an Amber Alert is issued in the areas you've chosen, you'll receive a free text message. If you spot the vehicle, the suspect, or the child described in the alert, call 911. Sign up today for free at wirelessamberAlerts.org. You can imagine what the family of an abducted child is feeling.
Alexander, age 7.
If you actually did help save that child, just imagine what that would feel like. WirelessAmberAlerts.org. A child is calling for help. This message brought to you by the Wireless Foundation, the U.S. Department of Justice, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and the Ad Council.
You take your 6-year-old to the playground. You watch her go down the slide, then run over to the swings. Another mother strikes up a conversation. You take your eye off your daughter for just a few seconds. You look back at the swings. And she's gone. Your heart drops into your stomach. You jump up, your eyes searching. You cry out her name.
Lily? Lily?
From the top of the slide, you hear a voice.
Mommy, watch me!
Every parent knows that feeling. Imagine if she were actually abducted. Go to wirelessamberAlerts.org. Sign up for free Amber Alerts on your cell phone. When an Amber Alert is issued in the areas you've chosen, you'll receive a free text message. If you spot the vehicle, the suspect, or the child described in the alert, call 911. Sign up today at wirelessamberAlerts.org. A child is calling for help. This message brought to you by the Wireless Foundation, the U.S. Department of Justice, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and the Ad Council.
Hello! Any hot girls out on the beach today? Any hot boys out on the beach today? Any hot girls who want to get pregnant by having unprotected sex with a boy you've only just met? Say yeah! All right! Any hot boys who want a penis that burns like a bazooka every time you pee because you didn't use a condom and called gonorrhea? Say yeah!
Got sex on your mind this summer? If you're under 18, call 0800 28 29 30 for free confidential advice. Or visit areyouthinking.co.uk.
Let me hear you!
Sex. Are you thinking about it enough?
It's Saturday. You and your wife take the boys to the mall, straight to the food court. Your wife and Pete head for tacos. You and Danny want Chinese. You look up at the menu for a few seconds. You look down to see what Danny wants. But you don't see Danny. Your eyes dart around frantically. You instinctively call out.
Danny! Danny!
From the taco place, you hear a voice.
Hey, Dad! Changed my mind!
Every parent knows that feeling when, even for a few seconds, you lose sight of your child. Imagine if he or she were actually abducted. Go to wirelessamberAlerts.org. Sign up for free Amber Alerts on your cell phone. When an Amber Alert is issued in the areas you've chosen, you'll receive a free text message. If you spot the vehicle, the suspect, or the child described in the alert, call 911. Sign up today at wirelessamberAlerts.org. A child is calling for help. This message brought to you by the Wireless Foundation, the U.S. Department of Justice, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and the Ad Council.
I found hope in the midst of an overwhelming situation.
Alcoholism is a disease that can affect any family. Everyone suffers, but there is help and hope at Al-Anon Family Groups.
Al-Anon gave me my life back. I'm a better father and husband.
Are you in an overwhelming situation because of someone else's drinking? Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Local and virtual meetings are available. Maybe one could work for you. Call 1-866-200-0033 or visit alanon.org/hope.
What makes essential workers essential?
We keep where you work and live clean and safe.
We harvest fresh produce for your families to eat.
We help you heal when you're sick. Essential workers help our nation run. You're in every corner of our country and come from all over the globe. I'm Marty Walsh. The Wage and Hour Division at the Department of Labor helps ensure you receive the essential protections you deserve. Visit our website or call 866-4US-WAGE.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Labor.
Recovery starts with a call. Pennsylvania's prescription drug and heroin addiction hotline is staffed by real people who are trained to help. They're there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They'll get you or your loved one into treatment, regardless of your access to insurance. If you or someone you know is suffering from addiction, call 1-800-662-HELP.
I'm glad you called. We're going to get you some help.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
If you have a physical injury or illness, everyone has ideas for how to help.
Drink lots of fluids.
Apply pressure to stop bleeding.
Put aloe vera on your sunburn.
Breathe into a paper bag.
But when someone suffers from a mental illness, the response is very different. People don't know what to do, or they use hurtful names to label people with mental health issues. But this only makes things worse. First aid isn't just for physical injury or illness. There are steps you can take to help someone with signs of mental illness too. To learn them, you need a mental health first aid course. At a mental health first aid course, you'll learn the signs and symptoms of different mental illnesses in youth and adults and what you should do and say to help. 1 in 5 people will suffer with mental health issues in their lives. Don't let someone you know suffer in silence. To find a course near you, go to michigan.gov/mental health first aid. That's michigan.gov/mental health first aid. Sponsored by the Michigan Department of Community Health and the Michigan Association of Broadcasters.
Eating well? Check. Staying active? Check. Screening for colon cancer?
In Manitoba, colon cancer is the second leading cause of cancer deaths. In its early stages, it has no warning signs and you feel fine. If you're over 50, add colon cancer screening to your health checklist. To receive a home screening test in the mail, call Colon Check at 1-855-95-CHECK, visit getcheckedmanitoba.ca, or talk to your doctor.
Okay, Katie, let's finish getting you packed for camp. Shorts, t-shirts.
Check.
Sunscreen, swimsuit.
Check.
Okay, you're all set.
Not quite, Mom. What about my asthma puffers? Remember what happened last year?
That's right. You missed the big canoe trip.
And the rock climbing.
Right. Asthma puffers.
Check. And all done.
Don't let uncontrolled asthma spoil your child's summer fun. For information about managing asthma, call the Ontario Lung Association at 1-888-344-LUNG. Because when you can't breathe, nothing else matters.
First I had a persistent cough and wheezing. Now I'm always short of breath. My wife thinks it's asthma, but I'm 50. Asthma's something kids get, isn't it?
Actually, asthma can develop at any age. Hello, I'm Dr. Anna Day for the Ontario Lung Association. If you cough, wheeze, or feel short of breath, ask your doctor about spirometry, a simple breathing test that tells us if you might have asthma. For more information, call 1-888-344-LUNG.
Because when you can't breathe, nothing else matters.
I just ordered 6 bunches of tulips from Lindsay in accounting. Lindsay's a Tulip Day volunteer for the Ontario Lung Association. She takes our orders, and the flowers arrive in a few weeks. This office is going to look like a spring garden. Tulips everywhere. The best part is, we're helping the 2.5 million Ontarians living with lung disease. That's what I call flower power.
Tulip Day is a great way to support people in our community who have trouble breathing. Visit tulipday.ca to find out how you can become a workplace champion.
Because when you can't breathe, nothing else matters.
You have 15 unheard messages. First unheard message.
Hey, calling to see where you are, who you're with, and what you're up to. I haven't heard from you since lunch, and it's almost 4 now. Call me back.
Third unheard message.
I know you're hanging out with your friends. You aren't supposed to hang out with them if I'm not there with you. Are you trying to hide something from me? If you really cared about me, you'd let me know where you are. You need to call me back right now.
Eighth unheard message.
You need to call me right now. You can't just go off and hang out with your friends and not tell me. And you can't ignore me like this. I'm going to keep calling till you pick up. Don't you dare ignore me.
Constantly checking up on you, demanding all your time, extreme jealousy, controlling who you spend time with. Know the signs of abuse. Don't remain silent. Think about it, talk about it, take action. Call 1-888-336-9591.
With the home foreclosure crisis upon us, vacant properties and deserted houses are changing the landscape of our neighborhoods. These deserted houses attract vandals, thieves, and con artists. In times like these, keeping your neighborhood safe is more important than ever. When foreclosures rise, so can crime. Uncut lawns, trash, and empty driveways are open invitations for crime. Empty homes make perfect locations for drug dealers. Squatters find vacant houses, move in, and take over. Teenagers use abandoned homes for parties and to vandalize. To combat these new threats, urge your community association to work with local police to patrol vacant homes. Contact your city, county, or housing authority to cut overgrown lawns and pick up trash. Report broken windows and doors to the police and educate your child that it is not okay to go into an abandoned house. To learn more about protecting your neighborhood, visit ncpc.org or contact your local law enforcement agency.
A message from the U.S. Department of Justice, National Crime Prevention Council, and the Ad Council.
Hey, look how cheap this one is.
That's a counterfeit.
A counter what?
Counterfeit. You know, a product that looks like the real thing but is a fake, made by someone else. Thing is, it may look real, but it's made with phony or even dangerous stuff in dirty factories.
So what?
So what? Your skin lotion could have something scary in it, like antifreeze or other poisons. It could even be urine and mouse droppings you're rubbing all over your skin, and you wouldn't even know it.
No way. That's creepy and sick.
Yeah, that's why we need to know what's inside. Make sure you're buying quality stuff from a real store or a trusted website.
Wow. Thanks.
What are friends for?
Buying fake products can cost you the health of your face, skin, and eyes, or scar you for life. Protect yourself. This message is brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council and the United States Patent and Trademark Office. To find out more about how counterfeits can cause real danger to you and your family, Visit ncpc.org/go4real.
Go for real.
Hey, look how cheap this one is. That's a counterfeit. So what? So what? Your skin lotion could have something scary in it, like antifreeze or other poisons. It could even be urine and mouse droppings you're rubbing all over your skin, and you wouldn't even know it.
No way. That's creepy and sick.
Yeah, that's why we need to know what's inside.
To find out more about how counterfeits can cause real harm to you and your family, visit ncpc.org/go4real. Brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council and the United States Patent and Trademark Office.
Hey, look how cheap this one is.
That's a counterfeit.
So what?
So what? Your skin lotion could have something scary in it, like antifreeze or other poisons.
Protect yourself. Visit ncpc.org/go4real. Brought to you by NCPC and the USPTO.
My friend Teddy almost set his house on fire. He used a counterfeit, a fake wall charger. He had to go to the hospital.
My BFF Chloe was riding her bike and hit a ditch. Her helmet broken too. Now, she has a brain injury.
There is a cost to buying cheap. Do you want to pay the price?
Real products are tested for safety.
Go for real.
Visit ncpc.org/go4real. Brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council and the United States Patent and Trademark Office.
My friend Teddy almost set his house on fire. He used a counterfeit, a fake wall charger. He had to go to the hospital.
Real products are tested for safety.
Visit ncpc.org/go4real. Brought to you by NCPC and the USPTO.
15 years old I am. Coming up exams soon. Worrying, me, spots, boyfriend and pocket money won't give me any dad. Started my now period but I should have as well. What to do, it not about sure. And talk to, who not sure to.
Life can be confusing. If you want someone to help you sort things out, whatever it might be, just call Connections Direct on 08000 150 850.
This kid down the park, right? He's got it in for me for no reason. Every time he spots me, he goes for me and starts pushing me around and stuff. And I don't know whether to fight back or what. But anyway, customers are reminded there are a variety of reductions on bakery items in aisle 6.
Having trouble finding someone who'll listen? If you're 13 to 19 and need someone to talk to Connections on 080 800 13219. Connections, let's talk about you.
I'm just not sure if I'm in the right job, that's all. It feels like I could really do with a bit of a chat with someone who really knows their stuff. I mean, should I be thinking about money, or prospects, or what? Anyway, listen to me going on and on. Sorry, I can't answer the phone right now, but if you'd like to leave a message after the beep, and I'll get back to you.
Having trouble finding someone who'll listen? If you're 13 to 19 and need someone to talk to Connections on 080 800 13219. Connections, let's talk about you.
Picked me up mum from the really embarrassing 9:30 disco the other night. Laughing at me makes my work. Snug girlfriend says I can't properly. And pocket money new trainers can't afford. Argument Big Dad with. Nose. Right on the end of as well. Spot.
Life can be confusing. If you want someone to help you sort things out, whatever it might be, just call Connections Direct on 08000 150 850.
This is a typical conversation between two teenage sisters. One of them's obsessed with her weight. If you've got something on your mind and no one to talk to a Connections personal advisor. We can offer advice and practical help that goes way beyond just listening. So free phone 080 800 13219. Connections. Let's talk about you.
And I'm a bit worried that if I leave school now, I might regret it later. But I really want to be a makeup artist. I'd be mad not to do this apprenticeship. I don't know what to do. You must think I'm a nightmare. Look, thanks, you're such a good listener. Yes, you are. Who's a good listener? You are. Yes, you are.
Having trouble finding someone who'll listen? If you're 13 to 19 and need someone to talk to, get in touch with Connections. Visit connections.gov.uk. Connections. Let's talk about you.
This is a conversation between an 18-year-old girl who thinks she's ended up in the wrong job and her father. If you've got something on your mind and no one to talk to Connections Direct. We can offer advice and practical help that goes way beyond just listening, so free phone 080 800 13219. Connections Direct. Let's talk about you. This is a conversation between an 18-year-old girl who thinks she's ended up in the wrong job and her father. If you've got something on your mind and no one to talk to a Connections personal advisor. We can offer advice and practical help that goes way beyond just listening, so visit connections.gov.uk. Connections. Let's talk about you.
The thing is, I can't really afford to rent anywhere on my own, but things have gone from bad to worse at home. Mum still treats me like I'm a kid, and I'm always round with me dad. Maybe I could get a place with someone else, or get benefits or something. What do you reckon?
Oh, sorry. So that's 1 large pepperoni, garlic dough balls, and a lemonade.
Having trouble finding someone who'll listen? If you're 13 to 19 and need someone to talk to Connections on 080 800 13219. Connections. Let's talk about you.
And I also looked right about what I should be doing at university.
Right.
What if I don't get the grades I need?
I see. Sorry, can you open wide? That's it.
But maybe I'm just overreacting. What do you think?
Okay. And rinse.
Having trouble finding someone who'll listen? If you're 13 to 19 and need someone to talk to, get in touch with Connections. Visit connections.gov.uk. Connections. Let's talk about you.
House leave. The don't want today too. School at boy picking on me keeps. Fatty me, he keeps calling, laughing everybody at me. Stay in, want to, I just. Don't go, want to school today really, I too. Get away from him, do I go where?
Life can be confusing. If you want someone to help you sort things out, whatever it might be, just call Connections Direct on 08000 150 850.
The police called at my house the other day. Answered the door, my mum did. Shoplifting about talk to me they wanted. For a laugh only we did it. Didn't mean it. Trouble in ending up, didn't think I would. Me and my mates just get bored real easy. That's all it is, I suppose.
Life can be confusing. If you want someone to help you sort things out, whatever it might be, just call Connections Direct on 08000 150 850.
I love really latest my boyfriend. We week last got drunk. We up sleeping together ended. Aware he didn't condom. I'm worried how pregnant could be. I to want don't have a baby.
Life can be confusing. If you want someone to help you sort things out, whatever it might be, just call Connections Direct on 08000 150 850.
And I'm also really worried about my exam results. I've been feeling sick, and it's made it really hard to revise. I don't know whether I should talk to a doctor, a teacher, or what. Anyway, thanks for listening. It's really helped.
Thanks for that. Right, our next karaoke star is Sally Webb singing The Power of Love.
Having trouble finding someone who'll listen? If you're 13 to 19 and need someone to talk to, get in touch with Connections. Visit connections.gov.uk. Connections. Let's talk about you.
Stay at home, I should, and happy he could, run away I, without dad, mum, and school without, people understand me, away run I could, myself look after I can, new friends make, and a new life make.
Life can be confusing. If you want someone to help you sort things out, whatever it might be, just call Connections Direct on 08000 150 850.
This is a typical conversation between a teenage boy who's having trouble at school and his dad. If you've got something on your mind and no one to talk to Connections Direct. We can offer advice and practical help that goes way beyond just listening. So free phone 080 800 13219. Connections Direct. Let's talk about you. This is a typical conversation between a teenage boy who's having trouble at school and his dad. If you've got something on your mind and no one to talk to a Connections personal advisor. We can offer advice and practical help that goes way beyond just listening. So visit connections.gov.uk. Connections. Let's talk about you.
School lads stay on, don't know whether no to. Qualifications, job to get and need you, sure not. Money I can lots earn of. GCSEs think I need don't. Exams doing point of what's the. Qualifications need I think I don't.
Life can be confusing. If you want someone to help you sort things out, whatever it might be, just call Connections Direct on 08000 150 850.
Okay, so Sarah, I'm dropping you off at Emily's?
Yep.
And Josh, you're going to?
Soccer, Dad. Soccer practice.
Right. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to let you know when I pick you both up, I'll be wearing my short shorts.
What?
No!
Yep, and my dorky dad hat, and I'm gonna do my dad dance for all your friends. They'll love it!
Seriously? Why?
Because I like my short shorts. Of course, I could be talked out of it if you guys would just buckle up your seatbelts without giving me a hard time.
It's important to get your kids to buckle up for safety, no matter what it takes. And sometimes, all it takes is your parental powers of persuasion.
Okay, we're buckling up.
See, all buckled.
Good choice. I'll just have to do my dad dance at dinner time. What?
No!
Do what you have to make sure your kids are wearing their seatbelts, even on short drives. Never give up until they buckle up. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. Visit safercar.gov/kidsbuckleup for more information. Let's go inside the mind of a 10-year-old.
I should have worn those earrings today. I like those earrings. Gabby has those awesome earrings. I need to ask her where she got those, but that's just what she would want me to do. I'll have Michaela ask her for me.
Buckle up, Sarah.
Yeah, but then Michaela will be like, why don't you just ask her yourself? That's just like Michaela.
Sarah, buckle up.
Michaela's such a great name. I wish I was called Michaela. There's like a dozen Sarahs in my class.
Hey, we're not hitting the road until you buckle up, honey.
Oh yeah, seatbelt. I forget sometimes because my brain is like busy, you know? I wonder if there's pizza at school today.
Sometimes it can be tough to get through to your kids, but it's not impossible. Always make sure they're wearing their seatbelts, even on short drives. Remember, you have the keys, you have the power. Never give up until they buckle up. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. Visit safercar.gov/kidsbuckleup for more information.
They'll challenge your authority. They'll try to break your will. They'll push you to the edge of your sanity. Because that's what kids do. But this car is your territory, not theirs. Defend it. Who makes the payments? Who cleans it? Who drives it? You do. That's who. And in here, your word is law. So when you say you won't move until everyone's buckled up, you won't budge an inch. Until you hear that click. Never give up until they buckle up. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. For more information, visit safercar.gov/kidsbuckleup. They'll challenge your authority because that's what kids do. But this car is your territory, and in here, your word is law. So when you say you won't move until everyone's buckled up, you won't budge an inch until you hear that click. Never give up until they buckle up. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. For more information, visit safercar.gov/kidsbuckleup.
It's
slices, it dices, with razor-like edges that never need sharpening. It's not a blender. It's not a set of steak knives. It's car windshield. And now it can be yours. Here's how. Next time you're in a car and the driver's driving recklessly, simply say nothing. That's right. Let them change CDs. Let them text on their phones. Ignore that little voice in your head that's trying to warn you. And you too can experience car windshield. Passengers who have tried car windshield agree. It's a smash. Car windshield may not be for everyone, as it can lead to severe side effects and even death. Please consult your physician after you've experienced car windshield. Passengers who wish to avoid car windshield can do so by following simple steps, like trusting their instincts, speaking up, and telling their friends to slow down.
In the real world, there is no spokesperson to prevent reckless driving. There's only you. Speak up.
Act now! Paramedics are standing by!
This has been a message from the Ad Council. For more information, go to youarethespokesperson.com.
Hi, friends! Have you ever seen other people experiencing interstate highway ditch and thought, that could be me? Well, now, thanks to modern realities of speed and distraction, interstate highway ditch can be yours. Here's how. Next time you're in a car and the driver's driving recklessly, simply say nothing. That's right. Let them speed around corners and drift across lanes. Ignore that little feeling in the pit of your stomach, and you too can experience interstate highway ditch. Interstate highway ditch has been associated with rollovers, passenger ejection, and death, and therefore may not be suitable for everyone. Passengers who wish to avoid interstate highway ditch can do so by following simple steps, like trusting their instincts, speaking up, and telling their friends to slow down.
In the real world, there is no spokesperson to prevent reckless driving. There's only you. Speak up.
Act now! Paramedics are standing by!
This has been a message from the Ad Council. For more information, go to youarethespokesperson.com.
Crash. Ouch. You. Windshield. Face. Pain. Me. Terrified. Down. Slow. Maniac. Any of these words can be rearranged and combined in your own special way to use when you're in a car and your friend is driving recklessly. Because it doesn't matter what you say, just say something. Brought to you by the Ad Council and SpeakUpOrElse.com.
Hello, car of teenagers. If you don't mind, I'm only going to broadcast this out of the speaker on the passenger side so we can talk without the driver listening in. Okay, now that we're alone, we can talk about your friend's driving. It's okay, he can't hear us. Now, I'd never say this to his face, but he might be the worst driver in the history of the world. You should say something witty. Make a joke about the airbag or something. Hearses are funny, too. You could make a joke about hearses. I better say something to the driver real quick so he doesn't get suspicious that we're talking about him. Still talking to the passenger. Not about you at all. Just going to be one more minute. He is totally going to get you killed.
Find other interesting ways to speak up against reckless driving by visiting our website at SpeakUpOrElse.com. Because it doesn't matter what you say, just say something. Brought to you by the Ad Council and SpeakUpOrElse.com.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird, too.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. Or S, speech difficulty. Then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
Where do you want to go to lunch?
I'm having a stroke.
Did you hear what I said?
I'm having a stroke.
Why aren't you answering me?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST, F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
My name is Charles. I'm 38 years old.
My name is Charles. I'm 38 years old.
One day I had a sudden headache.
I had a headache.
Suddenly my arm went numb and I felt confused.
My arm went tingly.
I knew I was having a stroke.
I didn't know what was going on.
I told my wife and she dialed 911.
I didn't want to miss work, so I went.
The ambulance arrived just in time.
I had a stroke on the bus.
Because of quick response, today I'm on my way to a full recovery.
Today I have partial paralysis.
Seconds made all the difference.
Seconds made all the difference.
If you or someone you know has any of these symptoms, don't wait. Call 911 immediately. You could make a difference in someone's life, someone you love, maybe even your own.
Time lost is brain lost.
For more information, visit powertoendstroke.org. Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
The First Amendment reads, "The people shall not be deprived or abridged of their right to speak."
The odds are, the person you just heard is an African American.
Because African Americans are twice as likely to suffer a stroke as white Americans.
That's twice as likely a stroke could rob you of the freedom to speak your mind.
The freedom to shout from mountaintops.
The freedom to tell your mother you love her.
And it's twice as likely a stroke could take your life.
Therefore, it's twice as crucial for us to do something about preventing a stroke.
Learn how you can help beat the odds.
Start by calling 1-888-4-STROKE or go online to strokeassociation.org.
Join the power to end stroke.
A public service message brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
Hello, this is Suffering the Odds, Mind Control Album Volume 1, Series 1. Welcome, stroke victim. Feel free to think for yourself. However, all independent actions from here out will be forbidden. You have had a stroke. Do not attempt to dance. Do not attempt to walk. Do not attempt to drive a car. Use the restroom alone, or make a phone call. You will follow the instructions found on this record. Sit there silently and suffer the odds. Please turn the record over. Please turn the record over. Please turn the record over.
The odds are African Americans are twice as likely to suffer a stroke as white Americans, but there are steps you can take to help beat the odds. Call 1-888-4-STROKE or go to strokeassociation.org.
Join the power to end stroke.
Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
And now for the weather. Today's weather brought to you by the American Stroke Association.
All across America, it's a clear, beautiful day with temperatures in the 70s and not a drop of rain forecasted. However, it seems African Americans can expect a chance of rain. And a chance of hail. A chance of multiple Class 5 tornadoes. And if that's not enough, watch out. A chance of a freak meteor shower later this afternoon. The odds are it's going to be very dangerous out there.
It's called the odds. And the odds are African Americans suffer almost twice the risk of having a stroke as white Americans. But the forecast doesn't have to be so gloomy. There are steps you can take to help beat the odds. Start by calling 1-888-4-STROKE or go online to strokeassociation.org. Join the power to end stroke. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
In the great scheme of things, a minute isn't all that much. Unless you happen to have a stroke. All of a sudden, those minutes count. Minutes that could mean losing your ability to talk. Minutes that could mean an arm that's basically useless. Minutes that could mean losing your ability to walk. Talking, moving, walking, gone. Which is why, if you can get help in time, your stroke can be treated. The warning signs of a stroke include sudden numbness or weakness of the face, arm, or leg, sudden trouble seeing, speaking, or understanding. If you experience this, call 911 immediately, because time lost is brain lost. Visit strokeassociation.org or call 1-888-4-STROKE today. A public service announcement brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi.
Imagine this quickly.
3 Mississippi.
Starting to lose the ability to write.
4 Mississippi.
Or falling.
5 Mississippi.
Because it's suddenly hard to stand up.
6 Mississippi.
All because a stroke has just hit you.
7 Mississippi.
In fact, every minute without getting medical help is risking permanent damage.
8 Mississippi.
Like the ability to walk.
9 Mississippi.
To smile.
10 Mississippi.
To even talk. Or remember that Mississippi is one of the 50 states. The warning signs of a stroke include sudden numbness or weakness of the face, arm, or leg, sudden trouble seeing, speaking, or understanding. If you experience this, call 911 immediately, because time lost is brain lost. Visit strokeassociation.org or call 1-888-4STROKE today. A public service announcement brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council. When you have a stroke, you may not even notice it right away. But then, time passes, and the symptoms get worse. 1 minute you feel fine, and the next, your speech could be slurred or not make sense. One side of your body might become numb. You might see double. You drop the TV remote because you can't hold up your arm. That's because after a stroke, every minute you don't get help is another minute that your brain is being starved of oxygen. The warning signs of a stroke include sudden numbness or weakness of the face, arm, or leg, sudden trouble seeing, speaking, or understanding. If you experience any of these warning signs, call 911 immediately, because time lost is brain lost. Visit strokeassociation.org or call 1-888-4STROKE today. A public service announcement from the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
It attacks the brain, and you might not know what hit you.
It's a stroke, and it can cripple or kill you.
If suddenly you're numb or weak on one side, limb, or face.
It could be a stroke. Get help. There's no time to waste.
It could even be a sudden, severe headache without cause.
If you wait to get help, time lost is brain lost.
Maybe it's a loved one, slurring their speech, or dizzy.
Call 911 and get medical help quickly.
There are even more symptoms that I did not mention.
So call or hit the web for information and prevention.
Blacks have a higher occurrence. Do you want to know more?
Call 1-888-4STROKE or visit www.strokeassociation.org.
High blood pressure, diabetes, and obesity.
All make the risk of a stroke more likely.
But remember, if it happens, do not delay.
Or disability might be the price you pay.
A public service message brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
Hey, Jack, you got a sec?
Yeah, sure, come on in.
Yeah, I was wondering if Jack, your hair's on fire.
Yeah, I know. I just need to finish this sales report, and then I'll probably, I don't know, let me lie down for a bit. But I'm sure it'll go away.
But the flames are getting bigger. Shouldn't your hair, there's so much fire.
Nope, I'll be fine. What can I help you with? Oh, dear. Well, at least we know the sprinkler system works.
You wouldn't ignore this, so why ignore the signs of a stroke? If you or someone you know suddenly experiences numbness of the face, arm, or leg, or sudden trouble speaking, seeing, or walking, don't wait to get help. Call 911 right away, because time lost is brain lost. To find out more, visit www.strokeassociation.org or call 1-888-4STROKE. This message brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
Are you texting while driving? Stop and listen. In Florida, there were over 45,000 distracted driving crashes in 2015, resulting in over 39,000 injuries and over 200 deaths. And these numbers are climbing higher every day. Don't let someone you love be the next distracted driving victim. Call your state senator today and tell them to support Senate Bill 90 to keep Florida families safe. Learn more at fl.don'ttextanddrive.com. This message brought to you by PCI.
Each day, unsafe driving behaviour on our roads puts everyone at risk. To keep our community safe, traffic penalties are getting tougher. These increases come into effect from September 26th. For the full list of increases, visit ors.wa.gov.au. Authorised by the State Government, Perth. Each day, unsafe driving behaviour on our roads puts everyone at risk. To keep our community safe, traffic penalties are now tougher. For the full list of increases, visit ors.wa.gov.au. Authorised by the State Government, Perth.
And now the weather. You can expect a mix of conditions, none of which you'll be comfortable with. That's because violence, or being bullied or threatened at home, is not normal. It's domestic abuse. But it can creep into daily life, so victims barely notice anything is wrong. It is wrong. If you're experiencing domestic abuse, or know someone who is, speak out to stop it. Call the police on 101, or in an emergency 999, or the Domestic and Sexual Violence Helpline on 0808 802 1414.
And now the weather. You can expect a mix of conditions, none of which you'll be comfortable with. That's because violence, or being bullied or threatened at home, is not normal. It's domestic abuse. But it can creep into daily life so victims barely notice anything is wrong. It is wrong. If you're experiencing domestic abuse or know someone who is, speak out to stop it. Call the police on 101 or in an emergency 999, or the Domestic and Sexual Violence Helpline on 0808 802 1414.
Their eyes meet across the dance floor. It was electric. He asks if she'd like a drink. She says yes. Does she fancy a dance? She says yes. They talk, they laugh. They just seem to click. He wants to know if she'd like some fresh air. She says yes. They look into each other's eyes. He says he wants to kiss her. She says, okay. They kiss. He pushes against her.
No. No.
She says no.
Stop it. No.
He pulls at her clothes. She says no. He doesn't stop. She says no.
Get off me!
She keeps saying no.
When everything is gone. No consent, no sex, rape, small word, long sentence. This message was brought to you by the 4 Welsh Police Forces.
Every time I get dressed, I wonder if I'm revealing too much. When a stranger brushes past me, I flinch. When a friend touches me, I pull away. I can't sleep with my windows open. I lock every door. Every time I meet a man, I wonder if he'll rape me. And the idea of intimacy makes me sick. The day I was raped, he got off. I got life.
I used to see my dreams reflected in my son's eyes. I saw the life I never had, the life I wanted for him. I saw success, happiness, health, honor, and love. And now I can't even look in his eyes. All I see is the terror of the girl he raped. All I see is a monster staring back at me. The day that girl was raped, my son died.
It was a Wednesday afternoon, May 2018. I had just finished a cup of tea and I was washing my cup when my dad's friend's nephew walked into the kitchen. They were staying with us at the time. Next thing I know, he was grabbing me from behind and he was trying to drag me out of the kitchen to his bedroom. We were fighting and he dragged me all the way through the passage. I held on to doors, but he was just too strong. And this was not the first time it had happened. But I thought I would just fight him off easily like I used to do every other time. But this time it was different. And he was just there. His hands were everywhere, his fingers, he was just all over me, and it went on for a while and we were struggling, and I tried to push him off, but nothing worked. And I thought that I had done something to provoke him. People think that something must have happened for it to happen. But all that happened was I made a cup of tea in my own home.
If you found this hard to listen to, imagine how hard it was to say. That's why at Rape Crisis, we have a 24-hour crisis line with free counseling. So if you can't speak to anyone, speak to us at 021 447 9762. And if you want to help, donate now. Visit rapecrisis.org.za.
On the morning of February 18th, 2016, I was getting ready for work. My husband came up behind me. I was trying to divorce him at the time. He took my keys and said, "You're not going anywhere, and I'm going to do what I need to do today to prove to you that you're going nowhere." He threw me on the bed and pulled my clothes off. I asked him not to do it, but he just held my arms down, licked me, and forced himself inside me. I just laid there and cried. Afterwards, he said, "No one will believe you because we're married and you're my property." I didn't know what to do next. He had a gun and he threatened to kill himself. This bedroom had now become my little prison. I needed to avoid the violence, so I acted as if everything was fine. I had my 3 kids to think about. In my home, I experienced my biggest fear. I was raped by someone I loved and trusted. My husband of 18 years.
If you found this hard to listen to, imagine how hard it was to say. That's why at Rape Crisis, we have a 24-hour crisis line with free counseling. So if you can't speak to anyone, speak to us at 021 447 9762. And if you want to help, donate now. Visit rapecrisis.org.za.
When I was 12 years old, I was walking to where my mom used to work. I used to take a shortcut through the bush. One day I felt someone at my back. He said, "I mustn't move, I mustn't scream. I'm just lying on my back and take your panties off." All I could feel was a knife against my neck. I just said to myself, "Please God, I don't want to die in this place where no one will find me." So I followed his instructions. And when it's done, I just stood up and pulled up my panties and I walked to my mom's work. I went to the bathroom to clean myself. I didn't know what to do. I just pretended everything was fine. Nothing happened at that time. I just acted normally. I eventually told 2 friends and they just laughed at me, and that's when I felt like I blamed myself for what happened. That was the second time I was raped.
If you found this hard to listen to, imagine how hard it was to say. That's why at Rape Crisis, we have a 24-hour crisis line with free counseling. So if you can't speak to anyone, speak to us at 021 447 9762. And if you want to help, donate now. Visit rapecrisis.org.za.
Before a friend threatened to shoot up my parents' house, I almost died. Before I almost died, you could see through my teeth. Before you could see through my teeth, my face was covered in sores. Before my face was covered in sores, I became a liar. Before I became a liar, I dropped out of school. Before I dropped out of school, I never wanted to stop. Before I never wanted to stop, I tried meth. End meth at drugfree.org/Matt.
Before I almost died from a staph infection, I came close to losing my leg. Before I came close to losing my leg, I started living on the streets. Before I started living on the streets, I thought everyone wanted to kill me. Before I thought everyone wanted to kill me, I quit eating. Before I quit eating, I never felt so good. Before I never felt so good, I tried meth. End meth at drugfree.org/Michael.
Before I started having seizures, I went to jail. Before I went to jail, I lost my kids. Before I lost my kids, I stole money from my family. Before I stole money from my family, I scrubbed all the floors with a toothbrush. Before I scrubbed all the floors with a toothbrush, I felt amazing. Before I felt amazing, I tried meth. End meth at drugfree.org/Charlotte.
Me and my friends,
She messed with my seat!
we're really close.
Grab her arm. Her arm! Get her out of my car!
We've gone through a lot together. And I know
Go, Jerry, get the grenade.
Oh, jeez.
Whatever happens, we'll always stick together.
Meth. Not even once. If you, or someone you know, is abusing methamphetamines, call 800-622-HELP or visit methproject.com.
Do you find anything?
Hey, where are you going? There's nothing back
Just
there.
settle down, okay? Right, empty your pockets, now.
Hey, that's not mine. We haven't done anything. Why are you hassling us?
Ma'am, you're under
Hey,
arrest.
that's not
You
mine.
have the right to remain silent.
Hey, what are you
Anything
doing to my kids? Put her down!
Sorry, ma'am. We found methamphetamines in your possession.
She didn't do anything!
You have to take your children into protective custody. That's the law.
Not my kids.
Every year in California, close to 1,000 children are being removed from homes linked to substance abuse. Methamphetamines account for over half of these innocent victims. Crank, crystal, rock, speed, whatever you want to call it. If you're using meth, you'll lose more than your health, more than your freedom, more than just your looks. You will lose your kids. It's the law. This urgent message is brought to you by the Child Protective Agency of California.
This is a government broadcast. Your current playlist is prohibited and will be shut down immediately. Thankfully, that's not a real message. But for the people of Burma, things are different. The government strictly controls nearly all media, but independent radio broadcasts are providing uncensored information. Most people can't afford a radio, so Amnesty International needs your help to send one to Burma for £12.50. As you enjoy your playlist uncensored, help those who don't have that privilege. Click on the Amnesty link now.
On the Minnesota Station for News, they're one of the most dangerous and illegal threats on our roads and likely driving next to you now. Our investigative reporters hunt down the head bobbers who text and drive by holding the phone down low, only rarely glancing up at the road. They say they're in control. But are they? And we ask the tough questions. Are you a head bobber? Are you putting lives at risk by illegally texting and driving? Tune in tonight. A message from the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. Tonight at 10 on the Minnesota Station for News. Why do some drivers illegally commit such a dangerous crime every day? And the worst part, they're driving right next to you right now. Our investigative reporters track down the wheelers who text and drive by holding the phone up high by the steering wheel. They say they've got one eye on the road, but is that even possible? And we ask the tough questions. Are you a wheeler? Are you putting lives at risk by illegally texting and driving? Tune in tonight at 10. A life-saving message from the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. Tonight at 10 on the Minnesota Station for News. What drivers might crash into you, and do they even care? You should care. They're driving behind you now. Our investigative reporters stalk the sneak peekers, drivers who check for texts at stoplights and when cruising your street. They say they're focused, but are they really looking out for you? And we ask the tough questions. Are you a sneak peeker? Are you putting lives at risk by illegally texting and driving? Tune in tonight at 10. A life-saving message from the Minnesota Department of Public Safety.
On the 12th day of Christmas, my family brought to me 12 sad relations, 11 major bust-ups. Tension is rising, 9 helpings each. 8 all the food, 7 piles of presents. 6 to the stomach, 5 blazing rounds. 4 slammed doors, 3 missing teeth, 2 black eyes, and a parting with our sanity.
Ask Jesus for something else this Christmas. Come to your local Christian church.
Deck the hall with last year's tinsel, blah la 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 la, la blah blah blah. Mountain bike, a new game console, blah la 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 la, la blah blah blah. DVDs upgrade to cable, blah la la, blah la la, blah blah blah. Latest jeans, expensive label, blah la 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 la, la blah blah blah. Hi-fi system, brand new speakers, blah la 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 la, la blah blah blah. Parker jacket, air pump sneakers, blah la 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 la, la blah blah blah. With this lot I'll be much cooler, blah la la, blah la la, blah blah blah. Cleaned up, broke, no dough, no moolah.
Fed up with a multi-corporate, globalized Christmas PLC? Ask Jesus for something else this year. Come to your local Christian church.
Fill your freezer, fridge table with a feast that's heaving. Turkey, cakes, rolls and pizza, deep and crisp and even. 2 for 1, buy 2 get 3. Grab fistfuls of holly, wine and gin and multi-packs. Fill your shopping trolley. Lamb and sweets and chocks and crisps, keep shelf stackers working. Crackers, treacle, Jaffa cakes, cheese with pickle gherkin. Whiskey, jelly, mince and ham, ice cream, chicken lard. And make sure you claim your points on your loyalty card.
Christmas getting a little too commercial for you this year? Why not ask Jesus for something else? Come to your local Christian church.
We wish you a Merry Christmas, all subject to status. Written details will be sent upon request with interest to pay. Your credit's at risk if payments are missed. We wish you a Merry Christmas, then we take it away.
Fed up with Christmas always coming with small print? This year, why not ask Jesus for something else? Come to your local Christian church.
Next on the auction block today, we have a 15-year-old boy who's just started chewing tobacco. We'll start the bidding at gum disease. We have gum disease at 15 years old with gum disease. And now 17, who could be oral lesions at 17. Now 21, rotting teeth. Yes, got her rotting teeth at 21. At 21, now 25, and I've got cancer at 25. Now 26. Hit chemo at 26, and cancer's back at 30. I'm 30, got him at 30. He's done, he's dead at 30.
Don't let tobacco own you. Get the facts at thefactsnow.com, brought to you by Tobacco Free Florida.
Welcome to the third race at Tobacco Downs. They're in the gate and they're off. Jumping out to the lead is Smoking is Cool with Everyone is Doing It close behind second. Smoking is Cool and Everyone is Doing It. Here comes Like Kissing an Ashtray, followed by Social Outcast. Smoking is Cool falling off quickly. Like Kissing an Ashtray to take the lead from Everyone is Doing It. Here comes I Can Quit Anytime with Social Outcast and Nicotine's Bitch. Down the backstretch, Nicotine's Bitch moving out to the front of I Can Quit Anytime. Moving up on the outside is You Should Really See a Doctor About That. It's You Should Really See a Doctor About That, followed by Erectile Dysfunction and Smoking Alone in the Rain. Erectile Dysfunction challenging for second, moving on the top of the stretch. Passing on the inside as I Have Some Bad News to take the lead, followed by Did You Say Cancer and But I'm Only 25 with Chemotherapy. I Have Some Bad News and Did You Say Cancer neck and neck, nose and nose for the lead. And down the stretch they come. I Have Some Bad News is pulling away from Did You Say Cancer to win by a length with Chemotherapy and But I'm Only 25.
When it comes to smoking, nobody wins. Get the facts at thefactsnow.com, brought to you by Tobacco Free Florida.
Men, if you smoke, you're damaging your... You might not notice it yet, but one day you're... might not be able to. You see, smoking causes fatty deposits that build up in the arteries of your... And that give me no more. So if you smoke, you're already far more likely to suffer from... For help giving up, call 0800 169 0169.
Pussycat, pussycat, where have you been? I've been to London to see the Queen. Pussycat, pussycat, what did you dare? I stood in the queue and had a fag there.
Parents who smoke make cigarettes part of everyday life for their children, so it's more likely they'll grow up to be smokers too. Smoking, don't keep it in the family. For help stopping, text support to 63818.
You hear that? That's what 20 years of smoking can do to you. Did you know that there are 5.4 million deaths a year due to tobacco? And get this. Every 6 seconds, a current or former smoker dies.
Hi, I'm Jim Craig, professor at Seneca College. A year ago, I had 1/3 of my left lung removed because of cancer. It can happen to you, too.
We're dying out for $8 a pack, people. Smarten up.
This message has been brought to you by quitsmoking.ca and Say Radio.
Girls, why is it that men always insist on doing stupid things, like refusing to ask directions and setting up videos without the instruction book? And now there's a new one, setting off fireworks after they've had a few drinks. Now, getting lost in the dark and missing episodes of your favourite soap can be annoying, but they're not quite as dangerous as losing control of your Roman candles.
Alcohol and fireworks. An explosive combination.
After a few drinks, men do the stupidest things, Like trying to chat up your best mate. Harmless enough. Or telling your Uncle Stan that he loves him. Not a problem. But setting off fireworks at a New Year's Eve party, that's just pants.
Alcohol and fireworks. An explosive combination.
Okay, guys, it's nearly New Year. Time to strut your funky stuff, have a few drinks, and show the world what a party god you really are. Like your unmistakable sense of timing.
3, 2, 1.
Your irresistible powers of seduction.
So, how do you like your eggs in the morning?
And as for that clever trick with a pint glass, 3 cashew nuts, and an avocado...
This is fantastic. Just watch this.
Stunning. But what about that other quirk of male behaviour? The firework display. Once you've had a few drinks, are you really in control?
Alcohol and fireworks. An explosive combination.
Pitch a beer, Pete. Come on, lads, watch this. I'm gonna light them all together. Watch this, lads. Watch this.
Hi, mate. I got your message. I'm feeling a bit better now. The doctors reckon the scars will fade in time. I hope so. Still hurts though. Anyway, I'll catch you Friday when I'm at a hospital.
If you're not careful with fireworks, you'll have to wear the scars for the rest of your life. Be safe, not sorry. Always follow the fireworks code. Find out more at dti.gov.uk/fireworks.
Enjoy yourselves this bonfire night. But remember, even a little sparkler burns at around 2,000 degrees centigrade. Don't mess with fireworks. If you or someone with you gets hit in the eye of a firework, this might help save it. Don't rub your eye. If the tissue's torn, rubbing may increase the bleeding. Don't rinse it. This can cause as much damage as rubbing it. Don't stick ointment in the eye. It might not be sterile and it could cause infection. Forget painkillers. They could thin the blood and increase bleeding and they won't even touch the pain. Tape a foam cup or something to protect what's left of the eye from further injury and get straight to hospital. Don't mess with fireworks.
John.
Yes, miss.
Scott.
Here, miss.
Lee.
Yes, miss.
Daniel.
Virgin. Virgin.
If you haven't had sex yet and you're worried about your mates finding out, there's something you should know. Most guys don't have sex until they're around 16, and some wait a lot longer. So no matter what your mates might claim, the odds are you're not the odd one out. If you're under 18 and you want to know the real facts of life or get free, confidential advice on sex and contraception, call Sexwise on 0800 28 29 30 or visit us at areyouthinking.co.uk. Sex. Are you thinking about it enough?
I bet Sam's done it. Becky, definitely. Lisa has. Kylie, loads of times.
If you haven't had sex yet, you might think you're one in a million, but you'd be wrong, because most girls don't have sex until they're at least 17. Yes, 17. Some wait even longer.
Kate says she has.
Which means those who say they're doing it are probably lying. If you're under 18 and want to know the real facts of life or get free confidential advice on sex and contraception, call Sexwise on 0800 28 29 30 or visit us at areyouthinking.co.uk.
Well, Kate's cat has.
Sex. Are you thinking about it enough?
Hi, my name's Natalie. I'm 5'4". I've got blonde hair and brown eyes. I like clubbing and shopping and clubbing. I once cleared the pool table in a single break, and I've got a sexually transmitted infection.
It's not always this easy to find out if someone has a sexually transmitted infection. Sometimes they don't even know themselves. Condoms can help prevent STIs. If you're under 18 and you want to know the real facts of life, or get free confidential advice on sex or contraception, call Sexwise on 0800 28 29 30 or visit us at areyouthinking.co.uk. Sex. Are you thinking about it enough?
Hi, I'm Steve. Macca to my friends. I'm 6'1" and about 11 stone. I love football. Playing it, watching it, talking about it with anyone who listen. I cook the best curry in the known universe and I've got a sexually transmitted infection.
It's not like this in real life. People don't tell you if they've got a sexually transmitted infection. Sometimes they don't even know themselves. Condoms can help prevent STIs. If you're under 18 and want to know the real facts of life, or get free, confidential advice on sex or contraception,
Call Sexwise on 0800 28 29 30 or visit us at areyouthinking.co.uk. Sex. Are you thinking about it enough?
When you're about to have sex, it's not easy to ask your boyfriend to wear a... even though you know that a... could stop you having a baby or catching an infection. So you hope he'll have her and know what to do with it. But what if he's embarrassed too? Then neither of you says it. Because talking about is the hardest conversation in the world. Until you've got to tell your mum and dad you're...
It's difficult talking about condoms, but telling people you're pregnant is harder. If you're under 18 and want to know the real facts of life, or get free, confidential advice on sex or contraception, call Sexwise on 0800 28 29 30 or visit us at areyouthinking.co.uk. Sex. Are you thinking about it enough?
Ode to Jennifer. Oh, Jennifer, my darling girl, my love for you burns bright. We've been going out for 18 weeks, 3 days and half a night. We've stared into each other's eyes, held hands in crowded places. We've walked in the moonlight romantically and sucked each other's faces. But now I think it's time, my love, to move to another level. And I think you're ready to commit to me, despite my name being Neville. So this Valentine's, my darling Jen, my love for you, you'll see. 'Cause not only did I get you flowers, I went to the pharmacy. You see, my Jenny, I want you near, but I know it's our best tactic. To stop infections and prevent mistakes, I'll wear a prophylactic. So light the candles, put a CD on, make sure the door is latched, 'cause if I drop my pants, you'll know a condom is attached.
This Valentine's, if you love each other, say it with rubber. If you're under 18 and want free, confidential advice on sex and contraception, call Sexwise on 0800 28 29 30 or visit areyouthinking.co.uk. Sex. Are you thinking about it enough?
Hi, what cocktails have you got?
Well, there's a gin sling, sea breeze and a B-52, and after that there's a tall dark stranger and a kiss on the lips. Then there's a seduction and a slow comfortable screw up against the wall or sex on the beach. There's an earthquake and a screaming orgasm followed by a deep coma. Then there's a tequila sunrise, a flashback, a heart stopper and a Mai Tai have screwed my whole life up.
Think I have a lemonade?
1 in 5 16 to 20-year-olds who have sex after drinking alcohol forget to use protection, which makes drinking and having sex a dangerous cocktail. If you're under 18 and want free confidential advice on sex and contraception, call Sexwise on 0800 28 29 30 or visit us at areyouthinking.co.uk. Sex. Are you thinking about it enough?
Have you got anything?
No.
Have you got anything to eat?
No.
Well, have you got any condoms?
Yeah, I've got pink, blue, orange, red, strawberry, mint, chocolate, banana, pina colada, lightweight, heavyweight, bantamweight, flyweight, thin one, stick one, slim one, slick ones, ones with nobbles, ones with bubbles, some with dimples, some with pimples, square-lipped, polymer-tipped, medium, large and small.
In case you didn't know, girls love it when lads come prepared. It shows you care about how she feels and makes you both more relaxed. If you're under 18 and want free confidential advice on sex and contraception, call Sexwise on 0800 28 29 30 or visit us at areyouthinking.co.uk. Sex. Are you thinking about it enough?
What was the first one again?
Sexually transmitted infections don't care whether you're 16 or 60, whether it's your first time or your 500. All STIs care about is getting into your pants. Any way they can. And you can't tell who's got one, however close you look. Lots of teenagers don't even know they're infected, so there's no point asking them. All the more reason to ask them to wear a condom.
If you're under 18 and want free confidential advice on sex and contraception, call Sexwise on 0800 28 29 30 or visit us at areyouthinking.co.uk.
I'm on the pill now, but I always use a condom.
Sex. Are you thinking about it enough?
Are you going to Michelle's party?
Expect so.
Are you taking her raincoat?
Just my jacket.
No, stupid. A glove?
I'm confused.
You know, a hat for Mr. Wiggly.
You've lost me totally now.
If you want to say condom, then just say condom. It can't be anywhere near as difficult as telling someone you're pregnant.
A sausage wrap?
You're taking food?
If you're under 18 and want to know the real facts of life, or get free, confidential advice on sex and contraception, call Sexwise on 0800 28 29 30 or visit us at areyouthinking.co.uk. Sex. Are you thinking about it enough?
John?
Yeah, oh, hi.
About the other night, when I gave you my virginity...
Yeah, right.
Thing is, it wasn't really that good, and I wish I'd given it to Leon.
Leon?
Yeah. he's the one. So, can you give it back to me then?
You don't get a second chance at your virginity. If you're going to give it away, make sure you give it to the right person. If you're under 18 and feeling unsure about relationships, sex and contraception, talking to someone can really help. So call Sexwise on 0800 28 29 30 for a confidential chat or visit areyouthinking.co.uk. We're Sexwise. Are you?
So have you slept with Julie then?
Yeah, and Michelle.
Michelle?
Yeah, Michelle's best friend, Michelle's big sister,
What?
Michelle's cousin, Janet down the road, and Sarah around the corner, and Miss Banoche.
When?
After French during the fire drill, and the netball team as well.
All 7 of them?
Yeah, and at the same time.
Do you believe everything your mates tell you? Most people under 16 haven't had sex yet, so if you haven't, you're not the odd one out.
Oh, and your girlfriend.
What?
If you're under 18 and want free confidential advice on sex and contraception, call Sexwise on 0800 28 29 30 or visit us at areyouthinking.co.uk. Sex, are you thinking about it enough?
So, have you brought anything?
Yeah, loads of stuff. I bought some whipped cream, a whisk, chocolate body paint, the joy of sex, the lover's guide, the Kama Sutra, a pack of cards.
A pack of cards?
Strip poker, a novelty thong, a single red rose.
Tom?
What?
Have you brought a condom?
Oh, I knew I'd forgotten something.
Well, you know where you can stick your whisk then.
Come prepared and they'll love you for it. Always use a condom.
Edible undies?
If you're under 18 and want free confidential advice on sex and contraception, call Sexwise on 0800 28 29 30 or visit us at areyouthinking.co.uk. Sex. Are you thinking about it enough?
Hi, it's Tom. I can't answer the phone right now. I'm at the clinic trying to get rid of my genital warts. Leave your name and number and I'll call you back. Cheers.
It's not this easy to tell if someone's got a sexually transmitted infection, as some don't have symptoms. So always use a condom. If you're under 18 and want free, confidential advice on sex and contraception, call 0800 28 29 30 or visit areyouthinking.co.uk. Sex. Are you thinking about it enough?
Every year, around 40,000 teenagers will catch a sexually transmitted infection. That's more than the average Premier League stadium can hold. So always use a condom. For free confidential advice on sex and contraception, call 0800 28 29 30 or visit areyouthinking.co.uk. Sex. Are you thinking about it enough?
6 hot weeks of freedom, the sound of the summer, a whole collection of sticky holiday moments featuring the most familiar choruses around like, if we don't have sex now, will he dump me? And the banging, what's this minging blister on my tackle? Plus the smoochy classic, the park's empty. Let's do it.
Questions about sex? If you're under 18 and sex or contraception is on your mind, visit areyouthinking.co.uk. Sex. Are you thinking about it enough?
OK, Darren.
Sex god.
We're off to the airport now. In the freezer, I've left enough
Girls.
to last 2 weeks. Make sure you
undress
them completely, OK? Your dad's left some
condoms
under the coffee jar for emergencies. And don't forget to put out the
nipples
every Tuesday.
Got sex on your mind this summer? If you're under 18, log on to areyouthinking.co.uk for all the information you need. Or call 0800 28 29 30 for free confidential advice.
Oh, and Darren, if you lose your
virginity,
Mrs. Peters next door has got a spare one.
Sex. Are you thinking about it enough?
Hello, I'm Glenn Close. Did you know that many people experience the first symptoms of depression during their college years? And 3 out of 10 college students reported feeling so depressed it was difficult to function. Why not make every American campus a safe and stigma-free zone? Know the signs, lend support, and break the silence. For more information, visit bringchangetomind.org.
I'll be here to hear what's on your mind.
As an adult,
Kids want to know you're listening to them, but they also want to listen to you. When it comes to alcohol, they want to know your expectations and how and why to avoid underage drinking. Talking early and often about it in everyday conversations reinforces your message and keeps lines of communication open. For more information, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
It's not too early to talk to your child about drinking. For tips on what to say, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov. That's underagedrinking.samhsa.gov. This message brought to you by SAMHSA and this station.
Se on sit pari viikkoa ja Samillakin on valmistujaiset. Lomalla keritään käydä välissä. Ai, mahtaa olla kevään kaunein päivä. Tässähän saattaisi saada vähän rusketusta ennen sitä reissua. Mitäs jos mä oikasisin tosta? Joo, mä seuraan vaikka noita vanhoja jälkiäni. Ei tän takin kanssa voi uida.
Täytyy päästä ylös. Apua!
Miten mä voin olla näin tyhmä?
Auttakaa!
Nyt tää on kyllä meno.
Äskeisessä kuulimme Harri Pikisaaren mustaan laatikkoon tallentuneet viimeiset ajatukset. Mitä sinun mustasta laatikostasi kuuluisi? Viisaasti vesilla.fi.
No hoho. Onneksi mä en ole vielä edes pahasti juurissa. Koska mä oon viimeksi uinut kilpaa. Mitään väliä. Jätkillä ei todellakaan mitään saumaa mua vastaan. Ei tää ennen ollut näin rankkaa. Makea pasikka on tuolla kaukana. Tuonne saarellekin vielä vähän matkaa. Pakko hengähtää.
Unnit hei! Venakkaa!
Hetkinen. Jalat kramppaa.
Äsken kuultu mustan laatikon sisältämä ääninauha kuului Samuli Kaakkurille. Mitä sinun mustasta laatikostasi kuuluisi?
Ai. Katiska täynnä ahventa. Näitä sitten kohta pojan kanssa laiturilla perataan. Hirveä kusihätä. En mä jaksa odottaa rantaa asti. Onpa nolo pudota veteen. Nyt rauhallisin potkuin kohti pintaa. Mikäs köysi mulla on jaloissa? Nyt pitää päästä pintaan. Nyt pitää päästä pintaan.
Äskeisessä kuulimme Kauko Välivainion mustaan laatikkoon tallentuneet viimeiset ajatukset. Mitä sinun mustasta laatikostasi kuuluisi? Viisaasti vesilla.fi.
I'm home, Where are you, Get your ass over here! Come on, you Don't hide, you I'm gonna beat the out of you, motherfucker. I'll find you.
Crime Stoppers, what's your emergency?
The domestic violence will only stop with your call. Crime Stoppers Hotline, 2253-1177.
Two close family members sexually abused me when I was a child. Now all the time, I'm afraid. I feel panicked with intense self-hatred. Sometimes I feel so overwhelmed and I think it would be easier to just die. But if someone could have recognized what was happening to me or known the right questions to ask, they could have stopped it.
Take the prevention program and help make it stop. Sign up at littlewarriors.ca. Brought to you by Q107, Pattison Outdoor, the Calgary Sun, and Global Calgary.
You're an electrician. You're self-employed and on a job. You have to reach up to feed some cables through, so you stand on a table. You're only 1 metre off the floor. What's the worst that could happen?
Hi, I'm Dr. Marsden. I'm afraid it looks like you fractured your spine, so I'm referring you to our spinal injury specialist.
Last year, over 2,000 people seriously injured themselves falling from low heights in the workplace. Don't be one of the casualties this year. Call 0845 345 0055 for information on how to be safe at all heights. Be safe, be careful, and take a moment, not a fall.
Hello? Phil, hi, it's Mike from work. I just need you to go over your accident one more time for the record.
Again?
Yeah, sorry.
Well, I was standing on a crate fixing a junction box. Crate collapsed, I fell, hurt my back.
And how far did you fall again?
Oh, about a foot.
Sorry, how many feet?
1. I'm on loudspeaker, aren't I?
Yes, you are!
Pain's not all you feel when you fall from a low height. Every month, over 170 people discover that even a low height can be a high risk. For useful safety information, visit hse.gov.uk/falls. Take a moment, not a fall.
Hello, Jack. Hi. Heard you're off work. What happened?
I took a really nasty fall.
You must have. Look at the state of you. Were you on scaffolding?
No.
A roof then?
I overreached on a step ladder.
A step ladder? How far did you fall?
There's nothing wrong.
What?
Oh, there's nothing wrong.
Sorry, which rung?
The second.
All right, shut up.
Pain's not all you feel when you fall from a low height. Every month, over 170 people discover that even a low height can be a high risk. For useful safety information, visit hse.gov.uk/falls. Take a moment, not a fall.
If you're taking drugs and you're thinking of injecting, you'll need a syringe. Today I'm holding 2 syringes in my hand. One of them is infected with the AIDS virus. Take a look. Which one is it, eh? Come on. Closer. Take a good look. What? Oh, yeah. This is on the radio. You can't see. Well, it would be exactly the same if these syringes were in your hand. You can't see the AIDS virus. And no one ever knows they've injected it. Until it's too late.
It only takes one infected syringe to give you AIDS. And in some parts of the country, as many as 1 in 2 drug injectors carry the AIDS virus. If you don't inject drugs, you won't inject AIDS.
How sweet the sound.
10 kids die by gunfire every day. Help stop the violence. Call 1-800-WE-PREVENT. Not one more lost life. Not one more.
Was life, but now I see.
A public service message from this station, the U.S. Department of Justice, the Crime Prevention Coalition, and the Ad Council.
Okay, people, come on, settle down. Settle down. Everyone settle down. Joanne DiCarlo.
Present.
William Robertson.
Here.
Raymond Vega.
Yeah, I'm here.
Peter Lawrence. John Earhart. Marona Maxwell. Andrea Thompson. Andrea Thompson.
Every day, 10 children are killed by gunfire. 10 dead kids. 10 kids too many. The violence won't stop until you help stop it. To find out how, call 1-800-WE-PREVENT for free information. That's 1-800-WE-PREVENT. And please call today. Not one more lost life. Not one more grieving family. Not one more. A public service message from this station, the U.S. Department of Justice, the Crime Prevention Coalition, and the Ad Council.
Every day, 10 children are killed by gunfire.
Where have all the children gone? Long time passing.
Where have all the children gone? Long time ago.
Where have all the children gone? Gone to graveyards one by one.
Oh, when will we ever learn? Oh, when will we ever learn?
The killing won't stop unless you help stop it. Call 1-800-WE-PREVENT to find out what you can do. Not one more lost life. Not one more grieving family. Not one more.
Oh, when will we ever learn?
A public service message from the U.S. Department of Justice, the Crime Prevention Coalition, and the Ad Council.
The following is a public service message from this station, the U.S. Department of Justice, the Crime Prevention Coalition, and the Ad Council.
Now you know how many children die from gunfire on our streets every day. That's 10 too many. Find out how to help stop the violence. Call 1-800-WE-PREVENT. Not one more dead child. Not one more grieving family. Not one more.
Watch out!
It's getting easier to see blood on TV, but it's getting harder to see it in the blood banks. Take part in the campaign of Santa Casa de Curitiba and help saving lives.